Chapter 1. The Anatomy of an Illusion. The brown powder sitting in the modern spice cabinet is a geographic, historical, and biological illusion. For the vast majority of the consuming world, the substance sprinkled over morning coffee or baked into winter pastries is not the spice that built empires, mapped the oceans, or financed global armadas. It is a biological imposter. The true spice is a highly specific, geographically isolated tree bark forged in a singular geological crucible. To understand the global impact of cinnamon, one must first dismantle the illusion of what cinnamon actually is. The history of this spice is not merely a tale of human economics or culinary preference. It is an earthbound dataset, a story written in the strict taxonomy of plants, the fracture of Precambrian rock, and the mathematical rhythm of oceanic monsoons. Centuries of human behavior were dictated entirely by the microscopic anatomy of a single plant species attempting to survive on a single island. This is the botanical reality that shaped the modern world. Humanity did not conquer cinnamon. Rather, the rigid biological requirements of the cinnamon tree conquered human trade. By exploring the exact chemical profiles, the soil stratigraphy, and the physical mechanics of the bark, the illusion fades. What remains is a portrait of a living, breathing circulatory system of a tree that compelled humanity to cross oceans. The pursuit of this specific botanical circulatory system redrew the maps of the globe. European powers, from the Portuguese to the Dutch to the British, bled their national treasuries dry to control the flow of this specific tree bark. They were not merely hunting for a generic agricultural commodity. They were hunting for a highly specific chemical synthesis that could only be achieved on a single landmass in the Indian Ocean. Every historical war fought over the spice trade was ultimately a war over plant chemistry. The specific arrangement of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen atoms synthesized within the inner bark of this tree dictated the macroeconomics of the 16th and 17th centuries. To truly grasp the magnitude of this historical obsession, one must descend into the cellular architecture of the plant itself. The story begins with a strict taxonomic division. The botanical divide: 2 trees, 1 name. The global spice trade operates on a fundamental botanical inaccuracy, conflating 2 distinct species of the Lauraceae family under a single commercial banner. The true architect of the historical spice trade is Cinnamomum verum, a delicate, evergreen hardwood endemic to the specific microclimates of Sri Lanka. However, the dominant spice traded and consumed globally today is Cinnamomum cassia, a hardier, thicker, and chemically harsher relative native to China, Indonesia, and Vietnam. The distinction between these 2 trees is not merely a matter of origin. It is a stark division written in their cellular chemistry and evolutionary survival strategies. The genus Cinnamomum contains over 250 individual species scattered across the globe. Out of this vast botanical family, only a handful are commercially cultivated for spice. Yet, international commerce routinely groups the cheaper, thicker barks of the Asian mainland under the generic title of cinnamon. Both the island species and the mainland species synthesize volatile oils, which act as evaporating defensive chemicals designed to repel pests, fight fungal infections, and heal physical wounds. These essential oils are the lifeblood of the spice trade. They are hydrophobic liquids containing complex mixtures of aromatic compounds derived from the biosynthesis of secondary metabolites. Yet, the specific molecular architecture of these defensive oils varies drastically between the 2 trees. The chemical profiles of these volatile oils serve as a comparative dataset that dictates their flavor, their market value, and their impact on human biology. The primary engine of the cinnamon flavor profile is an organic compound known as cinnamaldehyde. This specific molecule is responsible for the aggressive, warming spice notes that define the human sensory experience of the plant. Cinnamaldehyde works by interacting directly with the human nervous system. When consumed, the molecule activates the TRPA1 and TRPV1 olfactory and thermal receptors within the human body. These receptors serve as molecular fire alarms, registering the presence of the chemical as a tangible sensation of physical heat and spicy pungency. While both species produce cinnamaldehyde, the ratio, purity, and accompanying secondary compounds create a massive sensory and chemical divide. Cinnamomum verum produces a refined, highly complex essential oil profile. Its bark oil is dominated by cinnamaldehyde, often ranging from 67 to 75% of its total volatile weight. Crucially, true cinnamon also synthesizes an array of secondary metabolites that modify and soften this aggressive heat. The most important of these secondary compounds is eugenol. Eugenol provides a deep, floral, clove-like aromatic undertone that balances the sharp pungency of the cinnamaldehyde. True cinnamon also contains trace amounts of alpha-pinene, which provides bright pine notes, and linalool, which adds a sweet, citrus-like complexity. This intricate matrix of dozens of evaporating defensive chemicals creates a flavor profile that is perceived by the human palate as warm, sweet, delicate, and profoundly aromatic. Conversely, Cinnamomum cassia produces a much blunter, less complex chemical defense system. Its volatile oil profile is overwhelmingly dominated by cinnamaldehyde, often at higher concentrations, but it severely lacks the balancing presence of eugenol and linalool. Without these softening compounds, the cassia flavor is loud, aggressive, and entirely one-dimensional. Furthermore, cassia synthesizes massive quantities of a completely different chemical compound known as coumarin. Coumarin is a highly effective, naturally occurring pesticide and fungicide synthesized by the cassia tree to survive the harsh environments of the Asian mainland. For the cassia tree, coumarin is a necessary biological weapon. For the human body, it is a potent hepatotoxin. The human liver struggles to process coumarin, and regular, high-dose consumption can lead to acute liver and kidney damage. The coumarin content represents the most critical, measurable divide between the two species. Studies of the German retail market have confirmed wildly fluctuating, incredibly high levels of coumarin in cassia cinnamon, sometimes reaching up to 10,000 milligrams per kilogram of bark. Because of this toxicity, international health agencies actively monitor and limit cassia consumption in foods. Cinnamomum verum, evolving in the isolated sanctuary of Sri Lanka, never needed to synthesize this toxic defense mechanism. True cinnamon contains negligible, trace amounts of coumarin, typically hovering between 2 and 5 milligrams per kilogram. This renders true cinnamon entirely safe for heavy human consumption. The botanical divide between these two trees is a matter of both culinary refinement and physiological safety. To clearly understand this botanical divide, one must view the plants through a strict comparative dataset. Biological taxonomy. True cinnamon is classified strictly as Cinnamomum verum, historically synonymous with Cinnamomum zeylanicum, native exclusively to the island of Sri Lanka and parts of southern India. The imposter spice is classified as Cinnamomum cassia, alongside its regional cousins Cinnamomum burmannii from Indonesia and Cinnamomum lureroi from Vietnam. Coumarin toxicity. Cinnamomum cassia contains massive, highly variable concentrations of defensive coumarin, ranging from 2,000 to over 5,000 milligrams per kilogram of bark. Cinnamomum verum contains negligible, trace amounts of coumarin, typically between 2 and 5 milligrams per kilogram, rendering it biologically safe. Essential oil complexity. True cinnamon oil synthesizes a mathematically balanced matrix of cinnamaldehyde, softened by eugenol, floral notes, alpha-pinene, pine notes, and linalool, sweet notes. Cassia oil lacks eugenol entirely, relying instead on a harsh, pure cinnamaldehyde profile paired with heavy sesquiterpenes. Physical bark anatomy. The processed bark of Cinnamomum verum is paper-thin, fragile, and layered into multiple, delicate concentric circles resembling a fine cigar. The bark of Cinnamomum cassia is thick, woody, incredibly difficult to fracture, and curls inward from both sides into a single, dense, hollow tube. Flavor profile. True cinnamon is perceived by the human palate as sweet, delicate, complex, and highly aromatic. Cassia is perceived as aggressively spicy, loud, hot, and slightly astringent due to the high tannin content residing within its thick, woody bark. This comparative dataset explains why European empires bled their treasuries dry to secure the island of Sri Lanka. They were not merely looking for generic tree bark. They were hunting for the specific, mathematically precise synthesis of cinnamaldehyde and eugenol that only Cinnamomum verum could produce. The cassia trees of the mainland could not replicate this chemistry. Even the other wild cinnamon species endemic to Sri Lanka, such as Cinnamomum dubium and Cinnamomum citriodorum, produced too much camphor or too little cinnamaldehyde to satisfy the global market. The perfect biological balance was locked inside a single species, and that species was inextricably bound to a single, highly specific patch of geology. The geological cradle, an island built for spice. The island of Sri Lanka is not simply a piece of land where true cinnamon happens to grow. The island is the very geological engine that forces the tree to synthesize its legendary flavor. To understand why Cinnamomum verum requires this specific earth, one must examine the deep time geology of the island itself. Sri Lanka is a fractured shard of the ancient supercontinent Gondwana, a landmass that tore away and drifted into the Indian Ocean. The foundation of the island is composed primarily of extremely old, highly metamorphosed Precambrian rock. Over millions of years, the intense tropical sun, relentless monsoonal rain, and tectonic friction eroded these hard crystalline rocks. This slow, violent weathering process created a highly specific soil stratigraphy across the island's southern and western coastal belts. Cinnamon thrives best in environments that actively challenge its survival. It requires severe nutrient stress to force the heavy synthesis of volatile oils, and Sri Lanka provides two distinct, challenging soil horizons that serve as perfect incubators. The island's geology dictates a brutal environment of rapid drainage, high acidity, and intense mineral fluctuation. To extract the spice, humanity had to learn to cultivate within these geological extremes. The white sands of Negombo. The most famous cinnamon in the world, historically demanded by European royalty and Arab traders, is cultivated along the coastal belt stretching from Negombo down to Matara. Here, the earth is composed of brilliant, white silica sands, locally referred to as silver sands. This soil is a geological anomaly, born from the weathering of vein quartz and quartzite pulled from the island's deep Precambrian bedrock. Over millennia, these shattered quartz fragments were transported by violent river currents to the coast. Once there, they were repeatedly reworked by Aeolian or wind-blown processes and lagoonal tides. The true magic of the silver sands, however, lies buried beneath the blinding white surface. These silica deposits are intercalated with ancient, marshy lagoonal layers containing highly acidic peaty soils. As groundwater filters through this rotting, subterranean peat, it becomes highly acidic. This acidic water washes constantly over the quartz grains, slowly dissolving and stripping away any iron oxide coatings that would normally color the sand brown. The iron is flushed out entirely, leaving behind perfectly pure white silica sand. For a typical agricultural crop, this white sand is a barren, hostile wasteland. It drains water instantly, holds almost no biological nutrients, and reflects intense solar radiation upward into the plant canopy. For the cinnamon tree, however, this silica-rich, nutrient-starved environment acts as a massive biological catalyst. The acute mineral stress triggers a severe survival response within the tree. To protect itself from the intense solar radiation, invading pests, and the harsh, nutrient-poor environment, the plant diverts its energy. Instead of utilizing its energy for massive structural growth, the tree forces the heavy synthesis of secondary metabolites. These metabolites are the essential oils. The white silica sand literally starves the tree into producing higher, purer concentrations of cinnamaldehyde and eugenol. Furthermore, recent studies indicate that the high silicon content absorbed by the plant helps physically reinforce its cell walls. This silica uptake alters the physical density of the bark, making it smoother and refining the eventual flavor of the spice. The greatest spice in the human culinary record is the direct result of a plant struggling to survive in crushed, acidic glass. The Negombo sands prove that true flavor is born from deep geological stress. Blood in the dirt, laterite soils. Moving inland from the white coastal sands, the geology shifts into the undulating hills of the island's wet zone. Here, the earth bleeds red. The interior cinnamon estates are anchored in red-yellow podzolic soils, which are heavily lateritic. Laterite soil is essentially rust-heavy dirt. It is formed when tropical rains continuously wash away highly soluble minerals like sodium, potassium, and calcium. This relentless leaching leaves behind a heavy, acidic concentration of insoluble iron and aluminum oxides. This deep red soil is dense, highly acidic, and remarkably porous. Like the silica sands of the coast, the red laterite provides an incredibly specific, challenging environment. It forces the tough, woody taproots of the cinnamon tree to dive deep into the bedrock fractures in search of trapped water and trace nutrients. The acidic pH of the podzolic soil, generally hovering between 5.5 to 6.5, perfectly matches the biochemical requirements of Cinnamomum verum. If the soil becomes too alkaline, the plant cannot properly synthesize its complex aromatics, and the flavor profile falls flat. If the soil becomes waterlogged, the deep roots rot immediately, killing the plant. The undulating laterite hills provide the exact gravitational drainage necessary to keep the roots moist but constantly oxygenated. The tree is constantly fed by iron-rich water, but never allowed to drown in stagnant pools. This delicate geological balance is impossible to replicate in the heavy, poorly draining clay soils of mainland Asia. This is precisely why the cassia trees of China and Vietnam evolved completely different root systems and thicker, woodier bark structures. The cinnamon tree utilizes this iron-rich dirt to fuel its rapid growth cycles following the rains. The lateritic gravel provides a strong physical anchor against the high winds of the monsoon season. In the wet zone of Sri Lanka, the red dirt and the white sand work as dual crucibles, each stressing the plant in different ways to produce the exact same volatile oils. The oceanic engine, mathematics of the monsoon. Geology alone cannot synthesize the spice. The crushed quartz and rusted iron require a massive, kinetic influx of energy and water to drive the tree's biological machinery. This energy is provided by the Indian Ocean monsoon system, a seasonal oceanic engine of staggering mathematical scale. The microclimates of Sri Lanka are dictated by the thermal gradients of the Indian Ocean dipole. The Indian Ocean dipole is a phenomenon where sea surface temperatures fluctuate wildly between the western and eastern sides of the ocean basin. As the ocean warms, it evaporates massive quantities of water into the lower atmosphere. The difference in temperature between the massive Asian landmass and the Indian Ocean creates a violent, shifting pressure gradient. This gradient sucks the humid oceanic air across the island of Sri Lanka, battering the landscape with two distinct monsoonal cycles: the southwest monsoon, known locally as Yala, and the northeast monsoon, known as Maha. For Cinnamomum verum to survive, grow, and ultimately yield its bark, the mathematics of this rainfall must be exact. The plant requires a strictly enforced rainfall threshold, demanding an annual deluge of 1,875 to 3,750 millimeters. This water cannot arrive all at once. It must be distributed across the distinct wet and dry seasons to facilitate the tree's growth cycles. Furthermore, the ambient temperature must hold steady between 25 and 32 degrees Celsius, paired with a relentless relative humidity of 75 to 85%. During the dry intermonsoonal periods, the intense tropical heat bakes the laterite and silica soils. The tree goes into a state of vegetative stasis, conserving water and concentrating its essential oils deep within its vascular tissues. As the Indian Ocean dipole shifts and the monsoons finally arrive, the sky opens. The sudden influx of fresh, nitrogen-rich rainwater triggers a massive biological awakening within the tree. The deep taproots pull the moisture upward, swelling the vascular system and hydrating the canopy. This sudden change in hydrological pressure forces the tree into a period of rapid, explosive cellular division. New leaves emerge in vibrant flushes of deep, blood red, acting as solar collectors before eventually maturing into a glossy, dark green. It is this precise mathematical interaction between the oceanic monsoon and the red soil that triggers the cambium layer to awaken. The tree is now primed for the harvest, its internal fluids pumping at maximum pressure. The physical mechanics of the bark, a living pipe system. To extract cinnamon is to physically dismantle a living circulatory system. The spice is not a fruit, a seed, a flower, or a leaf. It is the raw, structural anatomy of the tree itself. To understand how rough timber transforms into a delicate, aromatic quill, one must examine the micromechanics of plant anatomy. The trunk and branches of Cinnamomum verum are constructed of concentric biological layers, each engineered for a specific survival function. At the dead center of the branch lies the pith, a soft, spongy core. Surrounding the pith is the hard, structural xylem. The xylem acts as the plant's deep plumbing system, pulling liquid water and dissolved iron from the laterite soils up toward the canopy to feed the leaves. Moving outward from the hard wood, there is a microscopic, liquid frontier known as the vascular cambium. The cambium layer is a sheet of actively dividing stem cells, a biological factory often no more than a few cell layers thick. This cambial zone is responsible for the radial growth of the tree. It constantly divides, pushing new xylem cells inward to build the structural wood, and pushing new phloem cells outward to build the inner bark. The phloem is the tree's secondary pipe system. It is designed to transport liquid sugars, synthesized by the canopy through photosynthesis, down into the deep root systems. It is within this spongy, nutrient-rich phloem tissue that the tree stores its potent defensive volatile oils. The oil cells, heavily concentrated with cinnamaldehyde, sit inside this living layer of tissue, waiting to evaporate if the bark is ever breached by an insect or animal. Outside the delicate phloem sits the pheloderm, the phelogen, and finally the tough, protective outer epidermis, often referred to as the cork. The entire purpose of a cinnamon harvester is to surgically extract the phloem while discarding the wood on the inside and the cork on the outside. This is a violent, destructive process. Harvesting requires completely severing the vascular system of the shoot and stripping it bare. The violent harvest, fracturing the crown. Cinnamon cultivation is built on the concept of forced regeneration and managed botanical trauma. If left wild in the rainforest, Cinnamomum verum will grow into a massive, 18-meter-tall canopy tree, producing thick, woody bark entirely unsuitable for delicate spice production. To yield commercial cinnamon, human hands must fracture the tree's natural growth cycle. When a young sapling reaches roughly 2 years of age, it is brutally decapitated. Harvesters execute an agricultural technique known as coppicing, severing the main trunk just inches above the ground at a sharp 45-degree angle. This traumatic event triggers a massive panic response within the surviving root system. Desperate to replace its lost canopy and resume photosynthesis, the stump pushes out multiple, fast-growing vegetative shoots. The single tree is forced to morph into a dense, multi-stemmed bush. These secondary shoots are allowed to grow for up to 2 years until they reach roughly 3 meters in height and a few centimeters in diameter. It is these young, straight shoots that contain the highly prized, paper-thin phloem layer. However, the shoots cannot be harvested on a human schedule. The harvest is entirely dictated by the mathematics of the Indian Ocean monsoon. If a harvester attempts to peel the bark during the dry season, the cambium layer is completely dormant. Without moisture, the phloem is physically glued to the hard xylem wood. Attempting to strip, it will merely shatter the bark into useless, splintered fragments. The harvest must wait for the exact moment the monsoon rains saturate the red soils. When the rains arrive, the tree pulls massive volumes of water upward. The cambium layer floods with sap, expanding rapidly and actively dividing to create new cells. This surge of biological fluid acts as a natural, pressurized lubricant between the hard wood and the soft inner bark. Harvesters watch the canopy closely for the visual cues of this internal flooding. The ideal moment to strike is just as the bright red flush of new leaves begins to mature into a deep green, signaling that the sap is flowing at maximum pressure and the bark is ready to separate. At this exact botanical moment, the shoots are severed and the extraction begins. The micromechanics of the peel. Once the timing is perfect, the straight shoots are severed and rushed to the peeling sheds. The extraction of the phloem is a delicate, intensely physical procedure that has defied modern mechanization for centuries. The architecture of the shoot must be broken down by hand, utilizing specialized tools and generational knowledge. First, the rough, brown outer epidermis, the cork, must be completely removed. Harvesters use specialized curved blades to scrape the shoot entirely clean. This scraping action removes the bitter outer layers and exposes the bright green phyloderm beneath. At this stage, the essential inner bark is still firmly attached to the structural wood via the fluid cambium layer. To break this bond, the harvester employs a technique of blunt force trauma. Using a heavy brass rod, the harvester vigorously rubs the entire length of the scraped shoot. This friction and percussive force serves a highly specific mechanical purpose. The localized pressure physically crushes the microscopic cells within the cambium layer. The delicate stem cells rupture under the brass rod, releasing their localized fluids and totally destroying the structural adhesion between the inner bark and the wood. Once the cambial glue is destroyed, the harvester makes two parallel, longitudinal slits down the length of the shoot, using a razor-sharp peeling knife. Because the cambium has been pulverized and lubricated by the monsoon sap, the bark is free. The entire sleeve of inner bark can be lifted away from the naked wood in a single, pristine sheet. The hard, white xylem wood is discarded or used for fuel, leaving the harvester holding a dripping, fragrant sheet of living phloem. This phloem contains the entirety of the tree's essential oils, exposed to the air for the first time. The biological pipe system has been successfully dismantled. The physics of the quill, cellular dehydration. The freshly extracted bark is wet, highly pliable, and entirely flat. The transformation of this flat sheet into the iconic, tightly rolled cinnamon stick, the quill, is a masterpiece of cellular physics. It is not rolled by human hands, but rather driven by the ruthless mechanics of dehydration and differential shrinkage. When the bark is first stripped from the tree, its cells are highly pressurized with water. This internal cellular water pressure is known as turgor pressure. Turgor pressure pushes outward against the rigid cell walls, keeping the tissue firm, elastic, and structurally flat. As the sheets of bark are laid out in the humid shade of the peeling shed, the surrounding air begins to wick moisture away from the exposed tissues. As the water evaporates into the air, the turgor pressure plummets. Without the internal water propping them up, the cells begin to collapse and shrink. However, the bark is an asymmetrical material. The outer surface of the peeled bark, which formerly faced the cork, contains older cells with high concentrations of rigid lignin in their walls. The inner surface of the bark, which formerly faced the wet cambium, is composed of younger, softer phloem cells with highly flexible walls. As the water leaves the tissue, the softer inner cells shrink at a drastically faster rate than the rigid outer cells. This creates a massive biomechanical stress across the thickness of the bark. The rapidly shrinking inner layer pulls violently on the stable outer layer. Because the outer layer refuses to compress, the entire sheet of bark is physically forced to curl inward upon itself, bending toward the side of maximum shrinkage. This differential shrinkage is the invisible hand that rolls the cinnamon stick. As the edges curl inward, the bark begins to form a tight, golden brown tube. Harvesters capitalize on this physical reaction to build the final product. While the bark is still slightly pliable and curling, they telescope smaller, fragmented pieces of bark into the hollow centers of the longest, most pristine tubes. This process, known as quilling, results in a dense, meter-long cylinder of highly concentrated spice. The compound quill is packed solid with overlapping layers of shrinking phloem. The assembled quills are then moved into direct sunlight to arrest the enzymatic breakdown of the volatile oils. The intense solar radiation flash dries the remaining moisture, locking the cellular architecture in place permanently. The flexible green phloem is now a rigid, brittle, golden-brown quill, humming with stabilized cinnamaldehyde and eugenol. The dehydration process finalizes the harvest, converting living plant tissue into a stable, highly valuable global commodity. The physical mechanics of the tree have been fully co-opted by human agriculture. The global implications of botanical reality. The global consumption of cinnamon relies on an ignorance of these physical mechanics. The thick, rigid shards of Cinnamomum cassia that dominate the modern market are the product of an entirely different evolutionary path. Cassia bark is too thick and woody to undergo the delicate, telescoping quilling process seen in Sri Lanka. It curls once, inward, creating a hard, single-layered scroll that requires heavy machinery to grind. Because the Asian mainland lacks the unique combination of acidic silica sands, red laterite soils, and the exact mathematical rainfall of the Indian Ocean dipole, cassia is forced to rely on massive doses of coumarin to survive. The modern consumer is trading the complex floral eugenol of true cinnamon for a harsh, hepatotoxic chemical defense system. The illusion is maintained purely by the low cost of mainland agricultural production. The real story of cinnamon is an unbroken chain of geographic, geological, and biological necessities. It begins deep in the tectonic past, with the fracture of Precambrian bedrock. This bedrock eroded into the acidic white silica sands of Negombo and the bleeding red laterite soils of the Sri Lankan interior. It requires the immense thermal engine of the Indian Ocean dipole to hurl massive, mathematically precise volumes of monsoonal rain across the island. This specific combination of crushed quartz, iron oxide, and sudden tropical rainfall forces a single species, Cinnamomum verum, to synthesize a miraculous defensive cocktail of volatile oils. The tree's vascular system, driven by the changing seasons, provides a brief, fleeting window where the fluid cambium layer can be shattered by human hands. The subsequent dehydration, driven by the physics of collapsing cell walls, loss of turgor pressure, and differential shrinkage, curls the bark into the final, iconic shape. Cinnamon is not simply a flavor profile engineered for a pastry. It is the anatomical wreckage of a localized botanical struggle. It is the direct product of an island's specific geological violence, refined by the physics of cellular evaporation. To hold a true quill of Ceylon cinnamon is to hold a localized piece of the Earth's biological machinery. It is a circulatory system, perfectly preserved in golden, brittle wood that once commanded the navies of the world. Chapter 2. The Embalmer's Secret. The Chemistry of Preservation. The Antibacterial Agent. Death is, fundamentally, a catastrophic failure of biological data management. The human body is a highly ordered system of proteins, lipids, and fluids that immediately trends toward total entropy the moment the heart stops beating. To an ancient Egyptian embalmer, a fresh corpse was not merely a spiritual vessel or a religious relic. It was a highly volatile dataset of degrading tissues that demanded immediate, aggressive intervention. Their primary professional objective was to physically engineer a chemical pause button to arrest this cellular decay. They needed to freeze the biological record in time, stopping the natural processes of autolysis and putrefaction. Autolysis, a process of self-digestion, occurs when deprived cells burst and release their own destructive enzymes into the surrounding tissue. Putrefaction follows shortly after, as internal bacteria begin digesting the host from the inside out, turning solid organs into toxic liquids. The Egyptian mortuary priests achieved their preservation goals through a staggering mastery of applied chemistry. They approached the human body as a problem of hostile environmental variables that had to be neutralized. The first and most critical tool in their arsenal was desiccation, a cellular drying process. The harsh Egyptian desert offered a natural solution to this problem in the form of natron, a natural salt preservative. Natron is a naturally occurring mineral complex harvested from the dry lake beds of the Wadi Natron, located parallel to the Nile Delta. Chemically, natron consists primarily of sodium carbonate and sodium bicarbonate, often laced with impurities of sodium chloride and sodium sulfate. When packed into and around an eviscerated human corpse, natron acts as an aggressive, highly efficient sponge. It pulls water from the tissues through osmotic pressure, rapidly dehydrating the flesh. By removing the water, the embalmers denied opportunistic bacteria the basic moisture they require to survive and multiply. Furthermore, the highly alkaline nature of the sodium carbonate triggers saponification, a fat-dissolving chemical reaction. This specific process slowly turns the decomposing adipose tissue of the corpse into a stable, soap-like substance that resists further rot. However, desiccation alone was vastly insufficient to guarantee eternal preservation. Once the natron was removed after a period of 40 to 70 days, the dehydrated tissue remained highly vulnerable to ambient humidity and fungal spores. If a natron-dried mummy were simply wrapped in linen and sealed in a tomb, the dormant biological threats would inevitably reawaken. The embalmers required a secondary line of defense to permanently sterilize the biological record. They needed volatile organic compounds to saturate the porous tissues, repel microbial life, and mask the odor of death. This is where the ancient world's most lucrative physical asset entered the mortuary laboratories. Spices were not merely culinary novelties to the Egyptians, they were highly concentrated biochemical weapons. Embalmers packed the empty cranial and abdominal cavities with a dense mixture of sawdust, linen, myrrh, cassia, and cinnamon. Cinnamon was particularly prized, imported at staggering expense, because it possessed a chemical profile uniquely suited to the preservation of dead flesh. The inner bark of the cinnamon tree is saturated with an essential oil dominated by a highly reactive organic molecule called cinnamaldehyde. In the context of embalming, cinnamaldehyde functions as an aggressive antibacterial shield. When saprophytic bacteria, the microorganisms responsible for tissue putrefaction, attempt to colonize a cinnamon-treated corpse, they encounter an incredibly toxic chemical environment. Cinnamaldehyde operates as a broad-spectrum killer, targeting both gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria with ruthless efficiency. The specific chemical mechanics of cinnamaldehyde are brutal and immediate. It belongs to a class of compounds known as alpha, beta-unsaturated aldehydes, which are highly reactive with biological proteins. As bacterial cells come into contact with the volatile oil, the cinnamaldehyde physically binds to the lipids in the bacterial cell membrane. It disrupts the structural integrity of the cell wall, causing a catastrophic loss of cellular pressure. This membrane disruption leads directly to plasmolysis, a violent cellular collapse where the internal structures of the bacteria detach from the cell wall. This collapse leads to the immediate leakage of intracellular substances, essentially causing the invading bacteria to bleed to death on a microscopic scale. Simultaneously, cinnamaldehyde penetrates the compromised bacterial cell and attacks its internal energy infrastructure. It actively inhibits the organism's ability to synthesize adenosine triphosphate, the fundamental energy currency of the cell. By collapsing the cellular energy levels, cinnamaldehyde effectively cuts the power supply to the bacteria's enzymatic engines. The microorganisms are paralyzed, unable to repair their ruptured membranes, and entirely unable to replicate. Furthermore, cinnamaldehyde induces severe oxidative stress within the surviving microbes by generating toxic free radicals. This multifaceted biochemical assault ensures that the flesh of the mummy remains a sterile, hostile environment for centuries. Cinnamon also contains significant concentrations of eugenol, a phenolic aromatic compound that serves as a powerful synergistic partner to cinnamaldehyde. Eugenol is a renowned antimicrobial and antifungal agent that excels at preventing the formation of biofilms. Biofilms are the protective, slimy matrices that bacterial colonies build to shield themselves from environmental threats and toxic chemicals. By utilizing eugenol to strip away this defensive slime, the embalmers ensured that the cinnamaldehyde could strike the naked bacterial cells directly. Together, cinnamaldehyde and eugenol created a highly localized zone of absolute biological sterility inside the mummy. Modern fractional inhibitory concentration index analyses confirm that the combination of these specific volatile oils produces a profound synergistic inhibitory effect on lethal pathogens like Escherichia coli and Staphylococcus aureus. The ancient embalmers did not understand the molecular structure of an energy molecule, nor could they observe a bacterial cell membrane under a microscope. They arrived at this perfect chemical synergy through centuries of grueling empirical trial and error. This biochemical preservation strategy was inextricably linked to the preliminary natron treatment. The extreme alkalinity left behind by the sodium carbonate actually enhanced the stability and efficacy of the cinnamon oils. While cinnamaldehyde can be unstable and prone to oxidation when exposed to open air and light, it remains remarkably stable when sealed within the dark, highly alkaline, and fat-saponified environment of a natron-treated body cavity. The natron neutralized the immediate moisture threat, while the cinnamon oils laid down a permanent, microscopic minefield against future decay. The presence of these exotic compounds in the Egyptian mortuary dataset has been definitively proven by modern analytical chemistry. Using advanced techniques like gas chromatography mass spectrometry, archaeologists have detected the lasting molecular signatures of these materials in ancient burial wrappings. In 2023, researchers analyzing the 3,500-year-old canopic jars of the noble Lady Senetne from the Valley of the Kings found complex balms containing coumarin and benzoic acid. These are key aromatic markers strongly associated with the degradation of complex balsamic spices like cinnamon and cassia. Further archaeological evidence of this long-distance botanical trade was famously discovered inside the mummy of Pharaoh Ramesses II. When French scientists examined his remains in the 20th century, they discovered black peppercorns, a spice endemic only to the wet forests of southern India, stuffed deep inside the king's nostrils. This discovery proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Egyptians were actively utilizing Southeast Asian flora to maintain the structural integrity of royal faces. While the raw plant material often degraded over thousands of years, the volatile chemical markers remain permanently etched into the mummified tissues. The true miracle of Egyptian embalming was not magic, but the precise, weaponized application of botanical biochemistry. The ghost roots, the logistics of antiquity. To understand the sheer logistical miracle of ancient Egyptian mummification, one must look far beyond the borders of the Nile Valley. The biochemical weapons required by the embalmers did not grow anywhere near the arid, sun-baked climate of Egypt. True cinnamon and cassia were endemic only to the wet, tropical forests of South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the island of Sri Lanka. Securing these vital organic compounds meant establishing a global supply chain thousands of years before the formal Silk Road ever existed. Moving fragile, highly valuable botanical matter across the ancient world was an undertaking of unimaginable risk and complexity. This was not a modern, streamlined logistics network with tracked shipping containers and insured cargo. It was a massive, volatile dataset of physical goods that had to be physically managed across thousands of miles of hostile terrain, unforgiving oceans, and unpredictable political borders. Every ounce of cinnamon that arrived in an Egyptian temple had survived a grueling gauntlet of piracy, shipwreck, extortion, and elemental devastation. The earliest and most enigmatic architects of this prehistoric supply chain were the Austronesian seafaring peoples. Originating from the archipelagos of modern-day Indonesia, Malaysia, and Taiwan, these ancient mariners possessed a sophisticated, almost supernatural understanding of maritime technology. They did not hug the coastlines like their Mediterranean contemporaries. Instead, they pushed directly out into the vast, open void of the Indian Ocean. They accomplished this using a revolutionary piece of naval engineering, the outrigger canoe. The outrigger canoe functions, essentially, as an ocean-going sled. By attaching one or two parallel floats to a main central hull using flexible, lash-lug crossbeams, the Austronesians created a remarkably stable, hydrodynamic vessel. These ships were built without iron nails, allowing the flexible hulls to absorb the massive kinetic shock of ocean waves without shattering. Armed with distinctive crab-claw sails, these sailors mastered the art of tacking against the wind and riding the powerful seasonal monsoons. Historical geographer James Innes Miller famously proposed the existence of an ancient, interoceanic cinnamon route that directly linked Southeast Asia to the eastern coast of Africa. While some historians initially debated his specific chronological claims, modern archaeobotanical evidence overwhelmingly supports the core of his theory. Archaeologists have discovered the remains of Asian crops, including rice, mung beans, and tropical spices, at ancient settlement sites on the Comoros Islands and Madagascar. This confirms a massive, prehistoric Austronesian migration and trade network. The logistics of moving cinnamon from an Indonesian forest to an Egyptian embalming table required a complex, multi-stage relay system. No single merchant or sailor completed the entire journey across the globe. Instead, the spice was funneled through a series of highly specialized, regional monopolies, each extracting their own massive profit margin. The movement of this botanical cargo can be explicitly broken down into 4 distinct, hazardous logistical phases. The initial oceanic crossing. Austronesian sailors loaded outrigger canoes with dried cinnamon bark in the Indonesian archipelago. Riding the fierce south equatorial current and the prevailing winter monsoon winds, they navigated thousands of miles across the open Indian Ocean, eventually making landfall in Madagascar or the Comoros Islands. The East African Middlemen Exchange. From Madagascar, the cargo was moved to the eastern coast of mainland Africa. Here, the Austronesian mariners traded their spices to African and Arab middlemen at ancient, undocumented port hubs in exchange for local commodities like ivory, gold, and animal skins. The Red Sea navigation. The African and Arab merchants then transported the cinnamon northward along the coast to the Horn of Africa, a legendary region the Egyptians called the Land of Punt. From Punt, Egyptian flotillas or local intermediaries navigated the treacherous, reef-choked waters of the Red Sea to reach the eastern desert coast of Egypt. The final overland Nile transport. The cargo was unloaded at Red Sea ports like modern Mersagawasis and strapped to the backs of pack animals. Caravans endured grueling, multi-day treks across the scorching eastern desert, navigating rocky corridors like the Wadi Hammamat, before finally delivering the spices to the Nile River for transport to the temple complexes of Thebes. This fragmented supply chain was intentionally shrouded in absolute secrecy by those who profited from it. The Arab and African middlemen who controlled the Red Sea navigation held a lucrative monopoly, and they aggressively protected their market position from the Egyptians. To justify the astronomical prices they charged the pharaohs, these merchants fabricated elaborate, terrifying legends about the origins of cinnamon. They claimed the spice grew in deep, snake-infested glens, or was fiercely guarded by giant birds of prey that built their nests out of the fragrant sticks. These ghost routes functioned perfectly to insulate the true Southeast Asian origin of the spice from the end consumers in the Mediterranean. The Egyptians simply knew that if they sent ships down the Red Sea to the fabled land of Punt, they could exchange their wealth for the life-preserving resins and barks they so desperately needed. Punt became the crucial logistical bottleneck for the entire Egyptian mortuary industry. It was the absolute terminus, where the wealth of the Indian Ocean was funneled directly into the hands of the Egyptian state. The physical toll of managing this trade was immense and unrelenting. Harvesting the cinnamon required stripping the inner bark of the cinnamomum tree during the wet season, rolling it into quills, and drying it precisely to prevent fungal rot before it even touched a ship. Once at sea, the cargo was highly susceptible to moisture. A single rogue wave washing over the hull of an outrigger canoe could ruin a king's ransom in spices. Moving this physical dataset of botanical matter across the ancient world was a constant, exhausting battle against physical degradation. The overland caravan routes from the Red Sea to the Nile were equally perilous. The Wadi Hammamat was a scorching, waterless corridor plagued by bandits and blinding heat. Organizing a caravan required logistical mastery, calculating the exact amount of water and fodder required just to keep the pack donkeys alive long enough to deliver the cargo. Every step of the journey added layers of physical risk and exponential economic markup to the final product. Yet, despite the staggering logistical friction, the trade thrived for millennia. The biochemical necessity of cinnamaldehyde in the mummification process created an inelastic demand within the Egyptian elite. They did not care how many thousands of miles the bark had traveled, nor did they care about the Austronesian sailors who braved the open ocean to harvest it. They only cared that the spice arrived in Thebes, ready to be ground into powder and packed into the empty chests of their god-kings, ensuring their safe passage into eternity. The economics of the divine, temple ledgers. Because of the massive, volatile supply chain required to import it, cinnamon was never simply a plant in ancient Egypt. It was an extreme concentration of national wealth, representing the absolute apex of luxury. The raw economic cost of moving these spices across the Indian Ocean and up the Red Sea elevated them far beyond the realm of common commodities like grain or linen. In the highly stratified, command-based economy of the New Kingdom, exotic spices functioned as a form of hard currency, carefully weighed, heavily guarded, and entirely monopolized by the state. The Egyptian economy operated on a complex system of barter and centralized redistribution, lacking a formal minted coinage until much later in its history. Value was instead anchored to standard weights of precious metals, such as the deben, a standardized measure of approximately 90 grams of copper, silver, or gold. Against this standard, the price of imported cinnamon and cassia was staggering, rivaling the cost of precious metals. To acquire these biochemical marvels, The Egyptian state had to mobilize vast fleets, conscript thousands of laborers, and export massive quantities of its own domestic wealth. The most spectacular physical record of this economic imperative is etched into the limestone walls of the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahari. Reigning in the 15th century BCE, Hatshepsut sought to bypass the extortionate middlemen of the overland caravan routes. She commissioned a massive, direct naval expedition to the land of Punt, sending a fleet of 5 massive ships, each manned by 30 rowers and dozens of marines. The temple reliefs act as a visual ledger of the ancient supply chain, meticulously detailing the logistical triumph of the Egyptian navy. The reliefs at Deir el-Bahari introduce us to the local rulers of Punt, King Parahu and his physically deformed wife, Queen Adi. Hatshepsut's scribes did not merely record a diplomatic story of this encounter. They recorded an exhaustive inventory of extracted wealth. The reliefs proudly boast of ships loaded heavily with the marvels of Punt, including frankincense, live myrrh trees, ebony, ivory, and precious cinnamon wood. This expedition was a massive state-sponsored capital investment, designed to secure the raw materials necessary for the religious and mortuary industries of Thebes. The sheer scale of the operation highlights the economic value of the spices. The reliefs depict Egyptian laborers struggling to carry 31 live myrrh trees, with each heavy root ball requiring 4 to 6 men to lift. By publicly documenting the successful return of these goods, Hatshepsut was demonstrating her ultimate economic power. She proved to her subjects and her rivals that she could command the resources of the known world, funneling the riches of the Indian Ocean directly into the temples of Amun. Further illuminating the raw economics of the spice trade is the Great Harris Papyrus, the longest known papyrus roll from ancient Egypt. Stretching over 41 meters in length, this magnificent document was commissioned during the reign of Ramesses IV in the 12th century BCE. It catalogues the staggering wealth and donations made by his predecessor, Ramesses III, to the major temple complexes of Egypt. The Great Harris Papyrus serves as an exhaustive, quantitative dataset of divine economics, revealing exactly how the state managed its most precious imported assets. Within the endless lists of grain, cattle, silver, and copper, the papyrus carefully itemizes the distribution of rare spices to the priesthood. The scribes utilized specific units of measure, recording the delivery of bundles and measures, emstai of cinnamon and cassia to the temples of Amun, Ta, and Ra. The text records massive distributions, such as 3,129 deben of cassia delivered in a single massive donation block. The exact kilogram equivalent of a emstai remains debated by historians, but the meticulous bookkeeping applied to the spices is highly revealing. It proves that cinnamon was treated with the same administrative scrutiny as gold bullion or weapons-grade bronze. The state tightly monitored every ounce of cinnamaldehyde that entered the country, locking it away in heavily guarded temple treasuries. This strict economic control was necessary because cinnamon was not just an embalming agent. It was a fundamental ingredient in kaifi, a sacred temple incense. Kaifi was the ultimate luxury product of the ancient world, an olfactory masterpiece burned exclusively in the inner sanctuaries of the temples at dusk. Kaifi was a complex, highly engineered compound, and its preparation was a closely guarded secret restricted entirely to the high priesthood. Creating kaifi was an incredibly labor-intensive and expensive process that represented a massive expenditure of national capital. Surviving recipes, such as those carved later into the walls of the Temple of Edfu, list a litany of costly ingredients. These included raisins, wine, honey, frankincense, myrrh, mastic, pine resin, camel grass, and the vital aromatic addition of cinnamon. The raw ingredients had to be individually ground, steeped in wine, boiled with honey, and meticulously blended over several days before being rolled into small, combustible pellets. The Greek historian Plutarch later wrote that the complex aroma of kyphi had the power to rock a person to sleep, brighten dreams, and chase away the troubles of the day. Economically, the daily burning of kyphi in temples across Egypt represented a continuous, massive destruction of capital. The pharaohs were literally setting fire to the most expensive imported commodities in the world. This conspicuous consumption served a vital political and theological purpose. By monopolizing the cinnamon trade and reserving its use for the divine, the pharaohs visually and aromatically separated themselves from the common population. The intoxicating, spicy smoke billowing from the temples was a daily reminder to the masses of the state's absolute wealth and its exclusive connection to the gods. It was an olfactory demonstration of power, proving that the pharaoh controlled the supply chains of the entire known world. A common laborer working in the quarries of the Valley of the Kings could never hope to afford the scent of cinnamon in life. Furthermore, they could never afford its chemical protection in death. While the elite were packed with expensive, imported cinnamaldehyde to aggressively combat cellular decay, the lower classes had to settle for basic natron desiccation and cheap, locally sourced resins. The preservation of the biological record was directly tied to a family's financial ledger. In ancient Egypt, immortality was not a universal human right. It was a luxury commodity, bought and paid for with the rarest barks of the Austronesian supply chain. The ancient spice trade was a self-sustaining cycle of wealth, biochemistry, and faith. The religious demand for immortal flesh and divine incense drove the economic engine that funded the perilous maritime expeditions across the Indian Ocean. The raw biochemical properties of the cinnamon bark validated the exorbitant prices charged by the middlemen, ensuring the trade routes remained active for centuries. From the microscopic destruction of bacterial cell walls to the macroeconomic ledgers of the Great Harris Papyrus, cinnamon shaped the very foundation of the Egyptian state. It proved that the preservation of the past has always carried an astronomical price, measured in copper, gold, and human lives. Chapter 3. The Cinnamologus and the Economics of Scarcity. The Fragrance of Deception. To understand the ancient global economy, one must first be willing to smell it. Long before it was relegated to a commonplace, inexpensive dusting on morning pastries, cinnamon was the scent of the divine. It was the preservative of immortal pharaohs, the intoxicating perfume of Roman patricians, and the ultimate marker of conspicuous, unimaginable wealth. In the ancient Mediterranean world, this simple spice was treated as a substance so profoundly coveted that its true origins were entirely obscured. It was shrouded in one of the most successful, prolonged, and lucrative disinformation campaigns in the history of human commerce. The physical reality of the spice is wonderfully humble and decidedly terrestrial. True cinnamon, derived from the evergreen tree species Cinnamomum verum, is native only to the lush, tropical island of Sri Lanka. Lesser, more pungent varieties, such as Cinnamomum cassia, grow in the humid climates of Southeast Asia and southern China. The process of harvesting these spices is a slow, methodical, and labor-intensive agricultural chore that has changed very little over the millennia. Generations of Sinhalese farmers carefully cultivated these trees, waiting for the perfect moment in the wet season to strip the outer bark. They would meticulously scrape the tender inner bark and leave the delicate layers to dry in the fierce tropical sun. As the moisture naturally evaporated from the plant tissue, the bark curled inward, forming the familiar, fragile, papery quills we recognize today. There is nothing magical, dangerous, or supernatural about the botanical reality of cinnamon. Yet, for thousands of years, the elite buyers of the Mediterranean basin had absolutely no idea that this tropical island, or this specific tree, even existed. To the wealthy citizens of Egypt, Greece, and Rome, cinnamon materialized seemingly out of the harsh, punishing, arid deserts of Arabia. It arrived in their cities on the backs of exhausted camels, having supposedly been wrested from the grip of hostile environments and monstrous creatures. The Arab and Nabatean traders who supplied the West possessed a total, unyielding monopoly on the geographical truth. This absolute control of knowledge created a phenomenon that modern economists refer to as information asymmetry. We will anchor this concept as a blind market. In a blind market, the end consumer is entirely severed from the realities of production, supply chains, and geographical origins. The buyer knows only the final, polished product and the staggering asking price presented to them. The seller, leveraging this profound blindness, can extract a massive, continuous premium. In the ancient spice trade, this blind market was not an accident of primitive geography or poor map-making. It was a deliberate, highly engineered economic weapon utilized by middlemen to extract maximum wealth from their clients. By deliberately obfuscating the true source of the spice, the merchants of the Middle East funneled unimaginable amounts of silver and gold from the empires of the West into their own regional coffers. They actively manipulated the supply, tightly restricted access, and justified their astronomical markups with thrilling tales of horror and heroism. At the very center of this brilliant economic lie was a giant, terrifying, and entirely fabricated creature. The anatomy of a lie, the cynomolgus bird. The earliest surviving Greek account of the international cinnamon trade was written in the 5th century BCE by the great historian Herodotus. In Book 3 of his seminal text, the Histories, Herodotus attempts to methodically document the origins of the world's most exotic and valuable goods. When his narrative arrives at the subject of cinnamon, however, his usually keen geographical observations depart from reality and enter the realm of dark, theatrical fantasy. He openly admits that the Arabian merchants cannot say exactly where the spice grows, though they vaguely suspect it originates in the mythical lands where the god Dionysus was reared. Instead of describing simple farmers and tropical trees, Herodotus describes a terrifying world of sheer, unscalable, inaccessible cliffs. High upon these treacherous precipices, he claims, lived giant, predatory birds of unimaginable size and strength. We will anchor this mythical creature as a fabricated avian guardian. These massive birds, known later in classical Roman literature as the cynomolgus, supposedly gathered dried, fragrant sticks of cinnamon from an unknown, distant land. According to the Arabian traders, the birds used these priceless spice sticks to construct their massive, woven nests directly on the sheer mountain faces of the Arabian desert. The myth served a very specific, highly calculated economic purpose for the middlemen. It established in the minds of the Greek buyers that cinnamon was impossibly difficult to obtain, inherently scarce by nature, and incredibly dangerous for humans to harvest. Herodotus dutifully recorded the elaborate mechanical trick the Arabians supposedly utilized to outsmart the fabricated avian guardian and secure the spice. The Arabian traders insisted that securing cinnamon required extreme physical peril and the sacrifice of valuable livestock. We must analyze this myth by contrasting the steps of the Arabian lie with the actual trade reality of the era. The myth of the bait. The Arabian traders claimed they had to slaughter heavy beasts of burden, such as draft oxen or donkeys, and butcher them into massive chunks of raw meat. The trade reality. The Arabians were actually bartering with Austronesian and Indian sailors at safe, bustling coastal ports, trading simple commodities for bulk shipments of processed bark. The myth of the nests. The traders claimed they transported these heavy carcasses to the base of the sheer cliffs, leaving them as bait before carefully withdrawing to a safe distance. The trade reality. The spice never touched an Arabian mountain cliff. It was safely stored in secure warehouses in the prosperous port cities of Yemen and Oman. The myth of the collapse. The traders insisted the giant predatory birds, tempted by the raw flesh, would fly down, retrieve the heavy meat, and carry it back up to their cliffside nests, causing the delicate cinnamon structures to collapse under the immense weight. The trade reality. The only thing collapsing was the Mediterranean buyer's rational judgment, entirely manipulated by a brilliantly crafted narrative designed to mask the maritime supply chain. The myth of the retrieval. The traders claimed they would then rush forward into danger to safely gather the shattered cinnamon sticks that plummeted to the earth, risking the wrath of the giant birds. The trade reality. The Arabian middlemen simply loaded the pre-packaged bundles of Sri Lankan bark onto their camels and began the long, highly profitable overland trek toward the Mediterranean. This story, eagerly repeated and endlessly embellished for centuries, stands as a masterclass in corporate disinformation. It perfectly justified the astronomical, eye-watering cost of the spice to the Greek and Roman elite. The Arabian traders were not merely asking to be paid for their travel time or their camel feed. They were demanding direct financial compensation for dead livestock, sheer physical danger, and extreme human ingenuity in the face of monsters. Other classical writers, captivated by the romance of the exotic East, eagerly adopted and modified the lie for their own audiences. In his renowned History of Animals, the great philosopher Aristotle wrote of the Kinemon ornion, a magical bird that built its nest in the fragile, impossibly high upper branches of towering Arabian trees. In Aristotle's slightly altered version, the Arabians had to attach heavy lead weights to the tips of their hunting arrows. They would shoot these weighted projectiles into the high canopy to violently topple the nests and collect the shattered spice below. We must treat this persistent mythology not as quaint folklore, but as a tangible, highly effective dataset of market manipulation. The Arab traders were executing a highly successful psychological campaign to deter Mediterranean merchants from ever looking for the true source of the spice. If the Romans truly believed cinnamon grew in the deadly, inaccessible cliffs of Arabia, guarded by giant predatory birds, they would never attempt to sail past the Arabian Peninsula to find it. They would remain trapped in the blind market, quietly paying the middlemen their weight in gold. The desert cartel, the Nabatean bottleneck. To extract the maximum possible wealth from this blind market, the Arabian middlemen required more than just brilliant storytelling. They needed ironclad physical control over the flow of the spice into the Mediterranean basin. This total logistical control was perfected by the Nabateans, an enigmatic, highly organized society of wealthy desert nomads. The Nabateans dominated the overland caravan routes of the Middle East from the 4th century BCE until their eventual fall in the early 2nd century CE. We will anchor the Nabateans as a closed syndicate. They functioned as a flawless monopolistic cartel, an organized, exclusive alliance that deliberately restricts external competition to dictate absolute market terms. The Nabateans did not grow the cinnamon, nor did they sail the dangerous waters to India to fetch it from the Austronesian sailors. Instead, they strategically positioned themselves at the precise geographic intersection of Africa, Europe, and Asia. The Nabateans exerted total control over the famous incense route, a grueling, unforgiving desert highway that connected the southern ports of the Arabian Peninsula to the Mediterranean coast. Any spice, silk, or perfume arriving from the Indian Ocean had to traverse this brutal, arid terrain to reach the highly lucrative markets of Alexandria, Gaza, and Rome. The Nabateans masterfully weaponized this hostile environment, turning the deadly desert itself into an impenetrable defensive barrier against Roman competitors. The absolute heart of their closed syndicate was the spectacular rock-cut capital city of Petra. Carved directly into the towering, rose-red sandstone cliffs of southern Jordan, Petra served as the ultimate, inescapable supply bottleneck for the ancient world. We will anchor this precise logistical concept as a desert valve. All the unimaginable wealth of the East was systematically forced to flow through this single, highly regulated pressure point before it could disperse into the wider Mediterranean basin. The operational mechanics of this desert valve were brilliantly ruthless and highly engineered. The Nabateans possessed an exclusive, deeply guarded secret knowledge of desert hydrology and water management. They meticulously carved hidden water cisterns deep into the solid rock across the Arabian Peninsula, sealing them with waterproof cement to prevent evaporation and camouflaging them from outsiders. Only a trusted Nabatean caravan master knew exactly where to find water in the wasteland. If a frustrated Roman or Greek merchant attempted to bypass the cartel and cross the desert alone, they would simply die of thirst in the dunes. Because they possessed the only viable, water-secure logistical network, the Nabateans could dictate the terms of international trade with absolute, unquestioned authority. They operated as extreme, unapologetic middlemen, purchasing the Indian and Sri Lankan goods from southern Arabian ports for a tiny fraction of their final retail value. Once the cinnamon entered their exclusive caravan network, the Nabateans applied staggering tariffs, protection taxes, and transport fees. Historical sources and modern economic analyses suggest they regularly charged as much as 25% on top of the goods they handled, merely for moving them safely across the sand. The closed syndicate was also entirely unafraid to use brute, violent force to maintain the integrity of its desert valve. When quiet diplomacy or harsh geography failed to deter competitors, the Nabateans engaged in highly targeted, aggressive maritime operations. To deliberately prevent the Ptolemaic Egyptians from attempting to sail down the Red Sea and bypass the caravan routes entirely, the Nabateans deployed fleets of ruthless privateers. These pirates systematically harassed, boarded, and destroyed competing Egyptian and Greek merchant vessels that dared to enter their territorial waters. Their overarching economic strategy was deeply cynical, highly aggressive, and incredibly effective. In some documented instances, Nabatean pirates operating in the Mediterranean would violently rob the very Egyptian vessels to which they had just sold their spices days earlier. They would retrieve the stolen luxury goods, funnel them back into their own overland supply chains, and sell them a second time to the Romans at full price. This brazen double-dipping perfectly illustrates the staggering leverage possessed by a fully mature monopolistic cartel operating without regulatory oversight. The resulting accumulation of wealth transformed Petra from a modest, dusty nomadic encampment into a cosmopolitan metropolis of staggering luxury. The monumental, breathtaking architecture of the treasury and the monastery in Petra was entirely financed by the relentless markup on Eastern spices, incense, and perfumes. The Nabateans extracted the wealth of the mighty Roman Empire not by conquering it with massive standing armies, but by brilliantly throttling its access to the luxuries it hopelessly craved. The economics of information asymmetry. The financial toll of this information asymmetry on the broader Roman economy was devastating, sustained, and highly documented. As the Roman Empire rapidly expanded and politically stabilized under the Pax Romana in the 1st century CE, its cultural appetite for Eastern spices grew exponentially. The elite demand for cinnamon became highly inelastic, meaning that patrician consumers would continue to buy the product regardless of how high the cartel raised the asking price. To understand this irrational market behavior, we must delve into the mathematics and market psychology of antiquity. The genius of the fabricated avian guardian was that it successfully transformed a simple botanical product into a luxury phenomenon. In modern information economics, we observe that certain elite goods entirely defy standard, rational supply and demand curves. These specific luxury items are known to economists as Veblen goods, named after the prominent sociologist Thorstein Veblen. In his 1899 work, The Theory of the Leisure Class, Veblen identified the powerful psychological mechanism of conspicuous consumption. For a true Veblen good, a higher retail price actually increases overall consumer demand, because the exorbitant price itself is the entire point of the public purchase. The purchase is a tool for pecuniary emulation, allowing the buyer to engage in invidious social comparison and publicly demonstrate their vast surplus of resources. Cinnamon in the ancient Roman world was the ultimate, unparalleled Veblen good. Because it was artificially restricted, heavily manipulated, and wildly expensive, the elites of the Roman and Hellenistic worlds demanded it endlessly to showcase their status. It was absolutely not purchased to season everyday meals or flavor common bread. It was exclusively utilized in the most ostentatious, public displays of wealth imaginable, serving to suppress any explicit attempts by rivals to emphasize social status differences. The ancient Egyptians had initially established this high-status precedent by using imported cinnamon for the sacred embalming of their elite dead. The pharaohs relied heavily on the spice's potent antimicrobial properties to preserve royal tissue for eternity, elevating cinnamon to a holy sacrament. The Romans subsequently escalated this conspicuous consumption to staggering, almost pathological heights. They burned the spice in vast, suffocating quantities at public funerals to mask the scent of death and to explicitly demonstrate their immense financial liquidity. The pinnacle of this economic absurdity occurred during the reign of the Roman Emperor Nero. When Nero's beloved wife, Poppaea Sabina, died in 65 CE, the emperor sought to publicly express the absolute depths of his grief and the heights of his power. Nero reportedly burned the entirety of the city of Rome's annual supply of cinnamon on her massive funeral pyre in a single afternoon. This single act of mourning vaporized millions of sesterces of capital, further cementing the spice's reputation as the ultimate symbol of untouchable luxury. This staggering level of spending required a deeply entrenched, society-wide belief in the absolute scarcity of the product. If the Roman patricians knew that cinnamon was simply stripped from abundant, common trees on a tropical island by everyday farmers, the psychological allure would have instantly evaporated. The Arab and Nabatean merchants intuitively understood this complex market psychology. By rigorously maintaining the myth of the cinemologus, they perfectly preserved the Veblen premium and kept the gold flowing. The Roman hemorrhage. We can precisely quantify this massive extraction of wealth, thanks to the meticulous, highly frustrated complaints of Roman intellectuals. In Book 12 of his encyclopedic natural history, the Roman author and philosopher Pliny the Elder explicitly documents the retail prices of these manipulated goods. He notes with profound disgust that the price of high-grade cinnamon and cassia in the bustling markets of Rome had reached an astonishing 300 denarii per Roman pound. To properly contextualize this staggering figure, we must look at the wages of the working class. A standard Roman legionary in the 1st century CE earned a basic annual salary of roughly 225 denarii for risking his life on the frontiers of the empire. Therefore, a single pound of imported manipulated tree bark cost significantly more than a full year's wages for a highly trained professional soldier. This wildly disproportionate pricing structure resulted in a massive one-way wealth transfer from the empires of the West to the kingdoms of the East. Because the Romans produced very little in terms of manufactured goods that the Indian, Sri Lankan, or Arabian markets actually wanted to buy, the massive trade deficit had to be settled in hard currency. The Romans were essentially trading finite, heavily mined precious metals for a consumable, completely non-renewable luxury experience. Pliny viewed this macroeconomic dynamic with profound moral panic and intense economic alarm. In a famously cited passage, he passionately laments the catastrophic, unstoppable drain of silver and gold leaving the Roman imperial borders. He meticulously calculated that the markets of India, China, and the Arabian Peninsula were draining the Roman economy of a minimum of 100 million sesterces every single year. This was an astronomical, empire-shaking sum, representing a highly significant percentage of the state's total liquid capital. Pliny explicitly blamed the foolish vanity of Roman consumers and the cunning manipulation of the Eastern middlemen for this terrifying hemorrhage of wealth. He openly questioned the basic sanity of an empire that would willingly bankrupt its own treasury to acquire fragrant smoke for its temples and funerals. However, his economic analysis, while highly critical and deeply moralizing, perfectly diagnosed the underlying mechanics of the blind market. Modern economic historians, such as Richard Soller, have analyzed Pliny's writings to understand the limitations of Roman economic rationality. Soller notes that while Pliny anticipated certain modern economic theories, he also revealed why Rome failed to innovate out of this crisis. Pliny recognized the lack of market competition, but the Romans lacked the institutional research and development necessary to find alternative supply chains. The Romans were helplessly paying a massive, unavoidable premium for the transaction costs generated by the desert valve and the fabricated avian guardian. The wealth flowing steadily eastward stimulated the economies of multiple, distant civilizations. The southern Arabian kingdoms of Saba and Himyar grew phenomenally rich, acting as the maritime receiving ports for the Austronesian ships. Farther east, the powerful Kushan Empire in Central and South Asia absorbed so much Roman gold from the spice trade that they literally melted down Roman ore to mint their own imperial coinage. The coastal ports of the Indian subcontinent, such as Barigaza and Muziris, swelled into massive, cosmopolitan international hubs of commerce. Yet the true, undisputed architects of this massive wealth transfer remained the Middle Eastern middlemen. By keeping the primary producers and the end consumers permanently separated, the Nabateans and the Arabians ensured that neither side could ever negotiate a fair, transparent market price. The Sinhalese producers in Sri Lanka received a tiny, almost microscopic fraction of the ultimate retail value of their cinnamon, while the Romans paid an artificially inflated maximum. The vast difference, measured in literal tons of silver and gold, was captured entirely within the geographical bottleneck of the closed syndicate. Pliny the skeptic and the limits of rationality. Not every citizen of the ancient world was easily fooled by the theatrical tales of the Arabian merchants. Pliny the Elder, applying the rigorous observation that characterized his natural history, explicitly recognized the economic game being played against his empire. He dedicated significant portions of his writing to debunking the fantastical origins of Eastern spices. Pliny explicitly dismissed the terrifying tales of Herodotus as malicious, highly calculated folklore. He accurately and brilliantly deduced that the stories of giant birds, sheer cliffs, and deadly swamps were invented by the native traders for the sole, cynical purpose of inflating the price of their commodities. He understood that the fabricated avian guardian was nothing more than a tariff disguised as a monster. Yet, even Pliny's sharp, analytical skepticism could not break the iron grip of the blind market. Recognizing a lie is not the same as discovering the geographical truth. Pliny knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Arabians were lying about the giant birds, but he still did not know how to sail a ship to Sri Lanka. He remained entirely trapped in the information asymmetry, forced to observe the massive drain of Roman wealth with bitter, helpless resignation. The sellers in Arabia and Petra still held all the geographic cards, and skepticism alone could not lower the price of cinnamon. The Roman state required a massive leap in navigational technology and geographical intelligence to circumvent the cartel. To break the closed syndicate, they needed to conquer the ocean itself. The secret of the winds. No monopolistic cartel, no matter how brilliantly engineered, lasts forever. The sheer, staggering volume of wealth bleeding out of the Roman Empire eventually incentivized a concentrated, desperate effort to break the blind market once and for all. The key to shattering the information asymmetry lay not in defeating the fierce Nabateans in the desert, but in bypassing them entirely on the unpredictable open ocean. For centuries, The vast Indian Ocean trade network had been governed by a massive, highly predictable meteorological phenomenon, the seasonal monsoon winds. These vast, powerful wind systems completely reverse their direction twice a year with clockwork reliability. From April to October, the fierce southwest monsoon blows directly from the eastern coast of Africa toward the Indian subcontinent. From October to April, the northeast monsoon reverses the flow, blowing steadily back from India toward Africa. The Austronesian, Indian, and Arabian sailors had intimately understood and utilized these winds for generations to facilitate incredibly fast oceanic crossings. They knew exactly when to launch their heavy cargo ships to ride the gales across the deep water, drastically reducing travel time and operational costs. However, in strict keeping with their overarching strategy of information control, they kept the mechanics of the monsoon a closely guarded, state-level secret from the Greeks and Romans. Without this vital navigational knowledge, early Mediterranean sailors operating in the Red Sea were forced into the perilous practice of coastal hugging. They had to sail their ships agonizingly slowly along the treacherous, reef-strewn, pirate-infested coastlines of Arabia. Coastal hugging was highly inefficient, physically dangerous, and easily controlled by the local Arabian kingdoms, who gleefully subjected passing Roman ships to exorbitant tolls, harassment, and taxes. The desert cartel's grip remained entirely secure as long as the Romans were terrified to sail their heavy freighters into the deep, unknown water. The turning point in global economic history occurred around the late 2nd century BCE, during the Ptolemaic era of Egypt, but reached its absolute zenith under the Roman Empire in the 1st century CE. A Greek merchant named Hippalus is traditionally credited in Western classical sources with finally discovering the secret of the monsoon winds. In historical reality, Hippalus likely learned the secret through intense corporate espionage, either from shipwrecked Indian sailors or by carefully observing the seasonal departure patterns of Arabian vessels. Regardless of how the intelligence was gathered, the wide dissemination of this maritime knowledge was the greatest economic disruption of the ancient world. Once the Roman-Egyptian navigators truly understood that they could sail directly across the open ocean, the geography of global trade shifted overnight. This revelation utterly shattered the carefully constructed information asymmetry. The blind market was suddenly, blindingly illuminated. Roman merchants, armed with the precise knowledge of the monsoons, could launch from the Red Sea ports of Myos, Hormuz, and Berenice and bypass the Arabian coast entirely. They bypassed the exorbitant port taxes, they bypassed the hostile coastal raiders, and most importantly, they bypassed the Nabatean desert valve completely. The Periplus and the death of the myth. The resulting surge in direct Roman maritime traffic was economically staggering. The Greek geographer Strabo recorded that prior to the Roman annexation of Egypt, perhaps 20 brave ships a year dared to sail beyond the confines of the Red Sea. After the mechanics of the monsoon were fully understood and weaponized by the state, massive fleets of up to 120 heavy Roman freighters were departing annually for the Indian subcontinent. These Roman merchants finally made direct, face-to-face contact with the source markets of the East. They encountered the bustling, wealthy ports of the Malabar coast and the powerful Tamil kingdoms. Here, they could purchase bulk pepper, ginger, cassia, and cinnamon directly from the primary brokers, entirely cutting out the Nabatean middlemen. The ultimate testament to this new economic reality is the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, an anonymous 1st century Greco-Roman merchant's logbook. The Periplus provides a detailed, highly factual itinerary of these new, deep-water routes. It is the absolute antithesis of Herodotus's romantic, monster-filled history. The Periplus contains absolutely no stories of giant birds, collapsing nests, or sheer, inaccessible cliffs. Instead, it offers precise, practical data on deep-water anchorages, local political dynamics, specific export commodities, and prevailing seasonal winds. The text explicitly lists over 140 specific trade goods, classifying different grades of cassia and cinnamon with clinical, ruthless accuracy. It was, in essence, a highly detailed economic spreadsheet designed to maximize corporate profit. It left absolutely no room for the colorful folklore of the desert cartel. With the publication and utilization of texts like the Periplus, the myth of the Cinemologus was finally and permanently dead. The Roman buyers could see the supply chain clearly, and the era of the blind market was over. The collapse of the closed syndicate. The macroeconomic consequences of this direct maritime access were immediate, severe, and utterly devastating for the middlemen of the Middle East. As the massive Roman fleets increasingly bypassed the overland routes, the sheer volume of commercial traffic funneled through the Arabian Peninsula plummeted. The desert valve, once the source of unimaginable, empire-building wealth, began to rapidly run dry. The Nabatean kingdom, completely unable to respond to the fierce, highly efficient competition of bulk Roman maritime shipping, entered an inexorable, fatal decline. The overland caravan trade simply could not move heavy goods as cheaply or as quickly as a massive fleet of wind-powered freighters riding the monsoon. Without their monopolistic grip on the global supply chain, the Nabateans could no longer extract the massive 25% tariffs that had built the monumental, rose-red facades of Petra. By the late 1st century CE, the Nabatean economy was suffering from severe, terminal structural strain. This profound economic anxiety is clearly, undeniably visible in the archaeological record of their state currency. The Nabateans had proudly introduced silver coins around 60 BCE with an exceptionally high silver content of 97%, specifically meant to rival the purchasing power of the Roman denarius in international markets. As their trade revenues catastrophically collapsed over the next century, the state was forced to systematically debase its currency to survive. By 29 BCE, the silver content had dropped to roughly 65%, and by 50 CE, the silver content of Nabatean coinage had plummeted to a mere 20%. This staggering hyperinflation was the undeniable death rattle of the closed syndicate. Weakened by the total loss of their trade monopoly and crippled by inflation, the Nabatean kingdom could no longer maintain its geopolitical independence against the encroaching Roman superpower. In 106 CE, the Roman Emperor Trajan formally annexed the Nabatean territory, peacefully absorbing the once mighty cartel into the empire as the new province of Arabia Petrea. The Romans seamlessly integrated the remaining caravan infrastructure into their own imperial logistics, fully dismantling the cartel that had bedeviled their economy for centuries. Modern archaeological excavations at Petra paint a vivid, poignant picture of this rapid economic transition. Extensive studies of the city's once thriving perfume and unguent industry, directed by archaeologists like S. Thomas Parker, reveal the depth of the collapse. This local industry relied heavily on imported frankincense, myrrh, and cinnamon to manufacture luxury unguentaria, perfume bottles, for export throughout the Mediterranean. Parker's excavations on the north ridge of Petra show that these domestic manufacturing structures were literally sliced through and destroyed by the construction of later city walls. Without the massive, guaranteed volume of raw materials flowing exclusively through their city gates, the local manufacturing sectors completely failed to revive in the 3rd century CE. Petra slowly transitioned from a vibrant, indispensable hub of global commerce into a quieter, localized administrative center, its golden age of market manipulation firmly in the past. The enduring architecture of scarcity. Despite the dramatic fall of the Nabateans and the permanent exposure of the Cinemologus myth, the core economic principles pioneered by the ancient spice trade survived intact. The Arab merchants lost their total monopoly over the Roman Empire, but they retained significant, highly profitable control over the Indian Ocean networks for many centuries to come. They continued to act as vital, wealthy intermediaries between the Far East and medieval Europe, constantly adapting their strategies to new political realities. The story of the ancient cinnamon trade is ultimately a story about the raw, undeniable power of information. The physical spice itself never changed its biological nature. The fragrant bark of the Cinnamomum verum tree remained the exact same chemical composition, harvested by the exact same manual labor in the exact same tropical climate of Sri Lanka, whether it was the year 400 BCE or 100 CE. What changed across those centuries was entirely psychological and logistical. The Arab and Nabatean traders conclusively proved that the perceived value of a physical commodity is highly malleable. By artificially restricting access, deliberately obfuscating geographical origins, and fabricating theatrical danger, they engineered an absolute masterpiece of artificial scarcity. They deeply understood that a wealthy buyer, hopelessly trapped in a blind market, will pay almost any price for a Veblen good if the narrative is compelling enough. The fabricated avian guardian was not a primitive superstition born of ignorance. It was a highly rational, deeply calculated barrier to entry designed by brilliant businessmen. The myth served the exact same economic function as a modern corporate non-disclosure agreement or a heavily guarded, heavily litigated intellectual property patent. It prevented the competition from understanding the underlying mechanics of the supply chain. When we view the spread of these ancient myths not as foolish fables, but as a tangible, quantifiable dataset of market manipulation, the sheer genius of antiquity reveals itself. The ancient merchants were practicing advanced information economics thousands of years before the discipline had a name, extracting the gold of Rome with nothing more than the scent of a tree and the shadow of a mythical bird. Chapter 4: The Scent of the Empire. Cinnamon is so common today, so effortlessly dusted over morning coffee or baked into sweet winter pastries that we have forgotten its ancient power. We view it as a mere flavor, a comforting background note in the modern culinary landscape. Yet, for the ancient Romans, this curled, dried bark of an evergreen tree was not merely a cooking ingredient. It was a global currency, a geopolitical catalyst, and a ruthless societal divider. To hold a stick of true cinnamon in the 1st century CE was to hold the physical manifestation of empire. The Roman economy in this period can be viewed as a massive, volatile dataset that was bleeding capital for the sake of aromatics. The empire produced immense wealth through taxation, agriculture, and conquest, but it possessed a fatal structural weakness for Eastern luxuries. Rome was a city of stone, sweat, and millions of unwashed bodies, creating an olfactory nightmare that the elite desperately sought to escape. Scent became the ultimate luxury, and cinnamon was its most expensive vehicle. The demand for this spice triggered a chain reaction of commerce that stretched from the foggy shores of Britannia to the monsoon-swept coasts of southern India. It built entire merchant fleets, funded desert caravan cities, and eventually threatened the fiscal stability of the greatest military power on Earth. To trace the history of cinnamon in Rome is to trace the history of a civilization actively hemorrhaging its own wealth. They traded imperishable silver for perishable odors. The story of Rome's spice obsession is fundamentally a story of mathematics and madness. It is the story of how an entire society became hopelessly addicted to the scent of a tree bark that grew thousands of miles beyond their control. This addiction would drain their treasuries, dictate their trade policies, and ultimately offset the macroeconomic balance of the ancient world. To understand the sheer financial gravity of cinnamon in antiquity, we must look at how it functioned as a mechanism of power. The Romans did not discover cinnamon. They inherited a deep, mythological reverence for it from the Greeks and Egyptians. Early historians like Herodotus spun wild tales of giant cinnamon birds that built nests of the precious bark on sheer cliffs in Arabia. These myths were intentionally propagated by Arab merchants to obscure the true origins of the spice in India and Sri Lanka, thereby artificially inflating its price. By the time the Roman Republic transitioned into the Roman Empire, the myths had faded, but the exorbitant prices remained. Cinnamon, along with its closely related cousin cassia, became the premier indicator of immense personal wealth. The physical flow of this bark from the east to the west became a defining feature of the Roman commercial network. However, it was a flow that came with severe macroeconomic consequences. The economics of the pyre. To truly grasp the staggering financial gravity of cinnamon in antiquity, we must look to the summer of 65 CE. Emperor Nero, the volatile and ostentatious ruler of Rome, was mourning the death of his second wife, Poppaea Sabina. Historical accounts from Cassius Dio and Tacitus suggest that Nero himself may have caused her death by violently kicking her in the abdomen while she was pregnant. Overcome with a volatile mix of grief, guilt, and the tyrannical need for public spectacle, Nero decided to break with the deepest of Roman funerary traditions. Normally, elite Romans were cremated, their bodies reduced to ash on a traditional wooden pyre. Poppaea, however, was to be embalmed in the exotic and highly expensive manner of foreign queens. Her body was stuffed with an immense volume of herbs and spices, a process historically favored by the Egyptians to inhibit the bacteria that spoiled the meat of a corpse. But the embalming was only a prelude to the true spectacle that Nero had orchestrated in the heart of Rome. At her public funeral, Nero ordered the burning of an entire year's supply of the city's imported cinnamon and Arabian incense. He did not burn her body. He burned the empire's most valuable aromatic commodities in her honor. This was not simply a grieving husband saying a tearful farewell to his bride. It was the ultimate display of conspicuous consumption, an act we must anchor immediately as a financial flex. By literally burning capital to prove he had it, Nero was sending an unmistakable message to the Senate, the plebeians, and the gods themselves. To comprehend this event, we must treat it not just as a historical anecdote, but as the ultimate mathematical display of wealth destruction. We must look closely at the imperial ledger. Pliny the Elder, the great Roman encyclopedist, noted that a single Roman pound of true cinnamon or high-grade cassia could cost up to 300 denarii. To translate this into the broader economic language of the empire, we must convert it to sesterces, which we will anchor here as a standardized coin, the brass lifeblood of the Roman street market. 1 silver denarius was equal to 4 brass sesterces, meaning a single pound of cinnamon cost a staggering 1,200 sesterces. To place that number in context, a standard Roman legionary in the 1st century earned roughly 900 sesterces for an entire year of grueling, blood-soaked labor on the frontiers. A single pound of this fragile, imported bark cost significantly more than a soldier's annual wage. A simple wooden coffin for a commoner might cost a fraction of a single sesterce in the local markets. Nero was gathering this hyper-expensive material not by the pound, but by the literal ton. The historical estimate is that Nero burned the equivalent of the entire annual production and import quota of Arabia and the East. If Rome was importing even a conservative estimate of 10 tons of cinnamon and cassia a year, the math becomes absolutely horrifying. We are looking at a financial destruction running into the tens of millions of sesterces in a single afternoon. As the flames caught the dry bark, the volatile oils trapped within the cinnamon vaporized, releasing a thick, heavy, and unimaginably expensive cloud of smoke over the Campus Martius. The citizens of Rome breathed in the scent of hemorrhaging capital. Every billow of smoke represented the erasure of thousands of hours of human labor, dangerous sea voyages, and massive desert caravans. Nero's pyre was the apex of financial arrogance, a macroeconomic anomaly localized entirely within a single fire pit. While a wealthy patrician might occasionally burn a few pinches of cassia to mask the stench of a cremated relative, Nero burned a national treasury. He treated the Roman economy as his personal hearth, burning the hard currency of the state to appease the ghost of his wife. The extravagance of this event is even more pronounced when compared to other massive state expenditures of the era. A lavish gladiator show in a major provincial city like Capua or Pompeii cost roughly 400,000 sesterces to produce. When Emperor Vespasian died a few decades later, his entire state funeral, complete with elaborate processions and actors, was budgeted at a highly controversial 10 million sesterces. Nero's bonfire of cinnamon eclipsed these figures effortlessly. He was draining the reserves of the state for a fleeting olfactory sensation. The sheer madness of the act reverberated through the political classes of Rome for generations. It stood as the ultimate proof that the empire's addiction to Eastern aromatics was not just a matter of personal vanity, but a genuine threat to fiscal sanity. The smoke eventually cleared from the Roman sky, but the economic damage was permanently etched into the imperial records. The status metric. While Nero's funeral pyre was an exceptional and highly concentrated event, the everyday use of cinnamon thoroughly permeated the upper echelons of Roman society. It was not enough to simply be wealthy in Rome. One had to actively and aggressively demonstrate that wealth through the physical senses of others. The consumption of imported aromatics became an explicit societal metric for wealth and power. Cinnamon was highly effective at stratifying the population, which we can anchor as building invisible walls of scent to divide the social classes. The plebeians of Rome smelled of garlic, sweat, and the pungent, fermented fish sauce known as garum. The patricians, however, deliberately cultivated the scent of the Indian Ocean. A well-groomed Roman dandy was culturally expected to use hair oils heavily perfumed with balsam and cinnamon before stepping into the forum. By projecting an aura of exotic spice, a Roman politician or socialite was silently communicating their absolute dominance over the empire's vast, global supply chains. This demand for olfactory stratification gave birth to a booming, highly lucrative, and incredibly sophisticated perfume industry. The epicenter of this trade was not in Rome itself, but to the south, in the wealthy Campanian city of Capua. Capua was the spiritual and commercial hub of ancient perfumery, famously housing an entire urban district dedicated strictly to the trade, known as the Seplasia. The winding streets of the Seplasia were lined with the bustling shops of the Ungentarii, the master perfume makers of the ancient Mediterranean. These highly skilled artisans imported raw, exotic materials from the East to blend into heavy, expensive, oil-based unguents. Unlike modern, highly volatile alcohol-based perfumes, Roman scents were thick, greasy affairs. They were specifically designed to be smeared directly onto the skin after a long, intense session of scraping and sweating at the public baths. The crowning achievement of the Capuan Ungentarii was a legendary, high-end fragrance known to the elite as foliatum. The name itself was derived directly from the Latin word for leaf, specifically referencing the primary, most expensive ingredient, the leaf of the Indian cinnamon or cassia tree, known in antiquity as malabathrum. Foliatum was notoriously expensive, a luxury liquid that symbolized supreme physical beauty and unmatched financial extravagance. The recipe for foliatum, as recorded by ancient physicians and historians, was a masterpiece of globalized botany and early chemistry. It required the delicate, precise blending of unripe olive oil, Indian spikenard, Arabian myrrh, and a massive, heavy dose of crushed cinnamon leaf. The resulting oil was so intensely fragrant and profoundly expensive that moralists and satirists frequently targeted it in their writings. Social critics complained bitterly about wealthy women who indulged in such extravagant, foreign indulgences while traditional, austere Roman virtues rapidly eroded. Yet, the use of these heavy cinnamon oils was not purely a matter of vanity. It crossed heavily into the realm of ancient, theoretical medicine. Prominent imperial physicians like Galen explicitly recommended the daily application of fine fragrances to protect the vulnerable human body against illnesses and the plague. They believed that the strong, purifying scent of cinnamon could effectively ward off the corrupted air, or miasma that was thought to cause infectious disease. Thus, the wealthy elite could easily justify their massive, continuous expenditures on foliatum as a strictly necessary health precaution. This medical framework further served in stratifying the perceived survival rates of the rich and the poor. The wealthy were protected by a costly, invisible shield of Indian aromatics. The poor, completely unable to afford the defensive power of cinnamon, were left entirely to the mercy of the city's foul, disease-ridden air. Cinnamon's cultural reach extended far beyond the oiled skin of the bathhouse and directly into the dining rooms of the Roman elite. The wealthy hosted lavish, competitive banquets that were as much about displaying hoarded capital as they were about consuming necessary calories. High-end gastronomy relied heavily on imported, hyper-expensive spices to overwhelm the palate and intellectually impress the invited guests. The ultimate surviving guide to this culinary excess is the famous Roman cookbook, De Re Coquinaria, attributed to the legendary gourmand Apicius. Apicius viewed cinnamon, cassia, and malabathrum as entirely indispensable tools in any self-respecting patrician kitchen. The detailed recipes left behind in his expansive dataset of culinary instruction reveal a deep, cultural obsession with complex, heavily spiced, and incredibly expensive flavor profiles. The Romans did not use cinnamon strictly for sweet dishes, as is common in the modern era. They applied it liberally and aggressively to savory meats, seafood, and complex emulsion sauces. One notable Apician recipe detailed the precise creation of a rich caraway sauce intended specifically for fresh oysters. This dish explicitly required the distillation of costly malabathrum oil to finish the sauce, elevating a local shellfish to an item of extreme luxury. Another recipe for an elaborate seafood stew instructed the cook to boil a spiny lobster and dress it with an aggressive mixture of cumin, pepper, lovage, honey, vinegar, and crushed malabathrum leaves. The primary goal of these recipes was to take an already expensive ingredient and exponentially increase its social value by drowning it in foreign, imported wealth. Even in their sweet courses, the Romans utilized the spice heavily and prominently. Apicius recorded a recipe for a popular dish remarkably similar to modern French toast, known in Latin as a lighter dulcia. Fine white bread was meticulously sliced, the crusts removed, and the delicate crumbs soaked in a rich, thick mixture of fresh milk and beaten egg. The bread was then fried in hot olive oil, drenched in pure, liquid honey, and sprinkled generously with costly cinnamon. To eat such a dessert was to literally consume a global supply chain in a single, decadent bite. The physical material of cinnamon also functioned as a highly effective, chemically active preservative in the ancient kitchen. The natural phenols contained within the bark naturally and effectively inhibited the rapid growth of bacteria, a crucial property in a hot Mediterranean world entirely devoid of refrigeration. Wealthy households could easily afford to rub their slaughtered winter meats with coarse, crushed cinnamon and cassia. This expensive chemical process ensured that the flesh remained edible and relatively safe for months on end. The urban poor, completely lacking access to such expensive chemical protection, were forced to rely on heavy, flavor-destroying salting, or simply suffered the dire gastrointestinal consequences of eating rancid meat. Through the avenues of perfume, religion, and high-end gastronomy, cinnamon became an unassailable physical metric of elite status. If you possessed it in abundance, you were an undisputed master of the universe, capable of reaching across unforgiving oceans to flavor your wine and scent your skin. If you lacked it, you were permanently confined to the olfactory basement of the empire, smelling of cheap labor and local rot. The logistics of the supply chain. To understand how cinnamon was draining the Roman state, one must first map the sheer logistical nightmare of acquiring it. The Romans did not simply purchase spices from a neighboring province. They extracted them from the edge of the known world. The supply chain was a marvel of ancient engineering, maritime daring, and ruthless commercial exploitation. It required the seamless coordination of thousands of individuals across multiple continents and oceans. The journey of a single pound of cinnamon began in the dense, humid forests of southern India or the island of Sri Lanka. Local harvesters stripped the inner bark of the cinnamomum tree, rolling it into the familiar quills and leaving it to dry in the tropical sun. These quills were then bundled and transported to major Indian coastal emporiums, such as the bustling port of Muziris on the Malabar coast. Here, Indian merchants negotiated fiercely with foreign buyers, demanding payment strictly in hard, unadulterated silver or gold bullion. Once purchased, the spices were loaded into the holds of massive Roman merchant vessels. These ships were not the fragile galleys of the Mediterranean, but deep-hulled, heavy cargo freighters capable of surviving the open ocean. A typical Roman merchantman operating on the Indian Ocean run could carry upwards of 500 tons of bulk cargo. To make the crossing, these vessels relied entirely on the seasonal monsoon winds, a meteorological phenomenon discovered by a Greek navigator named Hippalus. The southwest monsoon would carry the heavily laden ships directly across the treacherous expanse of the Indian Ocean toward the Horn of Africa and the Red Sea. The journey was fraught with the constant, terrifying threat of piracy, sudden shipwrecks, and starvation on the open water. Yet, the profit margins on a successful cargo of pepper and cinnamon were so immense that thousands of merchants eagerly risked their lives every single year. Upon reaching the Red Sea, the ships would dock at Roman-controlled Egyptian ports like Berenik or Myos Hormos. The maritime journey was over, but the logistical nightmare had only just begun. The spices had to be unloaded under the watchful, unforgiving eyes of Roman customs officials and military guards. The cargo was then strapped to the backs of thousands of pack camels for a grueling, 12-day trek across the scorching eastern desert. This overland caravan route was heavily fortified by the Roman military, with guard posts and watering stations built at regular intervals to protect the unimaginably valuable cargo from nomadic raiders. The camels would eventually reach the city of Coptos on the Nile River, where the spices were transferred onto river barges. These barges sailed north to the massive, cosmopolitan city of Alexandria, the commercial heart of the Eastern Empire. In Alexandria, the cinnamon was processed, sorted, and finally loaded onto grain ships bound for the port of Ostia, near Rome. By the time a single quill of cinnamon reached the mortar of an unguentarii in Capua, it had traveled thousands of miles, changed hands dozens of times, and incurred massive costs in shipping, security, and taxation. This incredibly complex, highly fragile supply chain was a testament to Roman commercial dominance, but it was also the mechanism of their ultimate financial undoing. The Great Bullion Drain. As the Roman elite rapidly intensified their daily consumption of Eastern aromatics, the empire began to suffer from a profound, structural economic crisis. The insatiable demand for cinnamon, pepper, and silk far outpaced the East's demand for standard Roman goods like wine, glass, and local pottery. This severe imbalance created a massive, perpetual trade deficit, which we must anchor as a bleeding treasury, a gaping, unhealable wound in the empire's financial ledger. Rome was importing lightweight, perishable plant matter and paying for it with the hardest, most imperishable currency on earth. Pliny the Elder, serving as a keen macroeconomic data analyst of his era, watched this process unfold with mounting horror and deep patriotic resentment. In his expansive natural history, he launched a scathing, mathematically grounded critique of the empire's fiscal irresponsibility. Pliny explicitly complained that the massive, one-way outflow of Roman silver and gold across the Indian Ocean was bleeding the state entirely dry. He recorded that, by very conservative estimations, the empire suffered an annual trade deficit of 100 million sesterces to the combined markets of India, China, and the Arabian Peninsula. Of that massive, staggering sum, Pliny estimated that a full 50 million sesterces were drained specifically by India every single year just to feed the Roman appetite for spices. To properly contextualize this bullion outflow, which we will anchor here as a one-way silver pipe pouring Roman wealth directly into the East, we must look at the overall size of the Roman economy. Modern economic historians estimate the total Roman gross domestic product during the early Principate at roughly 10 billion sesterces. Therefore, the empire was losing a full 1% of its total economic output annually just to finance the elite's addiction to transient luxuries. This was not a modern trade built on letters of credit or abstract financial instruments. It was a literal, physical hemorrhage of precious metals. The powerful Indian kingdoms, such as the Chera, Chola, and Pandya dynasties, had very little use for bulk Roman agricultural goods. What they demanded in exact, uncompromising exchange for their mountains of pepper, cinnamon, and malabathrum was cold, hard cash. Roman ships sailed east heavily laden with standard gold aurae and silver denarii, functioning as floating vaults. To truly understand the brutal, uncompromising mathematics of this Eastern spice trade, as lamented by Roman economists, we must explicitly break down the sheer volume of goods moving against the volume of outgoing silver. The weight of the cargo. A single, mid-sized Roman merchant vessel operating on the Indian Ocean could carry an estimated 500 tons of bulk spice cargo, a staggering logistical achievement for the ancient world. The scale of the fleet. The Greek geographer Strabo recorded that in a single, highly active year, up to 120 heavy merchant ships would depart from the Red Sea port of Myos Hormuz bound for the Indian subcontinent. The total import volume. This massive fleet had the terrifying capacity to move tens of thousands of tons of Eastern luxuries into the Roman borders annually, requiring tens of thousands of camels just to cross the Egyptian desert to the Nile. The financial valuation of a single ship. A surviving, fragmented shipping contract known as the Mythological papyrus outlines the precise cargo of a single vessel, the Hermopolis. The raw capital cost. The ship carried a mix of gangetic nard, ivory, and potentially malabathrum, weighing over 3 tons. The papyrus records the total assessed value of this partial cargo at an astronomical 9.2 million sesterces, representing a massive concentration of wealth in a single wooden hull. The imperial tax revenue. Even after the Roman state extracted its brutal 25% import tax, known as the tedart, the remaining cargo held by the merchant was still valued at nearly 7 million sesterces. The Mythological papyrus provides a horrifying, irrefutable snapshot of the macroeconomic deficit occurring in real time. If a single merchant ship could carry a partial cargo worth nearly 10 million sesterces, Pliny's estimate of a 100 million sesterces annual drain begins to look dangerously conservative. The Roman economy was firmly locked in a vicious cycle of spectacular consumption that relied entirely on the continuous, physical exporting of its fundamental monetary base. The hard evidence of this one-way silver pipe is not confined merely to ancient, decaying texts. It is buried deep within the soil of modern India. The archaeological record proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Indian subcontinent became the ultimate, final graveyard for Roman capital. For centuries, laborers and archaeologists digging in the Tamil Nadu region have unearthed massive, spectacular hoards of pristine Roman currency. In historical sites like Pujukkottai and the ancient port of Arakamdu, archaeologists have discovered large clay pots overflowing with gold aurae struck by the early emperors Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, and Nero. These were not random coins dropped by careless, passing merchants in a busy market. They were deliberate, institutional hoards, carefully buried and heavily guarded. The Indian merchants strictly preferred Roman silver and gold because of its incredibly high purity and standardized weight, trusting the stamped face of the emperor more than their own regional bimetallic systems. Once the Roman bullion arrived in India, it rarely, if ever, left. The Indian elite treated the imported coins not just as a medium of exchange, but as high-grade bullion to be hoarded. The Tamil kings would frequently take a sharp chisel and slash a deep cut straight across the face of the Roman emperor on the coin. This deliberate, highly symbolic defacement signaled that they recognized the intrinsic, unadulterated value of the gold or silver, but entirely rejected the political sovereignty of the Roman state. In many documented cases, the Roman coins were permanently removed from the global economy altogether. They were systematically melted down by skilled artisans to create ornate local jewelry, transformed into elaborate ritualistic offerings for Hindu and Buddhist shrines, or locked away deep within massive, heavily fortified temple treasuries. Because these regional temples functioned as localized banks that rarely recirculated their accumulated wealth, the gold that Rome spent on cinnamon essentially vanished from the earth. It was a perfect, inescapable economic sinkhole that was draining the lifeblood of the empire. The collapse of the currency. As the first century gave way to the second and third, the relentless eastern drain began to severely and visibly weaken the imperial treasury. The empire was literally running out of precious metals to coin, creating a crisis of liquidity across the Mediterranean. To maintain the vital illusion of immense wealth, and to continue paying the massive, restless armies required to hold the northern and eastern borders, the emperors were forced into a desperate macroeconomic corner. They began to systematically and secretly debase their own currency. The silver denarius, once a gleaming, unassailable symbol of Roman economic supremacy and trust, was slowly stripped of its precious metal content. Emperors of the Severan dynasty, desperate for cash to fund their endless military campaigns, ordered the imperial mints to mix increasing amounts of cheap copper and bronze into the silver blanks. By the late 3rd century, during the chaotic period known as the crisis of the 3rd century, the once-proud Roman coins were little more than worthless copper slugs dipped in a microscopic, deceptive wash of silver. This drastic debasement triggered rampant hyperinflation, utterly destroying the life savings of the Roman middle class and throwing the internal, domestic markets into absolute chaos. Prices for basic goods skyrocketed, forcing the state to issue edicts attempting to artificially cap the cost of living. The Eastern merchants, who were exceptionally shrewd analysts of metallurgy and global trade, quickly realized that the Roman money was becoming functionally worthless. They vehemently refused to accept the newly debased currency in exchange for their precious cinnamon, nard, and pepper. They demanded payment strictly in pure, unadulterated gold, which the Roman state could no longer reliably provide. When the Romans failed to produce the required bullion, the massive spice fleets simply stopped sailing. The great, bustling port cities of the Red Sea, like Berenike, began to rapidly silt up and empty out as the trade routes shifted and collapsed entirely. The Seplasia in Capua grew quiet, its master perfumers out of work and devoid of raw materials. The heavy, intoxicating scent of foliatum slowly faded from the public baths of Rome, replaced by the grim realities of a contracting, failing economy. The empire was functionally bankrupt, broken in large part by its absolute, stubborn inability to curb its massive appetite for a botanical luxury. The bleeding treasury had finally run dry, and the one-way silver pipe was shut off not by choice, but by total economic exhaustion. The ashes of the ledger. The story of cinnamon in the Roman Empire is the ultimate cautionary tale of an unbalanced dataset and an unchecked, consumerist appetite. It represents the inherent, fatal danger of conspicuous consumption operating on a massive, national scale. The Romans built the most sophisticated, enduring infrastructure of the ancient world, laying down thousands of miles of paved roads, aqueducts, and deep-water ports. Yet, they ultimately used that exact infrastructure to rapidly accelerate their own financial bankruptcy. Nero's burning of the cinnamon pyre was not merely an isolated incident of imperial madness. It was a highly concentrated microcosm of the entire Roman economy. Whether they were burning the spice in the Campus Martius to mask the smell of a murdered wife, grinding it into an oyster sauce in a patrician kitchen, or smearing it onto their oiled skin in the baths of Capua, the Romans were perpetually setting fire to their own capital. They engaged in the ultimate folly of globalized trade, exchanging hard, tangible wealth for something that literally dissolved into the air the moment it was used. By the time the Western Roman Empire ultimately collapsed under the immense weight of barbarian invasions, political instability, and internal rot, the imperial treasury was entirely empty. The vast reserves of silver and gold that had built the legions and funded the monuments were long gone. They were buried deep in the soil of southern India, locked in the unyielding vaults of Tamil temples, or worn as jewelry by kings who cared nothing for the glory of Rome. The lasting legacy of the Roman spice trade is a stark, unavoidable reminder of the power of a single commodity to dictate the fate of millions of people. Cinnamon stratified Roman society, defined their concept of luxury, and ultimately played a critical, undeniable role in offsetting the macroeconomic stability of their world. They bought the scent of the gods, but they paid for it with the empire. Chapter 5: The Monks and the Silk Road. To understand the medieval world, you must first abandon the persistent myth of a bland, boiled era devoid of color or flavor. The air in the highest echelons of medieval Europe did not smell merely of damp wool, roasting mutton, and wood smoke. It smelled sharply and unmistakably of peeled bark, ground roots, and dried flower buds. Above all other scents, the corridors of power smelled of cinnamon. Cinnamon was not simply a culinary afterthought or a seasonal baking ingredient for the elite. It was a hard currency, a life-saving pharmaceutical, and a physical manifestation of a geographical puzzle that European monarchs desperately sought to solve. It was a fragment of the exotic East, carried across hostile deserts and volatile oceans, arriving in Europe at an astronomical economic markup. To hold a tightly curled quill of cinnamon in a drafty stone castle in England was to hold a miracle of logistics and human endurance. During the medieval period, the relentless trade of this specific tree bark fundamentally redrew the economic map of the known world. It altered the flow of global silver, dictated the foreign policies of expanding empires, and transformed the cloistered monasteries of Europe into the premier centers of medical science. The story of cinnamon in the Middle Ages is the story of a shattered geographic map slowly being stitched back together by the sheer force of human demand. Treating the medieval spice trade as a fragmented, monopolized dataset of physical goods moving across hostile borders reveals the true engine of history. This trade was not a gentle exchange of cultures, but a ruthless economic machine defined by monopolizing key routes and hoarding vital resources. To follow the path of cinnamon is to trace the very arteries of medieval global commerce. The spatial shift, the rise of the caliphates. When the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the late 5th century, the unified Mediterranean trade network collapsed right alongside it. The flow of physical goods moving from the east to the west suddenly became a highly fragmented, violently disrupted dataset. The reliable Roman roads degraded into disrepair, and the centralized shipping lanes of antiquity dissolved into localized domains controlled by warring factions. For centuries, Rome had maintained a relatively direct and robust stream of Asian goods. The empire had utilized the Red Sea corridor and forged diplomatic ties with the Kingdom of Axum in Ethiopia to systematically bypass hostile Persian middlemen. But with the Western administration gone, Europe was abruptly severed from the source of its most coveted luxury items. The center of global economic gravity violently shifted away from the Mediterranean basin. This spatial shift was cemented by the explosive, unprecedented rise of the Islamic caliphates in the 7th century. Following the death of the Prophet Muhammad in 632 CE, Muslim Arab armies swept rapidly out of the Arabian Peninsula. By 641 CE, they had captured the vital Egyptian port of Alexandria, essentially locking the front door to the Mediterranean Sea. By the early 8th century, their vast empire stretched from the Iberian Peninsula all the way to the Pamir Mountains of Central Asia. The expanding Islamic caliphates achieved something no previous empire had managed on such a colossal, continental scale. They captured the two most critical spatial chokepoints of the ancient world, the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf. By controlling these narrow, highly navigable waterways, the caliphates established a geopolitical toll booth. They were now capable of completely monopolizing the flow of cinnamon, pepper, and silk moving into the European continent. To understand this immense spatial data problem, one must visualize the segmented Silk Road network of the era. The movement of spices was not a continuous, single-rider journey, but a complex relay race across a massive, interconnected network. The routes were distinctly divided into two primary, highly structured arteries that spanned over 15,000 kilometers. The northern overland routes. Originating in the Chinese capital of Chang'an, these caravan tracks bypassed the harsh Taklamakan Desert and funneled through the high mountain passes of Afghanistan. Goods were relayed through massive Central Asian trading hubs like Samarkand, Bukhara, and Merv. They were then transported to the Islamic capitals of Baghdad and Damascus, eventually arriving at Mediterranean ports like Antioch and Constantinople for European distribution. The southern maritime routes. Dominated by Arab and Austronesian sailors, these sea lanes connected the spice-producing islands of Indonesia and the cinnamon-rich shores of Sri Lanka to the Malabar coast of India. From India, the goods were sailed directly into the Persian Gulf or the Red Sea. They terminated in port cities like Alexandria or Basra, where Italian merchants from Venice and Genoa waited to purchase them at highly inflated prices. Arab merchants were master navigators who rapidly perfected this southern maritime network. They utilized the predictable monsoon winds to cross the Indian Ocean, effectively rerouting the bulk of the heavy spice trade away from the slower, more dangerous overland caravans. By dealing directly with the source markets in Sri Lanka and India, Arab traders successfully cut out the Central Asian middlemen. In doing so, they became the ultimate, unavoidable middlemen for the desperate Europeans. Geospatial data analysis of these pre-industrial trade networks reveals fascinating ecological and economic patterns. Historical GIS models demonstrate a concave relationship between the spread of the Islamic trade monopoly and proximity to these 600 CE trade hubs. The caliphates expanded most effectively into territories that shared an ecological similarity to the Arabian Peninsula. This expansion can be measured using the Gini coefficient of land suitability for agriculture, which captures geographic inequality. Territories characterized by high inequality, featuring isolated pockets of fertile land amid arid expanses, were much more likely to host Muslim trading communities. Islam provided a unifying, trade-promoting institutional framework that secured these vital caravan routes against nomadic raiding. Consequently, the intensity of the spice trade increased dramatically alongside the proximity to these unified Islamic networks. Europeans, meanwhile, possessed virtually no accurate geographical knowledge of where cinnamon actually originated. They knew only that it arrived in the Levant and Egypt securely in the hands of Muslim merchants. The Islamic market, stretching from the Atlantic to Central Asia, was a unified economic bloc boasting a single monetary system of gold dinars and silver dirhams. Arabic functioned as the universal, indispensable language of global commerce, further alienating European buyers. Because European access was so strictly blocked by this geopolitical toll booth, the origins of spices became shrouded in elaborate, terrifying folklore. To protect their sources and justify their exorbitant prices, Arab merchants deliberately perpetuated myths first recorded by ancient Greeks like Herodotus and Aristotle. The most famous and enduring of these was the myth of the cynomologus, widely known as the cinnamon bird. According to this pervasive legend, cinnamon sticks were not harvested from mundane trees by human farmers, but were gathered by massive, fearsome birds residing in deep Arabia. These birds supposedly used the cinnamon quills to build their nests on sheer, utterly inaccessible mountain cliffs. To acquire the spice, local men had to shoot the nests down using heavy lead balls launched from slings. Alternatively, they fired weighted arrows from strained bowstrings, sending the fragile, priceless cinnamon tumbling to the earth below. This myth was accepted as absolute, indisputable scientific fact in Europe for many centuries. It was meticulously copied into medieval bestiaries and major encyclopedias by prominent scholars like Isidore of Seville and Thomas of Cantimper. By obscuring the true botanical nature of the inner bark of the cinnamomum tree, the Islamic monopoly ensured that Europeans would never attempt to seek the source themselves. The economic reality of this spatial monopoly was truly staggering. By the time a sack of true cinnamon, known botanically as Cinnamomum zeylanicum, traveled from Sri Lanka to Alexandria and was then shipped by Venetian galleys to London, its price had multiplied exponentially. The caliphates grew impossibly wealthy off the transit taxes levied at every port. This revenue funded the Islamic Golden Age, turning relay cities like Baghdad into cosmopolitan centers of science, translation, and art. Europe, meanwhile, experienced a massive, debilitating drain of its silver reserves. To purchase these necessary Eastern goods, European merchants had to hand over hard currency, creating a constant, eastward flow of wealth that destabilized local economies. Cinnamon was therefore no longer just a luxury commodity. It was the primary catalyst for the largest wealth transfer of the early medieval period, dictating the rise and fall of maritime republics like Venice and Genoa. The spatial shift was entirely complete by the time of the Crusades. The Mediterranean was no longer a Roman lake. It was a hostile frontier dividing the wealthy East from the impoverished West. The European desire to bypass this fragmented, monopolized dataset would soon become the defining economic obsession of the medieval mind. The geopolitical toll booth had to be broken, but until it was, the monks and lords of Europe had no choice but to pay the price. The economics of humorism, monastic medicine. Why were Europeans willing to continuously bankrupt their kingdoms for imported tree bark? The answer lies not in the culinary arts, but in the hospital ward. To the medieval mind, cinnamon was not primarily a kitchen ingredient used to flavor pastries. It was a highly potent, life-saving pharmaceutical essential to human survival. Following the collapse of the Roman civic infrastructure, the preservation of scientific and medical knowledge in Europe fell almost entirely to the Catholic Church. The isolated monastery became the intellectual and physical center of healing for the continent. Within these thick stone walls, the monastic apothecary functioned as a medicinal vault. The monks fiercely guarded the botanical secrets of human health, carefully hoarding rare ingredients away from the elements and the public. Medieval medicine was almost entirely predicated on the teachings of the ancient Greek physicians Hippocrates and Galen. This comprehensive medical system was universally known as humoral theory. Humoralism treated the human body as a delicate biological balancing act. It directly tied human physiology to the four fundamental elements of the universe: earth, air, fire, and water. According to Galenic texts, the human body was governed by four vital fluids, or humors: blood, yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm. Perfect health was achieved only when these four humors were in absolute, undisturbed equilibrium. Disease was not viewed as a foreign invader, but simply as the physical manifestation of an internal humoral imbalance. Each specific humor possessed distinct thermodynamic properties that required constant monitoring. Blood was categorized as hot and wet. Yellow bile was hot and dry. Black bile was cold and dry. And phlegm was cold and wet. Crucially, every single food, drink, and medicine on Earth was systematically categorized along these exact same axes of temperature and moisture. If a medieval patient fell ill with a winter cold, a respiratory infection, or an excess of mucus, a physician diagnosed them with a dangerous overabundance of cold and wet phlegm. To cure this, the physician could not simply treat the localized symptom. They had to aggressively prescribe a medicine that possessed the exact opposite humoral properties. This was done to forcibly push the body back into a state of thermodynamic balance. This complex biological balancing act is precisely where cinnamon entered the medicinal vault. In the Galenic pharmacological texts, cinnamon was strictly classified as hot and dry in the 2nd or 3rd degree. It was considered an incredibly powerful desiccant and a highly active heating agent. When ingested, it was believed capable of rapidly burning away cold and wet diseases, making it a critical tool in the apothecary's arsenal. European physicians relied heavily on imported Asian spices because the cold, wet climate of Northern Europe produced a diet that was inherently cold and damp. Native European herbs like dittany, willow bark, and fennel were cultivated in modest monastic herb gardens, such as those at Sion Abbey. However, they were considered vastly inferior to the potent botanicals of the exotic East. Asian spices were grown in deep tropical climates near what medieval theologians genuinely believed was the physical, geographical location of the Garden of Eden. Because of this divine proximity, these specific plants were thought to possess miraculous, divine healing powers. The word spice itself derives from the Latin species, meaning special wares, highlighting their elevation above common, local medicinal ingredients. The demand for these medical spices skyrocketed in the 11th century, triggering a massive medical renaissance within the monasteries. Around 1070 CE, a renowned Muslim scholar known as Constantine the African traveled from Tunisia to Salerno, in southern Italy. He brought with him a massive trove of advanced Arabic medical texts, which contained the lost writings of the Greeks alongside brilliant new Islamic medical discoveries. Constantine subsequently converted to Christianity and became a monk at the famed Abbey of Monte Cassino. There, he spent his life diligently translating these Arabic treatises into Latin for a European audience. His meticulous translations revolutionized European monastic medicine. They introduced complex clinical practices like advanced uroscopy and precise pulse taking, elevating the standard of care across the continent. Most importantly for the medieval economy, Constantine's translations fueled an insatiable demand for the rare ingredients utilized in Islamic pharmacology. The translated texts explicitly mandated the use of exotic, imported components like camphor, ambergris, and cassia. Monastic apothecaries were suddenly ordered to procure highly expensive, heavily taxed spices to fulfill these new, advanced medical recipes. One of the most profound impacts of these translated texts was the triumphant revival of a medicine known as theriac. Theriac was the ultimate medieval cure-all, a highly complex pharmaceutical compound originally formulated in antiquity as a powerful antivenom. Constantine's newly translated recipes called for dozens of rare ingredients, including viper's flesh, opium, and massive quantities of imported cinnamon and black pepper. Theriac rapidly emerged as the most sought-after restorative medicine in Europe, compounded specifically by highly trained monk apothecaries. The physical and economic cost of producing this complex medicine was absolutely astronomical. Because it relied on ingredients that had to pass through the Islamic geopolitical toll booth, a single dose of theriac was a luxury reserved exclusively for the absolute highest tiers of the nobility. Beyond emergency antidotes, cinnamon was routinely prescribed for daily physiological maintenance and preventative care. The 12th century Benedictine abbess and visionary polymath Hildegard of Bingen famously utilized cinnamon for deep mental and emotional therapeutics. In her massive botanical encyclopedia, Physica, Hildegard wrote extensively on the emotional properties of the four humors. She theorized that severe depression was caused by an excess of cold, dark black bile. To combat this, Hildegard advised that a patient suffering from melancholy should frequently consume a specialized paste made of ground nutmeg, cinnamon, and cloves. According to her writings, this highly spiced concoction would rapidly calm all the bitterness of heart and mind. To a modern reader, this sounds delightfully like a recipe for a spiced holiday cookie. To a medieval patient, this was a highly precise, aggressively hot and dry pharmaceutical intervention designed to burn away the cold humors clouding the brain. Monks also utilized cinnamon to brew hippocras, a heavily spiced, medicinal wine that was consumed globally. Wine itself was classified as hot and dry, and was widely believed to be the organic substance closest in nature to human blood. By infusing wine with violently hot spices like cinnamon and ginger, physicians created a supercharged, warming tonic. Hippocras was prescribed to fortify the weak, aid sluggish digestion, and protect the fragile body against brutal cold weather ailments. Because of the extreme financial cost of these imported ingredients, monastic medicine was inherently and deeply classist. Only the wealthy aristocracy could afford to have their humors perfectly balanced by imported Sri Lankan tree bark. The peasant class was left to rely on local garlic, leeks, and cow bile. Meanwhile, the nobility relentlessly hoarded cinnamon in their private medicinal vaults, treating it as an insurance policy against mortality. The prescription of cinnamon thus became a definitive economic indicator as much as a medical one. To be truly healthy in the Middle Ages required immense, liquid purchasing power. Health was a physical commodity that had to be bought, shipped across the sea, and ground into a fine powder by a dedicated monk. The medicinal vault was, in essence, a reflection of the royal treasury. The banquet ledger, conspicuous consumption. If cinnamon was highly prized in the monastic apothecary, it was practically worshipped in the noble kitchens. However, the true culinary use of spices in the Middle Ages has been grossly and persistently misunderstood by modern history. For over a century, a remarkably stubborn, illogical myth has clouded our understanding of medieval gastronomy. This pervasive myth claims that medieval cooks used heavy, overpowering amounts of spices like cinnamon, cloves, and pepper to mask the foul taste and odor of spoiled, rotting meat. This urban legend has been carelessly repeated in popular histories, grade school textbooks, and historic museum tour. It suggests a dark age so impoverished and filthy that even powerful kings were forced to eat rancid pork, desperately covering the stench with foreign powders. Prominent historians like Paul Friedman and Terence Scully have completely and thoroughly dismantled this spoiled meat myth. Treating this theory as a simple economic equation instantly reveals its sheer absurdity. Spices were, without question, among the most expensive luxury items available on the entire European continent. Why would a medieval lord, possessing the vast wealth required to purchase spices that had traveled thousands of miles across the Silk Road, squander those precious commodities on rotting meat? The nobility who consumed these spices had constant, uninterrupted access to absolute freshness. They owned massive, private hunting estates, stocked live fish in personal freshwater ponds, and maintained vast herds of livestock that were slaughtered immediately before the feast. Furthermore, spices are fundamentally incapable of preserving meat when compared to standard, cheap medieval methods like salting, smoking, or pickling. Tainted meat is biologically toxic, and no amount of powdered cinnamon can prevent the severe gastrointestinal consequences of eating putrefied flesh. As Friedman succinctly notes, adding rare spices to rotting meat would not mask the flavor. It would only create a highly expensive, deeply foul-tasting poison. The true purpose of cinnamon in the medieval kitchen was not olfactory camouflage. It was a calculated exercise in conspicuous consumption. The medieval banquet functioned as a financial flex. It was a calculated ledger, a physical, edible display of a lord's immense purchasing power and his ability to bypass the Islamic trade monopoly. When a duke hosted a grand feast, he was making a highly visible geopolitical statement. By serving a roasted swan dusted entirely in cinnamon and vibrant saffron, the host was effectively broadcasting his wealth to his political rivals. He was proving, on a plate, that his treasury was deep enough to afford the exorbitant markups applied by the Arab merchants in Alexandria and the Venetian middlemen in the Mediterranean. To understand the sheer magnitude of this financial display, one must deeply analyze the raw economic data of the 14th century. The economic historian John Munro analyzed the wage stickiness of medieval England, painstakingly calculating the daily income of standard craftsmen. In the mid-1300s, a master carpenter or master mason earned roughly 3 to 4 pence a day. During this exact same period, strongly flavored, imported spices like cinnamon, cloves, and mace cost anywhere from 12 to 36 pence per pound. The finer, sweeter true cinnamon imported from Ceylon, known as Cinnamomum zeylanicum, cost 3 to 4 times as much as the coarser Cinnamomum cassia imported from China. This vast price discrepancy was driven entirely by the intensive, hand-harvesting labor required to peel the thin inner bark of the Ceylon varietal. This means an average, highly skilled English workman would have to labor for 3 to 9 full days just to afford a single pound of standard, low-grade cinnamon. To afford a pound of the highest-grade true cinnamon from Sri Lanka, a master mason might have to surrender nearly a month's entire wages. Meanwhile, ordinary domestic foods like almonds or rice cost a mere 2 to 3 pence per pound, highlighting the extreme premium placed on Asian imports. In this stark economic context, the surviving recipes of the era become stunning documents of wealth hoarding. The most famous English medieval cookbook is The Form of Curry, written around 1390 by the master cooks of King Richard II. The manuscript contains nearly 200 recipes, and it utterly shatters the modern stereotype of bland, boiled medieval food. The recipes in The Form of Curry are master classes in daring, heavily spiced gastronomy. They feature exotic, highly regulated meats like venison, swan, and lamprey. These meats were cooked in rich, thick stews that aggressively combined sugar, vinegar, dried fruits, and massive quantities of Asian spices. Culinary historians estimate that nearly 75% of all medieval recipes from noble households require spices of some kind. The royal cooks of Richard II utilized a premixed spice blend known as powder fort, a potent, hot mixture heavily reliant on cinnamon, ginger, and black pepper. They used it to brilliantly season a dish called a pulmy, a complex apple porridge that looked absolutely nothing like modern applesauce. By infusing the dish with precious saffron and cinnamon, the cooks elevated a humble, local fruit into a luxurious dish fit for a monarch. The raw quantities consumed by these noble households were staggering, highlighting the extreme volume of silver continually leaving Europe. In 1511, the household accounts of the Earl of Northumberland recorded the annual purchase of 171.5 pounds of cinnamon. This single, massive spice purchase was intended to flavor the meals of the 166 resident members of the household, serving as a daily, edible reminder of the Earl's supreme status. Similarly, when King Henry I of England feasted, or when the Countess of Leicester hosted a Christmas banquet in 1264, their spice accounts ran into the dozens of pounds. Cinnamon was not just baked invisibly into pies or mixed quietly into sauces. It was frequently strawed, or dusted raw, over the top of a completed dish right before it left the kitchen. This ensured that the elite guests could physically see, smell, and taste the unadulterated, highly expensive powder before it dissolved into a broth. The medieval palate evolved to explicitly crave this specific, complex flavor profile. The mingling of sweet and sour, driven by the combination of cinnamon, fruit, and vinegar, was the absolute hallmark of medieval haute cuisine. It was an aesthetic choice deeply influenced by the Islamic world, where the Arab conquerors had synthesized the culinary and medical traditions of Persia, India, and the Mediterranean into a highly refined, heavily spiced diet. By aggressively consuming cinnamon, the European nobility were participating in a global culinary elite. They were eating the exact same luxury ingredients preferred by the caliphs in Baghdad and the emperors in Chang'an. The spice trade was the invisible, incredibly expensive tether connecting the hostile, fragmented courts of the Middle Ages. Ultimately, the banquet ledger and the monastic apothecary were two sides of the exact same economic coin. Whether the cinnamon was being ground by a monk to balance the cold humors of a dying abbot, or being dusted over a roasted capon by a royal cook to impress a visiting duke, the spice served the same fundamental purpose. It was a highly visible, consumable tool of absolute power. The breaking of the map. To command cinnamon was to command the economic gravity of the medieval world. It required vast fleets navigating the deadly monsoons of the Indian Ocean, endless caravans surviving the freezing passes of the Pyres, and a constant, high-stakes diplomatic dance with the Islamic caliphates. Every single ounce of cinnamon that successfully reached the wooden tables of London or Paris was a testament to the relentless, unstoppable momentum of human commerce. For centuries, Europe was trapped behind the geopolitical toll booth of the Middle East. They paid the exorbitant markups, bled their silver reserves dry, and built elaborate mythologies about giant birds to rationalize their geographical ignorance. The monks hoarded it in the medicinal vault, and the lords displayed it as a financial flex, but both classes were entirely dependent on a supply chain they could not control. This spatial data problem could not remain unsolved forever. The European desire to bypass the Arab monopolies and cut out the Venetian middlemen would eventually drive the continent to pure desperation. The spatial choke points of the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf were simply too tight, the transit taxes too high, and the economic drain of silver too profound to sustain indefinitely. The intoxicating scent of cinnamon would eventually pull European caravels out of the Mediterranean entirely. It would push Portuguese and Spanish navigators down the unknown, terrifying coast of Africa and across the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. In their desperate quest to reroute the spice trade, they would inadvertently close the chapter on the medieval Silk Road, forcefully dragging the world into the modern age and fundamentally redrawing the map of the Earth. Chapter 6. The Catalyst for the World Map. Cinnamon is, at its fundamental biological core, nothing more than the dried inner bark of a tropical evergreen tree. It possesses no inherent nutritional value to sustain a starving crew, and it contains no pharmacological properties capable of curing the plagues that ravaged early modern cities. It cannot be forged into steel, nor can it be woven into sails. Yet, for centuries, the entire architecture of the global economy hinged precisely on the acquisition of this specific, curled strip of wood. To understand the sudden, explosive mapping of our planet, one must first recognize that the early modern world was not charted by romantic explorers seeking abstract adventure. The globe was mapped by ruthless, state-sponsored syndicates executing a massive geospatial data project. This vast cartographic undertaking was fueled almost entirely by the economic demand for a physical piece of tree bark and a handful of pungent seeds. For the wealthy elite of medieval Europe, spices were far more than culinary curiosities. The long-held historical myth that spices were primarily used to disguise the taste of rotting meat is entirely inaccurate. Spices like pepper, cloves, nutmeg, and true cinnamon from the island of Ceylon were the ultimate status symbols of their era. They were deployed in staggering quantities to flavor wines, preserve delicate fruits, and explicitly broadcast the immense wealth of the host. The household of an English duke might consume several pounds of imported Asian spices every single day, treating these dried commodities as a highly liquid form of edible gold. Because these botanical treasures originated in a distant, largely unseen world, the European understanding of their source was clouded by deliberate, profitable myth-making. Arab traders systematically circulated terrifying tales of cinnamon harvests guarded by venomous serpents, or bark stolen from the precipitous nests of giant birds. These narratives were specifically engineered to justify the exorbitant prices charged at the end of the supply chain. Beneath these fantastical myths lay a highly structured, heavily guarded logistical network spanning thousands of physical miles. The journey of cinnamon began on the shores of the Indian Ocean, traveled via ancient maritime routes to the Red Sea, and eventually arrived in the bustling trading hubs of the Eastern Mediterranean. Every single time a sack of cinnamon changed hands, its price compounded exponentially. It moved from an Indonesian outrigger to an Arab dhow, and finally to a camel caravan crossing the burning Egyptian desert. By the time this bark reached the banquet tables of European royalty, it was the most heavily taxed, fiercely protected, and mathematically manipulated commodity on the face of the earth. The geopolitical choke point, the fall of 1453. For generations, the Republic of Venice understood that geography was the ultimate arbiter of commercial destiny. Nestled safely within an impenetrable lagoon on the Adriatic Sea, Venice was perfectly positioned to dominate the flow of luxury goods between the Levant and the hungry, captive markets of Western Europe. By the end of the 14th century, Venetian merchants had established a near-total stranglehold on the importation of Asian spices into Christendom. They did not achieve this by conquering the East with military force. Instead, the Venetians forged highly lucrative, deeply pragmatic alliances with the Islamic powers that controlled the overland trade routes, particularly the Mamluk Sultanate based in Egypt. This delicate, highly profitable equilibrium was violently shattered on May 29, 1453. On that day, the Ottoman Empire, under the brilliant command of Sultan Mehmed II, finally breached the ancient, seemingly impregnable land walls of Constantinople after a grueling 55-day siege. The total collapse of the Byzantine Empire was not merely a profound cultural tragedy for Christian Europe. It was a devastating, hard economic blockade. The Ottoman victory instantly established a massive geopolitical chokepoint, an economic wall that effectively sealed off the Black Sea and tightened Islamic control over the entire Eastern Mediterranean. With the Ottomans rapidly consolidating power over the vital crossroads of Europe and Asia, the traditional Silk Road and overland caravan routes became heavily taxed, highly unstable, and perilous for Christian merchants. However, the Republic of Venice did not stubbornly fight this new geopolitical reality. Instead, the Venetian Senate quickly pivoted to monetize it, forming a ruthless monopolistic cartel, a closed syndicate, alongside the Ottoman and Mamluk authorities. While the Ottomans and Mamluks levied incredibly steep tariffs on all goods passing through their sovereign territories, the Venetians negotiated to secure exclusive maritime access to the vital ports of Alexandria and Beirut. The Egyptian Mamluks placed a flat 33% tariff on all Eastern trade entering their ports, a staggering baseline cost that the Venetians were surprisingly happy to pay. The Venetian merchants understood basic economic leverage. They knew they could easily pass these newly inflated costs directly onto the desperate, spice-addicted consumers of Western Europe. Operating this massive cartel required immense logistical precision and terrifying state-sponsored power. Twice a year, the Venetian government deployed the Galere de Mercato, massive state-controlled merchant galleys capable of safely carrying hundreds of tons of valuable spices across the Mediterranean. Private merchants leased expensive cargo space on these heavily armed vessels, effectively transferring the catastrophic risks of piracy and violent storms to the collective military power of the Republic. Once these galleys returned safely to the Rialto market in Venice, state officials meticulously monitored the quality of the bark, set the baseline prices, and dispatched the spices over the Alps into Germany, France, and England. The mathematical markup executed by this Venetian-Ottoman cartel was nothing short of economic strangulation for the rest of the continent. In the bustling coastal markets of Calicut on the Indian coast, a large sack of pepper or cinnamon could be purchased directly from farmers for a mere handful of copper coins. By the time that exact same sack crossed the volatile Indian Ocean, traveled up the treacherous Red Sea, and was taxed at the bustling port of Jeddah, its price had already multiplied significantly. Moving overland via a slow camel caravan to Cairo, and then floating down the Nile River to Alexandria, subjected the bark to a relentless series of further customs duties and predatory local tolls. When the Venetian galley captains finally acquired the cargo in the markets of Alexandria, the price had already increased tenfold from its original point of harvest in India. The Venetians then applied their own staggering commercial premiums, marking the spices up by another 40 to 50% to cover their shipping costs and ensure a massive profit. Some contemporary medieval accounts suggest retail markups in Northern Europe reached as high as 100% above the inflated Alexandrian price. In total, the grueling logistical journey from Calicut to Venice inflated the price of cinnamon by roughly 30 times its original biological value. By the late 15th century, a single kilogram of high-quality, perfectly curled cinnamon was literally being traded in European markets for its exact weight in pure, refined silver. This monopolistic cartel effectively drained the national treasuries of Western Europe, transferring an endless, glittering river of silver and gold bullion from the deep mines of Germany directly into the fortified vaults of Venice and Cairo. Nations like Spain and Portugal found themselves physically and economically isolated at the far western edge of the European continent, slowly being bled dry by the relentless Venetian middlemen. They realized that as long as they relied on the Mediterranean Sea for their luxury goods, they would remain permanently subordinate to the Ottoman Venetian syndicate. To survive and grow their own economies, these marginalized Iberian kingdoms had to break the economic wall, sparking a desperate, highly calculated search for alternative spatial routes. The ocean-going algorithm, the Portuguese vector. In the early 15th century, Portugal was a small, relatively impoverished kingdom perched precariously on the rocky edge of the Atlantic Ocean. It fielded a total population of under 1 million citizens and possessed negligible natural agricultural resources. Blocked entirely from the lucrative Mediterranean trade by the sheer geographic mass of the hostile Iberian Peninsula and the supreme naval dominance of the Italian city-states, Portugal's only viable frontier was the terrifying, completely uncharted expanse of the Western Ocean. To bypass the Venetian monopoly and stop the hemorrhaging of their national wealth, the Portuguese crown decided to leverage this rugged coastline. They committed to charting an entirely new maritime vector, a plotted sea path down the unknown, deeply feared western coast of the African continent. This audacious initiative was masterminded by Prince Henry the Navigator, a man who approached maritime exploration not as a knightly romance, but as a grueling, highly iterative mathematical algorithm. Henry established a dedicated base of operations at Sagres, a desolate, wind-swept promontory located at the extreme southwestern tip of Portugal, where the land ended and the terrifying ocean began. Here, he systematically gathered a brilliant brain trust of international cartographers, Jewish astronomers, Arab mathematicians, and seasoned maritime pilots. This collaborative environment transformed the chaotic art of maritime exploration into a rigid, systematic science of data collection. Henry was fiercely obsessed with raw, physical data acquisition. He commanded his captains to push slightly further south along the African coast on each successive, terrifying voyage, refusing to accept ancient superstitions about boiling oceans. They were strictly ordered by the prince to constantly record tidal shifts, document complex coastal topographies, map new starry constellations in the southern hemisphere, and return their precise findings to saggers for rigorous analysis. This continuous, exhausting feedback loop of spatial data led to profound technological breakthroughs in ship design and navigation. Realizing that the heavy, deep-draft cargo galleys of the Mediterranean were entirely useless in the volatile, swelling Atlantic, the Portuguese developed the revolutionary caravel. The caravel was a lightweight, highly maneuverable vessel equipped with triangular lateen sails, a design choice that allowed the ship to sail remarkably close to the wind and navigate treacherous coastal shoals. Furthermore, by meticulously recording wind patterns and deep ocean currents, Henry's pilots deciphered the volte du mar, a highly counterintuitive navigational technique. Rather than dangerously hugging the treacherous African coastline on their return journeys, Portuguese ships deliberately sailed far out into the open, seemingly empty Atlantic Ocean. By sailing hundreds of miles out of their way into the deep ocean, they caught the powerful prevailing westerly winds that would eventually blow them safely and swiftly back to the port of Lisbon. Decade after decade, the Portuguese mapped the massive African continent, executing a slow, methodical geographical crawl. This incredibly expensive cartographic project was heavily driven and funded by the promise of West African gold and the brutal, emerging profits of the early transatlantic slave trade. Following Henry the Navigator's death in 1460, the ultimate, grand strategic goal finally crystallized for the Portuguese crown, finding the physical bottom of the African continent and forcibly entering the Indian Ocean. In 1488, the explorer Bartolomeu Dias finally proved this geographical theory correct by successfully navigating his ships around the treacherous Cape of Good Hope. This monumental achievement confirmed that a continuous, deep-water ocean vector to the legendary spice markets of India actually existed. The theoretical algorithm mapped out by Prince Henry had finally been proven valid. It now required a massive, incredibly dangerous capital execution to monetize it. In 1497, King Manuel I of Portugal appointed a minor provincial nobleman with a distinct reputation for ruthless military efficiency, Vasco da Gama, to lead a heavily armed fleet directly to India. Da Gama's historic voyage was absolutely not a diplomatic mission of cultural exchange. It was a high-risk, high-mortality capital investment designed by the state to literally blast a physical hole through the Islamic grip on the Indian Ocean trade network. He was given command of 4 state-of-the-art vessels, including the massive flagship named the São Gabriel. This ship was a sturdy, heavy carrack specifically engineered and constructed to withstand the brutal, deep-water swells of the violent Southern Ocean. Da Gama confidently departed Lisbon in July 1497, executing a massive volta du mar maneuver that kept his small fleet completely out of sight of land in the open ocean for 93 agonizing days. This incredible feat was the longest continuous oceanic navigation successfully attempted by European sailors up to that point in history. However, successfully rounding the southern tip of the African continent required extracting a horrifying physical and biological toll from the human crew. The sailors were subjected to the absolute psychological limits of human endurance, battling monstrous oceanic storms and freezing Antarctic temperatures. Even worse, they suffered the agonizing, unavoidable biological collapse caused by severe scurvy, a disease entirely misunderstood at the time. Without access to fresh vitamin C on the prolonged deep-water vector, the connective tissue of the Portuguese sailors literally began to disintegrate at the cellular level. Da Gama grimly noted in his official logs that his men's feet and hands swelled grotesquely, and their gums grew rapidly and painfully over their teeth. This horrific symptom left the crew completely unable to eat the ship's hardtack, causing many to slowly starve to death while surrounded by rations. Treating this immense human suffering as an entirely acceptable operational cost for breaking a monopoly, Da Gama ruthlessly pushed his diminished fleet up the eastern coast of Africa. Through a mix of intimidation and negotiation, he eventually secured a local, highly experienced pilot in the port of Malindi to safely guide his ships across the unpredictable monsoon winds of the Arabian Sea. On May 20, 1498, the battered, scurvy-ridden Portuguese fleet finally dropped their heavy anchors off the coast of Calicut, India. They had successfully completed the first direct, unbroken oceanic voyage from Europe to the east. The return journey to Portugal proved to be even more devastating than the outbound voyage, plagued by heavily contrary monsoon winds and a massive, fatal resurgence of scurvy among the exhausted crew. The mortality rate was so catastrophically high that Da Gama was ultimately forced to scuttle and burn one of his own valuable ships. He simply no longer had enough living men left standing to safely crew the vessel across the Atlantic. When Vasco da Gama finally limped his surviving ships back into the harbor of Lisbon in the summer of 1499, the grim statistical reality of his oceanic algorithm became fully clear. He had originally departed with a robust crew of 170 healthy men. He returned home with a mere 55 survivors. However, the stark economic reality of the voyage was even more staggering than the horrific death toll. The relatively small cargo of raw pepper and cinnamon hidden in the holds of his 2 surviving ships yielded a total financial return estimated at 60 times the total capital cost of outfitting the entire expedition. A sheer profit margin of roughly 3,000% instantly, and undeniably proved that the new Portuguese sea route was viable. Despite its staggering human mortality rate, the deep-water path was infinitely more profitable for the state than purchasing goods through the overland Venetian cartel. To explicitly understand exactly how this new oceanic vector completely shattered the ancient geopolitical chokepoint, one must examine the comparative economics of the 2 competing spatial models. The overland Venetian route required the physical transfer of cinnamon across multiple distinct sovereign borders. This resulted in heavily compounded customs duties, expensive overland camel caravan transport fees, and predatory, unavoidable taxes levied by both the Mamluk Sultanate and the Ottoman Empire before the goods ever reached a European ship. The oceanic Portuguese route required a single, unbroken maritime transit from the Indian Ocean directly to the port of Lisbon. This deep-water path successfully eliminated all territorial middlemen, bypassed all foreign tariffs, and avoided all Islamic taxation entirely. The cost of transit. While the Venetian model required relatively minimal deep-water sailing within the calm Mediterranean, the Portuguese model absorbed massive upfront capital expenditures. The Crown had to fund the building of massive ocean-going carracks and the casting of heavy bronze artillery to protect the cargo from rival merchant fleets. The human toll. The overland caravan route suffered relatively minimal human casualties due to a vast network of established, safe way stations. Conversely, the Portuguese deep-water route calculated a horrifying baseline mortality rate of 50%, officially accepting mass death by scurvy and storms as a necessary, unavoidable line-item expense for doing global business. The ultimate profit. The Venetian cartel routinely charged European consumers up to 30 times the origin price for a sack of cinnamon. The Portuguese, even after fully absorbing the total financial loss of ruined ships and dead men, could massively undercut the Venetians in European markets like Antwerp and still secure an astronomical 1,000% profit margin. When the shocking news of Vasco da Gama's safe return and his hold full of untaxed spices finally reached the Rialto market in Venice, the Republic's financial markets went into an immediate, panicked shock. The retail prices of pepper and cinnamon plummeted rapidly across Europe as the Portuguese began flooding the northern markets with cheap, direct-source commodities. Portugal did not stop with a single voyage. They rapidly established a network of heavily fortified trading posts, known as factories, along the Indian coast. They ruthlessly used their advanced shipboard cannons to systematically dismantle Arab shipping networks and enforce their own brutal monopoly. By boldly absorbing the high mortality and massive risk of deep-water navigation, Portugal successfully rewired the global economy. They permanently shifted the center of world wealth and cartographic focus from the enclosed Mediterranean Sea out to the vast Atlantic seaboard. The profitable miscalculation, Columbus and the West. While the Portuguese were meticulously gathering oceanographic data along the African coast, a radically rival spatial theory was quietly developing in the mind of an ambitious Genoese navigator. Christopher Columbus fully recognized the exact same driving economic imperative that motivated Prince Henry: the absolute, existential necessity of bypassing the Venetian-Ottoman cartel to access the spices of the East. However, Columbus proposed a radically different maritime vector to achieve this goal. Instead of charting a painfully slow path south and east around the massive, still largely unmeasured continent of Africa, he argued that a ship could simply sail due west across the open Atlantic Ocean. By sailing straight into the setting sun, he theorized, a fleet would quickly and safely reach the rich cinnamon groves and pepper markets of India and Japan. Contrary to a highly popular modern historical mythology, the educated classes and expert mariners of 15th-century Europe fully understood that the Earth was a sphere. No serious navigator or monarch genuinely feared that a ship would sail off the edge of a flat map. The actual, rigorous debate taking place in the royal courts of Europe centered entirely on a single, highly contested mathematical variable: the exact physical circumference of the globe. If the Earth was relatively small, a Western voyage was a highly sound, logical capital investment for a monarch. However, if the Earth was massive, a wooden ship's crew would simply run out of fresh water and starve to death in the endless open ocean long before ever reaching the Indies. To build a compelling pitch for the Spanish crown, Columbus engaged in a desperate, mathematically flawed analysis of both classical and medieval geography. The ancient Greek mathematician Eratosthenes had already calculated the Earth's circumference with astonishing accuracy in the 3rd century BCE. By measuring shadows in deep wells, Eratosthenes arrived at a figure that was remarkably within 1% of the true modern value of 24,901 miles. However, Columbus deliberately discarded this highly accurate ancient measurement. Instead, he heavily favored the later, heavily compromised calculations of the Roman geographer Ptolemy. Ptolemy had severely underestimated the total size of the world's oceans and wildly overestimated the eastward physical stretch of the Asian landmass. Columbus then dangerously compounded Ptolemy's initial geographical errors by relying heavily on the writings of Ulfraganus, a brilliant 9th-century Persian astronomer working in the Abbasid court in Baghdad. Ulfraganus had meticulously calculated the length of a single degree of latitude at the Earth's equator to be exactly 56.67 miles. This specific measurement was incredibly precise, but it was crucially recorded in Arabic miles. An Arabic mile is a unit of measurement roughly equivalent to 1.22 modern English miles. When Columbus read Latin translations of Ulfraganus's complex astronomical texts, he made a catastrophic, fundamental unit conversion error. Because he wanted the world to be small, he simply assumed the Persian astronomer was using the standard Roman mile, which was significantly shorter, measuring only 0.92 modern miles. This incredibly simple misinterpretation of a numerical unit physically shrank the entire world in Columbus's mind. By multiplying 56.67 Roman miles by 360 degrees, Columbus confidently calculated the total circumference of the Earth to be roughly 18,000 miles. This resulted in a spatial model that was a full 25% smaller than the actual physical size of the planet. Furthermore, because he believed the Eurasian landmass was vastly wider than it actually is, he deduced that the Atlantic Ocean was merely a narrow, highly manageable gulf separating Spain from China. Columbus ultimately estimated that the total maritime distance from the Canary Islands to Japan was a mere 2,400 nautical miles. He confidently pitched this as a brief journey his light caravels could easily and safely complete in just 30 days. When Columbus presented this deeply flawed mathematical model to a panel of maritime experts in Portugal, they correctly identified his unit conversion errors and rejected his proposal outright as suicide. Desperate for royal backing, Columbus took his manipulated data to Queen Isabella of Spain. The Spanish monarchs eventually agreed to fund the highly risky expedition, eager for any chance to legally challenge the rapidly emerging Portuguese monopoly in Africa. In August 1492, Columbus set sail into the vast Atlantic, utilizing dead reckoning, a method of sailing by math and stars, while remaining entirely confident in a geographic model that was fundamentally divorced from physical reality. When Columbus finally made landfall in the warm Bahamas in October 1492, his rigid geographical delusions crashed directly into a completely unknown continent. Because his ship's daily logs indicated he had sailed exactly the 2,400 miles his flawed math had predicted, he logically assumed he had successfully reached the outer, unexplored islands of the Asian Indies. This overwhelming psychological confirmation bias completely blinded him to the reality of the New World. He immediately began scouring the Caribbean islands, desperately searching for the specific, high-value commodities required to justify his expensive expedition to the Spanish crown, namely gold, pepper, and cinnamon. Columbus's absolute obsession with breaking the Genoese and Venetian spice cartels heavily influenced his highly inaccurate interpretation of the local Caribbean flora. He possessed absolutely no formal botanical training, yet he desperately needed to find familiar Asian spices to prove beyond a doubt that he was in India. When his crew encountered indigenous populations using local, pungent plants to heavily season their daily food, Columbus aggressively and carelessly mapped Old World commercial labels onto entirely New World biology. He encountered native Caribbean peppers belonging to the capsicum family, which possessed a fierce, biting heat that the indigenous Caribs called agi. Despite these vibrant red fruits bearing absolutely no botanical relationship to the small, black peppercorns of southern India, Columbus immediately dubbed them pepper of the Indies. This desperate act of linguistic marketing created a global culinary confusion regarding the word pepper that persists to this very day. His frantic search for lucrative cinnamon produced an even more fascinating and profitable miscalculation. During his early explorations of the lush islands, his crew enthusiastically reported finding large trees that emitted a strong, highly aromatic odor reminiscent of the valuable spices of Ceylon. The expedition's surgeon, Dr. Chenka of Seville, carefully examined the stripped bark and noted its passing similarity to cinnamon. However, the doctor admitted in his writings that the flavor was slightly bitter and definitely not as refined as the expensive spice sold by the Venetians back home. Columbus eagerly documented this botanical discovery in his official journals, confidently assuring the Spanish monarchs that he had finally found vast, untapped groves of wild cinnamon ready for immediate commercial extraction. What Columbus had actually discovered was Canella winterana, a small, white-barked tree native entirely to the coastal hammocks of Florida and the Caribbean islands. While true Asian cinnamon is delicately harvested from the inner bark of Cinnamomum verum in Sri Lanka, the thicker bark of Canella winterana possesses its own highly pungent, distinctly peppery aroma. The indigenous people of the islands had long used the crushed leaves and bark of the canela tree for medicinal tonics, and as a localized flavoring agent for their food. Desperate for a tangible return on his investor's capital, Columbus ordered the immediate harvesting of this wild cinnamon. He instructed his men to strip the pale bark, dry it in the hot sun, and carefully curl it into tight quills, deliberately mimicking the exact visual presentation of expensive Asian cinnamon. When Columbus proudly returned to Europe carrying bundled shipments of Canella winterana, the sophisticated Spanish spice market quickly realized it was an inferior botanical substitute for the true cinnamon of the East. It possessed a much sharper, more bitter flavor profile, making it completely unsuitable for the delicate, highly spiced sweet wines and complex pastries favored by European nobility. However, the accidental discovery of this white cinnamon and other incredibly potent Caribbean plants initiated a massive, secondary disruption of the global spice trade. The sudden, immense influx of these New World flavor alternatives, such as Jamaican allspice and fiery chili peppers, slowly began to undercut the exorbitant prices maintained by the ancient Asian monopolies. Columbus died still stubbornly clinging to his deeply flawed mathematical model, insisting to his last breath that he had successfully found a new, shorter route to the Indies. Yet his highly profitable miscalculation fundamentally rewired the geography of the globe. While the methodical Portuguese successfully calculated the brutal, physical reality of the oceanic vector to Asia, Columbus accidentally charted the existence of a massive, intervening landmass, simply because he failed to convert his units of measurement. Both of these monumental cartographic endeavors were triggered by the exact same economic stimulus: the desperate, overwhelming need to circumvent an artificial economic wall erected in the eastern Mediterranean. The modern world map was absolutely not drawn by men of idle, scientific curiosity. It was forged in the extreme heat of a massive, high-stakes economic war over the exclusive control of biological commodities. When the heavy cannons of the Ottoman Empire finally brought down the ancient walls of Constantinople in 1453, they inadvertently launched the global age of discovery. The subsequent monopolistic cartel formed by Venice and the Islamic powers pushed the retail cost of a simple piece of tree bark to astronomical heights. This economic strangulation forced the impoverished, marginalized nations of the Iberian Peninsula to look outward toward the terrifying oceans. Prince Henry the Navigator responded to this blockade by turning maritime exploration into a systematic science, patiently compiling decades of geospatial data to build a physical, deepwater pathway around the massive African continent. Vasco da Gama executed that Portuguese algorithm, absorbing horrific human casualties and disease to permanently shatter the Venetian monopoly and flood Europe with cheap, direct-source spices. Simultaneously, Christopher Columbus relied on a corrupted, highly optimistic mathematical formula. He boldly sailed into an ocean that was 25% larger than his math calculated, only to stumble upon an entirely new hemisphere and mistitle its local flora in his absolute desperation for commercial success. Every brass astrolabe cast, every oak caravel constructed, and every new coastline meticulously etched onto vellum during this explosive era was financed entirely by the prospective value of pepper, cloves, and cinnamon. The global economy expanded not through a noble desire for abstract geographic knowledge, but through the relentless, highly mathematical pursuit of a shorter route to the spice markets. In their desperate, violent attempts to source the dried inner bark of the cinnamon tree, these early navigators permanently connected the disconnected halves of the globe, boldly tracing the maritime vectors that would forever define the modern world. Chapter 7: The Portuguese Arrival. To understand the shape of the modern global economy, one must first examine the scent of a crushed leaf. For centuries, the wealthy elite of Europe possessed an insatiable, almost irrational appetite for exotic spices. These aromatic botanical commodities were utilized to flavor meats, preserve perishables, anoint the dead, and signal immense social prestige in aristocratic banquet halls. Yet, the spices themselves originated from a mysterious, geographically distant world that European consumers barely comprehended. The overland trade routes were dominated by Arab and Venetian merchants, acting as a relentless chain of middlemen who drove prices to extraordinary heights. By the early 15th century, the cost of a single pound of cinnamon in a European market required the equivalent of 3 full days of wages for an average laborer. The sheer expense of these exotic goods motivated the maritime nations of the Iberian Peninsula to seek a direct oceanic path to the source. The Portuguese crown, deeply indebted and geographically isolated on the edge of the Atlantic, realized that breaking the Venetian monopoly was the key to unprecedented wealth. They understood that whoever commanded the spice trade would ultimately command the economic future of Europe. This desperation birthed an era of aggressive maritime expansion. The Portuguese were not seeking peaceful cultural exchange. They were hunting for a commercial chokehold. When Vasco da Gama successfully navigated the treacherous Cape of Good Hope in 1498, he proved that the Indian Ocean could be accessed directly by armed European vessels. This singular voyage effectively rendered the ancient, overland caravan routes obsolete overnight. It inaugurated a brutal, highly lucrative era of maritime supremacy, entirely dependent on the application of naval artillery to secure commercial dominance. The Portuguese quickly learned that controlling the sea lanes was insufficient if they did not physically control the land where the spices grew. This strategic realization led them directly to the shores of a tropical island, positioned at the absolute center of the Indian Ocean trade network. Ceylon, known today as Sri Lanka, was the exclusive global source of Cinnamomum verum, a plant that produced the finest, sweetest cinnamon bark in the world. The island's integration into the Portuguese Empire would serve as the ultimate blueprint for European colonial extraction. The colonizers would demonstrate how to completely subjugate a native population, fortify a landscape, and weaponize a botanical supply chain. The storm-blown discovery. The European discovery of the world's most valuable cinnamon forest was an entirely accidental maritime event. In the autumn of 1505, a heavily armed Portuguese fleet commanded by Dom Lourenço de Almeida was patrolling the Indian Ocean, actively hunting for rival Moorish trading vessels. A series of violent, adverse winds caught the armada off the southwestern coast of India, blowing the fragile wooden ships dangerously off their intended course. Seeking desperate shelter from the squall, the exhausted mariners dropped anchor in the natural harbor of Colombo. When the Portuguese sailors disembarked, they were immediately struck by the overwhelming fragrance of the island. They had unwittingly landed on the western coast of Ceylon, directly adjacent to dense, wild groves of Cinnamomum verum. Word of the heavily armed foreigners spread quickly to the nearby capital of the Kingdom of Kot, ruled by King Veera Parakrama Bahu Vii. The Sinhalese chronicles noted the bizarre nature of the Europeans, describing them as pale-skinned men who wore iron hats, ate hunks of white stone, and drank what appeared to be blood. The initial diplomatic encounter between the Portuguese and the King of Kot was remarkably cordial and deeply misunderstood by both parties. Parakrama Bahu Vii, recognizing the formidable firepower of the Portuguese galleons, sought to pacify the strangers with diplomatic gifts. He offered Almeida generous tributes of raw cinnamon bark and live elephants, hoping to establish a mutually beneficial, peaceful trading relationship. The king viewed this exchange as a traditional gesture of regional hospitality toward a visiting maritime power. The Portuguese, however, viewed it as a submission of weakness and an invitation to monopolize. Almeida, an experienced navigator and ruthless corporate diplomat, immediately recognized the strategic value of the island. He understood that the Kingdom of Kot possessed an absolute geographic monopoly on a commodity that European aristocrats prized above gold. The Portuguese had no intention of participating in a competitive, free market exchange alongside the Arab and Malay merchants who already utilized the port. They intended to eliminate all competition, secure the physical supply of the spice, and strictly dictate its export. The fragrant bark offered by the king was the bait that would ultimately ensnare his entire civilization. The biology of the golden bark. To comprehend the fanaticism of the Portuguese occupiers, one must first dissect the biological reality of the resource they sought to hoard. Cinnamomum verum, often referred to as true cinnamon, is a bushy, evergreen tree belonging to the Lauraceae family. The plant is hyperendemic, thriving exclusively in the wet, southwestern coastal belt of Ceylon. The tree requires a highly specific ecological matrix to produce its signature sweet, citrus-laced flavor profile. It demands the consistent, heavy showers of the tropical monsoons, dappled shade, and the island's iron-rich, mineral-dense red soils. Unlike other global spices such as pepper or cloves, which are harvested simply by plucking berries or dried buds, cinnamon extraction is highly invasive. The spice is derived entirely from the fragile inner bark of the tree, requiring a destructive and regenerative agricultural cycle. When a cinnamon sapling reaches roughly 2 years of age, cultivators must ruthlessly coppice the plant, cutting the main bush down entirely to the stump. This aggressive pruning shocks the root system, forcing the stump to rapidly produce dozens of tall, straight, tender side shoots. These secondary shoots are the true prize of the harvest. The timing of the harvest is dictated by an incredibly narrow, unforgiving biological window. The young shoots are allowed to mature for exactly 18 months before they are deemed ready for extraction. If a worker harvests the shoot too early, the essential oils within the bark lack complexity, rendering the spice flavorless and weak. Conversely, if the shoot is permitted to grow too old, the inner bark thickens, turns aggressively woody, and develops a harsh, bitter taste. The Portuguese demanded strict adherence to this precise timeline, completely disregarding the logistical strain it placed on the native workforce. Furthermore, the physical extraction of the bark is entirely dependent on the island's violent weather patterns. The peeling process can only be executed twice a year, immediately following the heavy monsoon rains when atmospheric humidity is at its peak. During these wet periods, the tree's sap flows heavily between the hardwood core and the inner bark, acting as a crucial natural lubricant. If an extraction is attempted during the dry season, the bark will stubbornly fuse to the wood, shattering into useless fragments when scraped. The Portuguese essentially synchronized their entire maritime empire to the sap flow of a Ceylonese shrub. The chemical secret of this bark lies in a potent, volatile compound known as cinnamaldehyde. This essential oil is the biological engine that gives true Ceylon cinnamon its legendary, warm fragrance. However, in its raw, concentrated form within the living tree, cinnamaldehyde acts as a highly toxic, defensive irritant designed to deter pests. To harvest the spice is to engage in prolonged, direct physical contact with a natural chemical weapon. The Portuguese cared nothing for the caustic nature of the sap. They cared only that the concentrated bark could survive a brutal 6-month ocean voyage back to Lisbon without losing its aromatic power. The militarization of commerce. The Portuguese transformation of the global spice trade relied on a fundamental shift in supply chain management. They did not merely want to purchase cinnamon. They wanted to transition from maritime traders to heavily armed, territorial occupiers. In 1518, exactly 13 years after Almeida's initial accidental landing, the governor of Portuguese India, Lopo Soares de Albergaria, arrived in Colombo with a massive, heavily armed fleet. His explicit mandate was to secure a permanent, fortified foothold on the island, utilizing whatever military force was necessary. Albergaria demanded that the King of Cot grant the Portuguese permission to build a trading post directly on the edge of the Colombo harbor. Under the looming threat of naval bombardment, the king conceded, allowing the construction of a modest fortification named Santa Barbara. Initially constructed from rammed earth and protective wooden palisades, this structure was a highly strategic, geospatial insertion into the island's commercial heart. It marked the exact moment the Portuguese abandoned peaceful commerce and inaugurated a brutal, militarized business model designed entirely around a single botanical commodity. The local population immediately recognized the existential threat that this fortified warehouse posed to their economic sovereignty. Muslim merchants, who had facilitated the island's coastal trade for generations, formed an alliance with local Buddhist monks to instigate a violent riot against the Portuguese construction crews. A mob of Sinhalese citizens besieged the building site, armed with bows and a handful of rudimentary cannons, attempting to drive the European occupiers back into the sea. The Portuguese responded with overwhelming, asymmetric violence, utilizing the devastating artillery of their anchored galleons to systematically bombard and disperse the resistance. With the native rebellion crushed, the Portuguese began aggressively fortifying their position. Santa Barbara was soon abandoned in favor of a massive, heavily engineered stone fortress that would serve as the nucleus of Portuguese Ceylon. The Colombo fort was expanded into a sprawling, fortified city heavily defended by thick walls of dressed kabuk and laterite stone. This coastal citadel was specifically designed to guard physical stockpiles of cinnamon bark from rival European powers and internal uprisings, housing massive storehouses, administrative offices, and military barracks. The coastal forts functioned as the architectural backbone of an armed syndicate. The Portuguese established similar stone garrisons in Gala, Jaffna, and Mannar, effectively placing military chokeholds on every viable export route. By stationing heavy artillery directly at the harbor mouths, the colonizers could physically blockade the export of cinnamon by any competing faction. The forts allowed the Portuguese to seamlessly transition from purchasing goods to violently monopolizing the very landscape from which the goods were extracted. They had successfully weaponized the supply chain. The cartaz system and naval enforcement. A fortified warehouse is useless if rival merchants can simply sail to another beach and bypass the monopoly. To ensure total compliance, the Portuguese implemented a draconian maritime extortion protocol known as the cartaz system. The Portuguese crown effectively claimed absolute suzerainty over the entire Indian Ocean, declaring that no vessel, regardless of its origin or cargo, was permitted to sail without purchasing a Portuguese safe conduct pass. This pass, the cartaz, was a maritime protection racket designed to funnel all regional wealth directly into European hands. The system required every independent Asian, Arab, or Indian ship to voluntarily dock at a Portuguese-controlled port and pay exorbitant customs duties before proceeding with their voyage. If a ship was caught navigating the waters around Ceylon without this stamped document, it was immediately classified as a hostile pirate vessel. Portuguese coastal patrols, heavily armed with fast caravels and bronze cannons, would ruthlessly intercept these undocumented ships. The vessels were violently boarded, their cargoes of smuggled spices were confiscated, and their crews were frequently slaughtered or enslaved. This naval enforcement was critical to protecting the artificial scarcity of the cinnamon market. If the Kingdom of Kot attempted to sell surplus bark to independent Indian merchants, the Portuguese blockades ensured those ships never reached the open waters of the Arabian Sea. The cartaz system forced all legitimate commerce to flow through the gates of the Colombo fort, where Portuguese administrators could strictly dictate the buying and selling prices. It was a seamless integration of military terrorism and bureaucratic taxation. However, maintaining this armed maritime syndicate required a staggering financial investment. The continuous naval patrols required a massive fleet of deepwater galleons, which suffered from rapid timber rot, frequent shipwrecks, and the constant depletion of manpower due to scurvy and combat. The revenue generated from selling the Cortes passes, combined with the outright piracy of confiscated goods, was heavily utilized to defray the massive overhead costs of garrisoning the Indian Ocean. The Portuguese essentially forced the local maritime economy to fund its own violent subjugation. Co-opting the Rajakaria. Securing the ocean and building stone fortresses solved the logistical problem of export, but the Portuguese still faced a massive labor deficit. The colonial garrisons were chronically understaffed, lacking the manpower and the localized knowledge required to harvest wild cinnamon from the treacherous, snake-infested jungles. They solved this problem by aggressively co-opting the existing societal structures of the Sinhalese kingdoms. Traditionally, the island's rulers utilized Rajakaria, a feudal extortion ledger, which required citizens to provide specific, caste-based labor to the king in exchange for the right to cultivate land. The Portuguese weaponized this ancient agrarian tradition, hijacking the Rajakaria system to draft a captive workforce capable of satisfying the demands of the European market. The burden of this devastating labor extraction fell entirely upon the Salagama caste. Historically, the Salagama were a community of skilled weavers who had migrated from South India centuries prior, settling along the southwestern coast. Under the pre-colonial Sinhalese kings, the head of a Salagama household was occasionally required to forage for wild cinnamon as a localized, manageable tax payment. The Portuguese rapidly transformed this customary obligation into a nightmare of industrialized conscription. They forcefully reorganized the Salagama community into a heavily monitored administrative prison known as the Mahabata, or the Great Cinnamon Department. This bureaucratic entity was designed solely to manage, track, and punish the peelers. The colonial authorities stripped the Salagama of their traditional weaving livelihoods, permanently binding their entire social identity to the violent extraction of the spice. The caste was treated not as a group of human citizens, but as a highly specialized, extracted resource. Under the Portuguese regime, the parameters of the Rajakaria were ruthlessly expanded to maximize output. It was no longer sufficient for just the head of the household to provide a token tribute of bark. The Portuguese mandated that every single Salagama male, including young boys from the age of 12, was legally required to enter the jungle and harvest a fixed, inescapable production quota. These impossible harvest thresholds were mathematically tied to the worker's age and physical condition, systematically increasing as the boys grew older and stronger. This inescapable labor contract fractured the social fabric of the coastal villages. The original weavers of the coast were transformed into indentured foragers, forced to abandon their homes and families for the majority of the year. During the primary harvesting seasons, the Salagama peelers had to spend up to 8 months isolated in the deep woods, desperately trying to satisfy the insatiable ledgers of their foreign masters. The Portuguese had successfully engineered a captive workforce, ensuring a continuous flow of botanical wealth without paying a single wage. The choreography of extraction. The physical act of harvesting cinnamon was an agonizing, highly specialized craft that required immense dexterity, stamina, and years of generational knowledge to perfect. The Salagama peelers operated in a deeply hostile environment, navigating dense, unforgiving terrain to locate the wild cinnamomum verum bushes scattered throughout the tropical underbrush. They lived in temporary, rudimentary jungle camps known as wadia, enduring monsoon downpours, severe heat, and the constant threat of wild elephants and venomous snakes. It was a grueling existence dictated entirely by the flow of sap. The extraction process was a meticulous, multi-stage operation requiring a specific arsenal of traditional, hand-forged tools. First, the peeler utilized a heavy, curved pruning knife called a ketha to cleanly sever the tall, yellow shoots from the base of the living tree. The severed branches, heavy with moisture and sap, were gathered into massive bundles and physically hauled back to the peeling sheds within the wadia. Here, the worker employed a small, specialized scraping tool known as a cochta to aggressively shave away the rough, corky outer tissue of the branch, exposing the vital, pale inner bark. This initial scraping had to be performed with absolute precision. If the peelers scraped too deeply, they would damage the delicate layers of the inner bark, rendering the spice worthless and jeopardizing their daily quota. The most physically exhausting phase of the harvest immediately followed, the vital process of separation. The peeler took a heavy brass rod and vigorously rubbed the exposed, wet stem up and down its entire length. This intense, repetitive friction intentionally bruised the inner bark, forcing the caustic sap to ooze outwards and loosening the plant tissue from the rigid hardwood core. Once the bark was adequately bruised, the choreography required the precision of a surgeon. The peeler used a tiny, razor-sharp pointed knife called a thalana coquetta to make two perfectly parallel, longitudinal incisions down the length of the shoot. Gently working the blade beneath the bruised surface, the peeler would painstakingly pry the fragile inner bark away from the wood in a single, unbroken sheet. These delicate, wet sheets were immediately nested together, with smaller pieces skillfully tucked inside larger ones to form long, continuous, structurally sound tubes. Using a wooden measuring board known as a pethikatua, the peelers precisely trimmed these nested tubes to exactly 42 inches in length. As the moist bark rested in the heavy, humid air of the shade, it naturally curled inward upon itself, forming the tightly layered, golden-brown quills recognized by European buyers. The quills were then suspended on coir rope racks to air dry for several days before being tightly bound into massive bales. These bales were then marched out of the jungle under armed Portuguese guard, destined for the storehouses of Colombo. The physical toll of the harvest. The human cost of this relentless extraction was physically devastating for the Salagama workforce. The peeling sheds were poorly ventilated, trapping the workers in a toxic, suffocating microclimate. During the aggressive scraping and rubbing phases of the harvest, massive quantities of fine cinnamon dust and caustic sap were released into the air. The high concentrations of cinnamaldehyde present in the raw plant material acted as a severe, chronic irritant to the human body. Prolonged, unprotected exposure to the wet sap caused aggressive skin sensitization and severe contact dermatitis among the peelers. The workers' hands, constantly soaked in the toxic moisture of the bruised wood, routinely developed painful blistering, chronic rashes, and deep, weeping fissures. To mitigate this agony, the peelers sometimes resorted to wearing an angeli capuva, a crude finger cap fashioned from coarse cloth, though this offered minimal protection against the chemical burns. The hands of a veteran peeler were permanently scarred, a physical testament to the brutality of the monopoly. The respiratory trauma was equally severe. Inhaling the thick clouds of irritating cinnamon dust led to severe occupational asthma, chronic coughing fits, and widespread respiratory infections within the wadia camps. The combination of extreme physical exertion, severe caloric deficits, and the toxic working environment resulted in rampant weight loss, premature hair loss, and the constant, painful smarting of the eyes among the captive workforce. The European consumer sprinkled a fragrant powder onto their heavily spiced wine, entirely ignorant of the suffocating, bloody reality of the extraction process. To ensure this agonizing labor continued without interruption, the Portuguese utilized an infrastructure of absolute terror. Maintaining labor discipline among a captive workforce required the constant application of physical violence. If a Salagama peeler failed to meet their mathematically impossible quota, or if they attempted to flee the brutal conditions of the jungle camps, they faced immediate, savage retribution. Punishments for quota failures routinely included severe floggings and public whippings designed to terrorize the broader community into absolute compliance. In cases of perceived defiance, desertion, or the unauthorized theft of cinnamon, the Portuguese colonial authorities escalated to horrific physical mutilation. Peelers caught attempting to smuggle even a single quill of the precious bark faced the immediate amputation of their hands, noses, or ears. This systematic cruelty guaranteed that the flow of cinnamon from the deep jungle to the coastal fortresses remained uninterrupted. The Portuguese effectively governed the Ceylonese forests through the edge of a blade, viewing the mutilation of their workforce as an acceptable operational expense. The economics of blood and bark, the tribute ledger. To fully comprehend the sheer scale of the Portuguese exploitation, one must examine the specific mathematical mechanics of their diplomatic extortion. The Portuguese grand strategy was to force the native Sinhalese kings to shoulder the entire logistical and financial burden of the harvest, while the Europeans simply collected the finished product at the fortress gates. They achieved this by systematically dismantling the free market purchase system and replacing it with a forced tribute economy. In 1518, under the looming threat of naval bombardment, King Parakramabahu VIII of Kot officially signed a treaty declaring himself a vassal of the Portuguese monarch, Manuel I. This political submission was immediately quantified into a fixed, inescapable economic ledger. The brutal mechanics of the Portuguese tribute system were explicitly detailed in a series of escalating treaties designed to systematically bankrupt the local sovereignty. The 1518 baseline tribute. The initial treaty demanded an annual, mandatory tribute of 400 bahars of fully processed cinnamon bark, alongside an extortionate payment of 10 live elephants and 20 ruby rings. This established the baseline that the physical labor of the native population was now the legal property of the Portuguese crown. The 1533 mathematical escalation. As the Kingdom of Kot grew increasingly dependent on Portuguese military aid to survive violent internal civil wars, the colonial authorities forced a heavily revised treaty upon King Buvenkabahu VII. The king agreed to supply 300 bahars annually. The weaponization of weights. While 300 bahars deceptively appeared to be a reduction from the 1518 demand, the Portuguese deceitfully manipulated the underlying units of measurement. They legally redefined the bahar for this specific treaty, demanding that each single bahar equal 3 quintals, or 384 arates. This mathematical trickery effectively raised the actual physical volume of the tribute to a staggering 900 quintals of cinnamon per year. The forced purchase monopoly. Any cinnamon harvested by the native population beyond the crushing 900 quintal tribute could not be sold on the open market. The king was legally forced to sell his entire remaining surplus strictly to the Portuguese at a fixed, artificially suppressed rate of 2 cruzados per bahar for high-grade bark, completely eliminating his ability to trade with independent Arab or Indian merchants. This tribute economy allowed the Portuguese to secure vast quantities of the world's most valuable spice for virtually nothing. The cinnamon that they did deign to purchase from the Ceylonese kings was acquired at prices that defied any rational economic reality. A bahar of high-quality cinnamon, forcefully purchased in Kot for a mere fraction of a cruzado, could be loaded onto a galleon, sailed across the narrow strait, and immediately sold in the Indian markets of Calicut for more than 10 times that original price. The profit margins became truly astronomical once the spice fleets successfully navigated the treacherous Cape of Good Hope and arrived at the docks of Europe. The Casa de India, the centralized royal trading house in Lisbon, managed the offloading, taxation, and final distribution of the Asian spice cargoes. Cinnamon that had been extracted from the bruised hands of the Salagama peelers at an effective cost of 2.5 cruzados per quintal was routinely auctioned to European wholesalers for anywhere between 30 and 80 cruzados per quintal. This represented a massive 1,000% markup, funneling unprecedented liquidity into the Portuguese royal treasury. The illusion of profit, overhead, and empire. Despite the staggering markup on a pound of Ceylon cinnamon, the Portuguese crown constantly flirted with financial exhaustion. The fundamental flaw in their colonial business model was the astronomical overhead cost required to project military power across an entire ocean. Maintaining a strict monopoly on a botanical commodity required an infrastructure of violence that was incredibly expensive to build, staff, and provision. The Estado de India was not a peaceful trading company. It was a sprawling, decentralized military occupation stretched dangerously thin across thousands of miles of hostile coastline. The coastal forts in Ceylon, such as the sprawling complex at Colombo, were massive financial drains. They required constant architectural reinforcement to withstand the corrosive monsoon rains and the artillery bombardments of rival inland kingdoms. These fortresses had to be permanently staffed with hundreds of Portuguese soldiers, mercenaries, and administrators, all of whom demanded salaries, daily rations, and modern weaponry shipped directly from Europe or India. The sheer logistical nightmare of supplying a standing army on a tropical island slowly ate away at the royal spice profits. Furthermore, the entire monopoly relied on a massive fleet of deep-water galleons and coastal patrol boats to enforce the Cartaz system and blockade the smuggling routes. The capital required to build a single armed galleon in the early 16th century was exorbitant, and outfitting it for a multi-year deployment severely drained the royal coffers. Between 1500 and 1635, the Portuguese were launching heavily armed fleets every year, requiring a massive mobilization of shipbuilders, sailors, and military provisions. The maintenance of this wooden armada was a continuous, bleeding expense on the royal ledger. Corruption within the ranks of the colonial administration further eroded the profitability of the enterprise. Portuguese officers stationed in Colombo and Goa were notoriously self-serving, utilizing the isolation of their posts to engage in rampant graft. Fort commanders routinely inflated the reported costs of garrison maintenance while secretly siphoning the physical spice stockpiles for their own personal enrichment. They frequently used royal ships to smuggle their own private caches of cinnamon back to Europe, entirely bypassing the Casa de India taxes and directly undercutting the king's monopoly. By the late 16th century, the immense administrative bloat and widespread embezzlement meant that the net profits returning to the king in Lisbon were often a fraction of the gross revenues generated in Asia. The Portuguese royal profit, which once exceeded 250,000 cruzados per annum, plummeted to under 90,000 cruzados as the costs of continuous warfare and systemic corruption took their toll. The crown found itself trapped in a vicious cycle. They needed the cinnamon to pay for the soldiers, but they needed the soldiers to extract the cinnamon. The Portuguese experiment in Ceylon ultimately proved that an empire built entirely on the violent monopolization of a single plant was inherently fragile. They had successfully weaponized the supply chain, converting the Salagama caste into a captive labor machine and transforming the port of Colombo into a heavily armed warehouse. They had achieved unprecedented control over the flow of cinnamomum verum to the European market, reaping the short-term financial rewards of their brutal tribute ledgers. Yet, the staggering, unsustainable costs of their militarized commerce left them financially exhausted, overextended, and militarily vulnerable. When the Dutch East India Company arrived in the Indian Ocean in the early 17th century, they encountered a Portuguese empire that was administratively rotting from within. The Dutch would eventually conquer the coastal forts, appropriate the captive Salagama workforce, and enforce the cinnamon quotas with an even colder, more corporate efficiency. The Portuguese arrival in 1518 did not just alter the history of a small island. It established the dark, blood-soaked blueprint for centuries of European corporate imperialism that would follow. The scent of the golden bark had forever changed the world, leaving a legacy of systemic subjugation lingering deeply in the soil. Chapter 8: The Ultimate Megacorporation. To understand the architecture of the modern global economy, one must first understand the scent of dried tree bark. Long before the era of silicon microchips, offshore tax havens, and algorithmic high-frequency trading, the blueprint for the ruthless multinational enterprise was drawn in the dense, humid forests of the Indian Ocean. The commodity in question was cinnamon, a spice so fiercely coveted that European consumers willingly paid exorbitant, reality-defying premiums for it. For centuries, the true botanical source of this sweet, aromatic bark was a jealously guarded secret. Middle Eastern and Venetian merchants hid the origins of the spice behind elaborate, terrifying tales of giant nesting birds and winged serpents, all carefully designed to justify a 500% retail markup. By the early 17th century, the mythological shroud had been torn away, and the true source of the world's finest cinnamon was revealed to be the tropical island of Ceylon, known today as Sri Lanka. Almost overnight, this lush island became the epicenter of a brutal, century-long corporate war. The Dutch East India Company, formerly known in its native tongue as the Verenigd Oostindische Compagnie, or the VOC, recognized that whoever controlled the peeling of this specific bark controlled a global financial empire. Established in the year 1602 by the States General of the Dutch Republic, the VOC was not merely a maritime trading firm operating at the behest of a monarch. It was an unprecedented financial leviathan, engineered from its very inception to dominate global supply chains with absolute, unyielding precision. The VOC represented the violent birth of modern shareholder capitalism. It boasted a corporate organizational structure that would be immediately recognizable to any modern Wall Street analyst or private equity firm. The enterprise was capitalized through a massive initial public offering on the newly formed Amsterdam Stock Exchange. This historic public offering raised a staggering 6.4 million guilders from ordinary Dutch citizens, wealthy European merchants, and opportunistic speculators alike. Governed by an executive board of directors known as the Heren XVII, or the Gentlemen 17, the company was granted sweeping quasi-governmental powers by its home nation. These legally enshrined corporate powers included the unmitigated authority to wage sovereign war, negotiate international treaties, strike proprietary coinage, and establish fortified colonial settlements. The company was even granted the right to imprison, torture, or execute foreign nationals and competitors who interfered with their profit margins. This chapter examines the 17th century Dutch occupation of Ceylon not as a traditional colonial conquest, but as an aggressive, highly calculated corporate acquisition. The VOC executives did not view the island as a sovereign nation of indigenous people. Instead, they viewed the landmass as a vast, natural factory floor that happened to produce the most valuable botanical asset on Earth. To secure this asset, the company executed a meticulously planned hostile takeover, which we can understand as an armed buyout, against their European rivals. Once the competition was liquidated, the Dutch manipulated the European commodity markets with mathematical cruelty. They strictly controlled the flow of goods to maximize shareholder returns, regardless of the environmental or human impact. Finally, the company enforced their absolute monopoly through a staggering ledger of human blood and institutionalized violence. The story of Dutch Ceylon is the story of the ultimate megacorporation, a merciless entity that traded in human lives to ensure the bakeries of Europe always smelled of cinnamon. The hostile takeover. The European chapter of Ceylon's cinnamon trade began with the Portuguese Empire. In the year 1505, a heavily armed Portuguese naval fleet, commanded by Lourenço de Almeida, was blown off course by a violent monsoon storm and inadvertently landed on the shores of Ceylon. Recognizing the immense density of naturally growing Cinnamomum verum, or true cinnamon, the Portuguese moved swiftly to secure the island's coastal belts. By 1518, they had constructed a formidable stone fortress in Colombo, anchoring their presence on the island. For over a century, the Portuguese crown extracted extraordinary wealth from the island's natural resources. They forced the local king of Kot to pay an extortionate annual tribute of 110 tons of pure cinnamon, simply to maintain a fragile peace. Portuguese merchant galleons enjoyed massive, tenfold profit margins on the relatively short maritime journey from Ceylon to their primary distribution hubs in India. From the ports of Goa and Cochin, the spice was funneled back to Lisbon, fueling the geopolitical ambitions of the Iberian monarchs. By the time the VOC was officially chartered in Amsterdam, the Portuguese grip on the global spice trade was highly lucrative but logistically stagnant. The Gentleman 17 coveted the Ceylon cinnamon monopoly above all other potential Asian assets, recognizing its unique high-margin, low-volume profile. However, displacing a deeply entrenched global superpower required far more than aggressive trade negotiations or diplomatic posturing. It required a heavily financed hostile takeover, an armed buyout designed to forcibly strip the incumbent of their prime assets. The VOC approached this monumental logistical task by weaponizing their overwhelming capital advantages and their vastly superior maritime technology. The Dutch possessed a distinct and highly disruptive logistical advantage in the form of the flight. This was a highly efficient, broad-bellied cargo vessel designed specifically to maximize internal storage space while requiring a minimal crew to sail. These revolutionary vessels were significantly cheaper to build, cheaper to staff, and possessed a unique structural flexibility. When necessary, a Dutch flight could be rapidly converted into a light warship equipped with heavy military cannons. Operating in strategic tandem with massive, heavily armed war yachts specifically designed for naval combat, the Dutch East India Fleet was a mobile projection of corporate power. The company systematically leveraged this overwhelming maritime superiority to sever the Portuguese supply lines stretching across the Indian Ocean. By blockading ports and intercepting trade galleons, the VOC began to financially starve their competitors before a single soldier ever stepped foot on Ceylon. In the spring of 1638, VOC corporate operatives sailed to the central highlands of Ceylon to hold a summit with King Rajasingh II of the Kingdom of Kandy. The Kandian king had successfully maintained his kingdom's independence from the Portuguese invaders, retreating into the impenetrable mountain jungles. However, his indigenous kingdom remained landlocked, geographically isolated, and entirely cut off from the lucrative global maritime trade. The Dutch arrived at his court, proposing a highly strategic corporate alliance to break this stalemate. The VOC promised to provide the necessary military capital, trained mercenary soldiers, and naval bombardment to permanently expel the Portuguese from the coastal forts. In exchange for this armed intervention, the Kandian king would grant the Dutch company an absolute monopoly on the island's precious cinnamon exports. Furthermore, the king was contractually obligated to reimburse the VOC for all military expenditures incurred during the campaign. This Kandian Treaty of 1638 served as the legal and moral pretext for the VOC to begin systematically liquidating Portuguese real estate. The corporate war of attrition dragged on for nearly 2 decades, characterized by relentless blockades, brutal jungle skirmishes, and the steady strangulation of Portuguese commerce. The defining moment of the early campaign occurred on March 13, 1640, when combined Dutch and Kandian forces captured the strategic southern port of Gala. The formidable Portuguese fort of Santa Cruz fell to heavy Dutch cannon fire and aggressive Kandian infantry assaults. For the next 18 years, the newly conquered Gala would serve as the fortified regional headquarters for the VOC's expansion. The climax of this hostile takeover occurred during the horrific siege of Colombo, which commenced in the autumn of 1655. For 6 grueling months and 27 days, the Dutch fleet bombarded the Portuguese capital from the sea, reducing the colonial architecture to rubble. Simultaneously, Candian armies completely cut off all food, water, and military reinforcements from the interior of the island. The trapped Portuguese garrison endured unimaginable starvation and rampant disease, desperately holding their chief stronghold against overwhelming corporate artillery. The siege required an incredibly costly capital expenditure for the VOC, draining their regional treasuries and resulting in heavy personnel casualties. This included the shocking death of their commanding director general, Gerard Hulft, who was fatally shot in the chest by a musket ball while personally inspecting the front lines. Despite the sudden loss of their executive leadership, the relentless Dutch blockade finally broke the Portuguese resolve. On May 12, 1656, the battered gates of Colombo finally opened in absolute surrender. The surviving 73 Portuguese soldiers, the only remnants of a once bustling colonial capital, were quietly taken prisoner by the Dutch forces. 2 years later, in 1658, the final northern Portuguese strongholds of Jaffna and Mannar fell to the relentless VOC war machine. After 153 years of colonial dominance, Portuguese rule in Ceylon had been violently terminated. The Dutch megacorporation had successfully executed the largest armed buyout in 17th century history. With the European competition successfully eradicated, the VOC immediately executed a sudden, calculated betrayal of their primary local stakeholder. According to the strict terms of the 1638 Candian Treaty, all territories captured from the Portuguese were to be rightfully restored to the sovereign control of the Candian king. The Dutch had explicitly promised the king that they were acting as liberators, not as permanent conquerors. But when Colombo's gates finally opened, the Dutch immediately locked them against their Candian allies. When King Rajasingh II arrived at the coast, expecting to formally reclaim the ancient lowlands of his kingdom, he was met with heavily armed Dutch resistance. He found VOC soldiers manning the newly repaired Portuguese fortifications and Dutch corporate administrators settling comfortably into Portuguese houses. The VOC executives unilaterally claimed direct ownership over the sprawling wild cinnamon lands, declaring that the king had failed to adequately reimburse their exorbitant military expenses. The company had successfully monopolized the global cinnamon trade, completely dominating the supply side of the market through raw corporate deceit. The mathematics of scarcity. Securing the physical landmass of Ceylon was merely the first operational phase of the VOC's grand corporate strategy. The true genius and the true terror of the Dutch enterprise lay in their data-driven manipulation of the European commodity markets. In the 17th and 18th centuries, the demand for exotic Asian spices in Europe was extraordinarily high. This demand was driven by evolving culinary fashions, deeply held beliefs in their medicinal properties, and the sheer cultural prestige of consuming foreign luxuries. Despite this voracious and seemingly bottomless demand, the VOC executives in Amsterdam understood a fundamental, unyielding law of economics. They knew that abundant, unrestricted supply inevitably destroys premium pricing, regardless of the product's inherent quality. Through their total subjugation of the local Ceylonese labor force, the VOC was capable of extracting massive, unprecedented quantities of cinnamon from the wild forests. Historical trade records indicate that the company regularly exported between 8,000 and 10,000 massive bales of cinnamon annually. This staggering volume equated to nearly 500,000 pounds of processed spice, flooding into European ports every single year. This incredible agricultural efficiency presented a distinct operational hazard for the Gentlemen 17. They lived in constant, paranoid fear of a supply glut, which acts as a flooded warehouse, diluting the perceived prestige of the commodity and triggering a catastrophic collapse in retail prices. To prevent this outcome, the company engineered a ruthless, continent-wide policy of artificial scarcity. By deliberately restricting the flow of goods, the VOC created an artificial scarcity, maintaining a starved market to protect their astronomical profit margins. The VOC did not simply restrict the amount of cinnamon they transported to Europe on their return fleets. They actively and systematically destroyed massive quantities of perfectly viable, highly valuable inventory. In the Indonesian archipelago, the company deployed armed soldiers to neighboring islands to brutally uproot and burn any wild clove or nutmeg trees they did not directly control. In Ceylon, they applied this exact same destructive logic to their own proprietary stock, ensuring that European buyers never gained access to a market surplus. The most infamous and visually spectacular application of this mathematical cruelty occurred in the year 1760. The company's massive brick warehouses in Amsterdam were overflowing with excess cinnamon bark, threatening to break the predetermined price ceiling set by the corporate directors. Rather than discount the spice to clear their inventory and allow commoners to purchase it, the VOC executives made a calculated, cold-blooded decision. They ordered their laborers to pile 2,000 tons of premium Ceylon cinnamon into massive heaps in the center of Amsterdam and set the entire stockpile on fire. This act of mass destruction was not a panicked reaction to a market crash, but a precise economic equation carefully balanced on the company's ledgers. The financial logic underpinning the burning of the bark can be summarized through the following mathematical variables calculated by the corporate accountants. The escalating financial cost of warehousing, heavily guarding, and physically preserving thousands of tons of excess botanical inventory in Amsterdam. The projected, catastrophic percentage drop in the retail price of cinnamon if the European market was suddenly saturated with this surplus stock. The guaranteed 400% price inflation that would immediately result from intentionally and publicly restricting the total available supply. The ultimate realization that taking zero revenue on destroyed stock was vastly more profitable in the long term than accepting a fractional profit margin on a fundamentally devalued commodity. By intentionally torching the bark, the VOC effectively weaponized scarcity, driving the price of cinnamon so high that a single pound of the spice was valued at the equivalent of a Dutch sailor's entire monthly wage. The annual spice burnings actually became a regular, highly anticipated corporate spectacle. Contemporary accounts describe bonfires of excess spice in Colombo that measured 100 feet long and blazed for 3 consecutive days like a massive church fair. The thick, sweet scent of burning cinnamon could be smelled for miles out at sea, serving as an olfactory reminder of the company's absolute dominance over the global market. This data-driven price manipulation allowed the VOC to maintain unprecedented financial stability and deliver massive wealth to its stakeholders. The company paid out an average annual dividend of 18% to its shareholders for nearly 200 years, an unparalleled record of corporate returns. The directors were so deeply committed to maintaining these dividends that during periods of economic downturn, they routinely borrowed massive sums of money. They used these anticipatory loans to ensure their shareholders received returns that actually exceeded the company's true operational earnings. The entire financial edifice of the Dutch Republic rested entirely on the VOC's ability to enforce their monopoly and meticulously control the volume of the spice trade. The accounting of this vast empire was managed by the Boekhouder-Generaal, or the Accountant General, stationed in the bustling colonial headquarters of Batavia. This office processed the staggering flow of capital, balancing the cost of mercenary armies against the revenue of auctioned bark. The ledgers from this period show a company obsessed with equilibrium, where the debit and credit columns of global exploitation always balanced to the very last penny. However, relying entirely on wild forests for their primary botanical asset proved increasingly inefficient as geopolitical tensions with the Candian kingdom continued to escalate. Following a massive, violent rebellion by the native cinnamon peeling caste between 1760 and 1766, the VOC realized their supply chain was fatally vulnerable. Sending unarmed laborers deep into hostile jungle territory, controlled by a furious king, was an unsustainable business model. Under the pragmatic administration of Governor Willem Falck, the company instituted a radical agricultural reform that would forever alter the island's landscape. Governor Falck ordered the establishment of the very first dedicated, scientifically managed cinnamon plantations in 1767. By domesticating the wild tree and planting it in heavily guarded, tightly controlled corporate gardens near the coastal forts, the VOC optimized their supply chain. This shift to a plantation economy completely removed the Candian kingdom from the economic equation, stripping the indigenous monarch of his last remaining leverage. The ultimate megacorporation had successfully transformed a wild, mythical forest into a sterilized, highly predictable agricultural assembly line. The ledger of blood. Maintaining this extreme level of artificial scarcity required a system of physical enforcement that was unparalleled in its systematic brutality. To the executives sitting in their comfortable boardrooms in Amsterdam, the cinnamon forests of Ceylon were not merely agricultural assets. They were highly protected intellectual property, the proprietary lifeblood of the entire Asian corporate network. The VOC recognized that any leakage in their supply chain represented a direct, existential threat to their meticulously engineered global pricing model. Whether this leakage occurred through unauthorized local trading, foreign smuggling by rival empires, or simple employee theft, it had to be eradicated. To protect this proprietary botanical asset, the company implemented an extreme regime of physical and legal violence across the occupied territories of Ceylon. The primary legal instrument of this enforcement was the Roman Dutch law, a rigid European legal framework which the company imported and forcefully imposed upon the native Sinhalese and Tamil populations. The VOC administration governed their territories through a series of strict, unyielding edicts known as placaten. These placaten regulated absolutely every aspect of civic, moral, and economic life within the Dutch-controlled coastal zones. Most importantly, these edicts explicitly criminalized any independent participation in the cinnamon trade by the local population. Selling, trading, or simply possessing an unauthorized quantity of cinnamon was categorized not just as a minor civil offense, but as an unforgivable act of corporate treason. The Dutch had successfully criminalized the very flora that grew naturally in the backyards of the indigenous population. The penal codes established by these placaten were intentionally terrifying, designed to function as a supreme psychological deterrent. If a local citizen, a foreign merchant, or even a rogue company employee was caught smuggling a single, unauthorized quill of cinnamon outside of official VOC channels, the legally mandated punishment was death. The Dutch routinely utilized gruesome public executions, including beheadings and hangings, to send a clear, unmistakable message to the populace. The monopoly would be maintained at the end of a hangman's rope. Those suspected of lesser infractions, such as poor grove management or accidentally damaging a wild cinnamon tree, faced horrific bodily mutilation. Laborers routinely had their ears severed, or were subjected to brutal public whippings and forced confinement in heavy iron chains. This violence was not the result of random, chaotic cruelty by low-level managers. It was highly calculated overhead, recognized by the corporate board as the acceptable cost of doing business in a hostile foreign environment. The VOC executives understood that sustaining a total monopoly across a vast, highly porous island required a permanent, militarized deterrent. The financial ledgers in Batavia and Amsterdam coldly factored the expenses of heavily armed jungle patrols, coastal fortress maintenance, and the executioners' monthly salaries directly into the operational budget of the cinnamon department. Human life was routinely quantified, depreciated, and systematically liquidated in service of protecting the quarterly profit margins. Nowhere was this corporate sociopathy more evident than in the company's absolute exploitation of the Salagama caste. Historically, the Salagama were a tight-knit community of highly skilled weavers who had migrated to Ceylon from southern India several centuries earlier. During the reign of the indigenous Sinhalese kings, they had been assigned the specific hereditary duty of peeling wild cinnamon. This labor was extracted as a form of royal taxation known as Rajakarya, or compulsory service to the sovereign. The Portuguese had escalated this traditional labor system to meet European demands, but the VOC truly industrialized it. The Dutch transformed an ancient, culturally integrated caste obligation into a horrific system of legally sanctioned, bonded servitude. The physical work of a cinnamon peeler was exceptionally dangerous, grueling, and required highly specialized technical knowledge passed down through generations. The peelers had to navigate dense, malaria-ridden jungles, constantly hacking through thick undergrowth to locate the finest, most mature cinnamon trees. Once a suitable tree was found, the extraction process was incredibly delicate and labor-intensive. The laborers were required to cleanly cut the branches, meticulously scrape away the coarse, bitter outer bark, and skillfully peel the delicate inner bark. This inner bark then had to be carefully dried and rolled by hand to form the perfect, delicate, cigar-like quills demanded by wealthy European consumers. The ultimate quality of the final product, whether it was sweet and highly aromatic or coarse and bitter, relied entirely on the physical dexterity and specialized knowledge of the Salagama laborers. Despite the immense, world-altering value generated by their specialized skills, the peelers were treated as entirely disposable company property. The VOC administration imposed crushing, mathematically impossible individual quotas on the Salagama men. They were required to deliver hundreds of pounds of perfectly processed cinnamon to the coastal Dutch warehouses every single year, completely free of charge. As European demand continued to surge and the spice burnings required more fuel, the Dutch administrators desperately needed to expand the labor pool. They achieved this by ruthlessly conscripting male children into the grueling workforce. Boys as young as 12 years old were forced into the hostile jungle to peel bark alongside their fathers. The corporate administrators assigned them strict quotas that incrementally increased as they aged and grew physically stronger, effectively mapping a child's biological growth to corporate revenue targets. The physical toll of this relentless corporate exploitation was staggering. The peelers operated in deeply hostile environments, constantly threatened by endemic tropical diseases, trampling by wild elephants, and violent skirmishes with guerrilla forces loyal to the Kandyan king. The historical data paints a truly grim picture of this occupational hazard. It is estimated that for every single ton of processed cinnamon successfully exported to the Amsterdam auction houses, 50 indigenous laborers died from snake bites, physical exhaustion, or administrative torture. The VOC bookkeepers recorded these immense human casualty rates with the exact same emotional detachment they used to record the loss of a damaged cargo ship or a spoiled bale of silk. A human life was simply another depreciating asset on the balance sheet. When the desperate Salagama peelers eventually attempted to resist these impossible conditions, the corporate response was swift and merciless. During the widespread, island-wide uprisings of the early 1760s, the peelers retreated deep into the forests and went on a massive strike. They actively refused to peel the bark, demanding better social protections, relief from the crushing quotas, and actual cash payments for their specialized labor. The VOC initially attempted disingenuous negotiations to restart the supply chain, but ultimately crushed the rebellions with overwhelming military force. It was this very labor unrest that ultimately accelerated the company's rapid transition to the guarded plantation model. By moving the cinnamon out of the wild forests and into enclosed, easily monitored agricultural zones, the Dutch could concentrate their captive laborers. In these corporate gardens, the peelers were subjected to constant surveillance, and any spark of resistance could be instantly suppressed by the plantation guards. The VOC had successfully mapped the blueprint for the modern, heavily policed industrial supply chain. The Dutch East India Company did not simply trade in exotic spices. They traded in sovereign power, wielding the mechanisms of state violence to secure absolute, unassailable market supremacy. The megacorporation fundamentally altered the ecology of Ceylon, rewrote the legal framework of the Indian Ocean, and permanently transformed the culinary and dietary habits of the Western world. They proved, with terrifying clarity, that with sufficient capital, superior logistics, and an utter disregard for human suffering, a single corporate entity could successfully privatize a piece of the natural world. The sweet, warm aroma of cinnamon that wafted through the wealthy bakeries of 18th-century Europe was purchased entirely through a ledger written in blood. Chapter 9. The British Takeover and the Fall of the Monopoly. The Imperial Eviction. The global history of spice is fundamentally a history of violence, dictated by the ledger and enforced by the sword. By the final decade of the 18th century, the island of Ceylon, modern-day Sri Lanka, was the undisputed epicenter of this fragrant warfare. The Dutch East India Company, known globally as the VOC, had spent nearly a century and a half violently guarding the world's sole supply of true cinnamon, Cinnamomum verum. The VOC operated under the strict economic doctrine of mercantilism. We can understand mercantilism as a closed state market, an iron-walled fortress with only one gate, where the government dictates every ounce of production, sets the global price, and aggressively hoards the resulting wealth. For generations, this closed state market had generated extraordinary profits for Amsterdam, funding warships and fueling European expansion across the globe. The Dutch exported up to 10,000 bales of cinnamon annually, extracting a staggering 2.5 million guilders per year from the island's coastal forests. To maintain this absolute control, the VOC heavily militarized the entire agricultural supply chain. They deployed indigenous guards known as lascarins to police the dense jungles, erected strict military checkpoints, and legally mandated that anyone caught selling a single unauthorized stick of cinnamon face immediate execution. Yet the foundation of this immensely profitable fortress was rotting from the inside out. The VOC was increasingly plagued by deep corporate corruption, highly unsustainable military costs, and shifting geopolitical tides back in Europe. The fatal blow to the Dutch spice empire did not originate in the tropical jungles of Ceylon, but rather in the freezing winter of the European continent in 1794. French revolutionary armies overran the Dutch Republic, transforming the nation into a French client state known as the Batavian Republic. Recognizing the sudden strategic vulnerability of the Dutch colonies, the British government immediately ordered the seizure of all VOC assets across the Indian Ocean. The British East India Company, EIC, a massive corporate enterprise administering nearby India from its primary base in Madras, was tasked with capturing the ultimate botanical prize. This geopolitical handover was not a triumphant, glorious military conquest, but rather a highly calculated corporate eviction. In 1795, British colonial forces advanced easily from the eastern port of Trincomalee and eventually surrounded the heavily fortified Dutch capital of Colombo. The Dutch governor, Johann Gerard van Angelbeek, found his military position utterly hopeless and mathematically unviable. His garrison was starving, severely undermanned, and entirely cut off from any potential maritime reinforcements from the VOC headquarters in Batavia. In a final, devastating blow, British intelligence agents successfully bribed the European mercenary regiments guarding Colombo to switch their allegiance for the sum of £6,000. Recognizing the absolute futility of armed resistance, the Dutch formally surrendered Colombo in February 1796. This quiet surrender transferred control of the world's most lucrative agricultural monopoly directly to the British Crown. However, this seamless transfer of flags masked a massive macroeconomic shift that would permanently alter the trajectory of the global spice trade. The British East India Company initially attempted to inherit the VOC's closed-fist mercantile system entirely intact. They sought to wring the exact same exorbitant profits from the native bark without changing the underlying economic architecture of the island. The British administrators dispatched from Madras were immediately overwhelmed by the sheer logistical friction of the Dutch system. The EIC completely lacked the localized, heavy-handed bureaucratic machinery that the Dutch had spent over a century refining to squeeze compulsory labor from the island's indigenous castes. The British quickly discovered that operating a rigid, militarized supply chain was an absolute administrative nightmare. The Dutch system relied on constantly punishing native landowners and aggressively guarding wild, scattered jungle trees across vast, disconnected territories. Attempting to mirror this highly coercive system, the EIC merely alienated the local populace while watching their own operational costs predictably skyrocket. The EIC was fundamentally a modern corporation built on scalable commercial trade, not an archaic feudal lord reliant on guarding individual trees with armed sentries. Because of this severe institutional mismatch, the British severely bungled the cinnamon crown during their early decades of territorial rule. Without the ruthless, execution-backed enforcement of the Dutch military tribunals, the state's iron grip on the global supply began to rapidly slip. By the year 1800, smuggled cinnamon saplings had quietly bypassed the porous British naval blockades that surrounded the island. These stolen botanical treasures took root in competing tropical soils, fundamentally breaking the biological monopoly Ceylon had held for millennia. Commercial cinnamon cultivation successfully expanded into Java, the Seychelles, and the British-controlled Anjarakhandi estate in southern India. The global spice market reacted to this sudden change in management with a catastrophic, irreversible price correction. Under the previous Dutch era, artificial scarcity was carefully maintained to keep profit margins astronomically high. The VOC would literally burn thousands of tons of surplus cinnamon harvests in the streets of Amsterdam to artificially inflate market prices by upwards of 400%. The British, however, desperately flooded the global market to recoup their immediate military and administrative expenses. They rapidly scaled global production from the strict 300-ton Dutch limit to well over 2,000 tons annually. Consequently, global prices crashed dramatically as the European markets were saturated with the fragrant bark. The elite, luxurious prestige of Ceylon cinnamon was irreversibly shattered by the realities of basic supply and demand economics. A highly coveted commodity that was once fought over by sprawling empires and valued significantly more highly than solid gold, steadily transitioned into a common, highly accessible baking ingredient. The era of a single spice dictating the geopolitical boundaries of the Indian Ocean had officially reached its twilight. The mathematics of free trade. By the late 1820s, the administration of British Ceylon was bleeding massive amounts of silver. The philosophical and economic doctrines of the era were shifting aggressively away from old-world protectionism. The empire was moving rapidly toward the laissez-faire capitalism championed by classical liberal thinkers like Adam Smith and Jeremy Bentham. The British Colonial Office was slowly recognizing that a government monopoly, an iron grip that criminalized private enterprise to hoard a single natural resource, was becoming mathematically unsustainable. Managing the coastal colony was resulting in a continuous, heavy financial drain on the Metropolitan Treasury in London. The island was plagued by recurring budget deficits, a severely adverse balance of trade, and a currency exchange rate that was in steady, alarming decline. This dire fiscal reality prompted the British Parliament to seek a radical, systemic economic overhaul of the entire island's administration. In 1829, the Colonial Office dispatched a royal commission of Eastern inquiry to meticulously audit the financial health of Ceylon. This highly influential delegation, universally known as the Colebrook-Cameron Commission, was officially tasked with dismantling the archaic, unprofitable structures of the colonial past. William Colebrook primarily handled the intensive economic and political investigations, gathering exhaustive data on colonial taxation and agricultural output. Meanwhile, Charles Hay Cameron focused entirely on reforming the judicial apparatus and dismantling the disjointed legal systems left behind by the Dutch. They arrived in Colombo to find a colonial economy entirely paralyzed by rigid, outdated mercantile regulations. Independent agricultural development across the island was utterly stifled by the state's obsessive, paranoid need to protect its cinnamon crop. The raw financial data eventually exposed the deep, systemic inefficiencies of the inherited mercantilist system. In his comprehensive 1832 report, Colebrook noted that the state cinnamon monopoly was supposedly the crown jewel of the island's economy. It generated a theoretical gross revenue of £138,343, making it by far the largest single source of income for the colonial government. However, Colebrook quickly realized that this impressive top-line figure masked a disastrously expensive operational reality. To physically procure the spice, the British government was forced to maintain a massively bloated bureaucracy known as the Cinnamon Department. This single, highly inefficient department drained £25,372 annually from the public treasury, just to function on a basic administrative level. Of these exorbitant costs, £7,000 was funneled directly to a single British superintendent, while £13,000 was spent mobilizing the massive, forced labor camps necessary to peel the bark. Colebrook reviewed the colonial ledgers and realized that the government was acting as a highly inefficient, bloated agricultural corporation rather than a functioning sovereign state. Furthermore, the incredibly draconian laws protecting the monopoly actively destroyed the island's broader, long-term tax base. From 1827 onward, unauthorized possession of even a single severed cinnamon plant was legally punishable by a minimum of 6 months in a colonial prison. Because cinnamon grew naturally as a native weed across the island's wet zones, mere property ownership became a severe legal liability for local farmers. Landowners lived in constant, terrifying fear of aggressive government inspectors and vindictive neighbors looking to exploit the strict mercantile laws. Colebrook noted the farcical reality that disgruntled locals would frequently cut down cinnamon plants and hide them in their enemies' gardens to ensure they were prosecuted and imprisoned. Consequently, farmers actively avoided clearing jungles or developing arable land for fear of accidentally destroying a protected state asset. The government's obsession with hoarding cinnamon was actively starving the colony of other highly lucrative, taxable crops. The closed monopoly failed under the British for several highly quantifiable reasons, which the Colebrook-Cameron Commission painstakingly documented to convince London to abolish the system. The high cost of military enforcement. The colonial state had to continuously fund a massive, expensive security apparatus just to prevent its own subjects from cultivating, cutting, or trading a naturally occurring plant. The rise of competing global spices. Cheaper, more robust varieties of cassia bark from China and Indonesia were aggressively capturing market share in European bakeries, rendering the artificially inflated prices of Ceylon cinnamon mathematically uncompetitive. The inefficiency of wild harvesting. Relying on unmotivated, indentured laborers to wander unmapped, dangerous jungles to harvest scattered wild trees was logistically inferior to the predictable, high-density yields of emerging private commercial farming. The stifling of alternative revenue. By aggressively monopolizing vast tracts of land solely for wild cinnamon, the state actively prevented the expansion of highly scalable cash crops like coffee and coconuts, thereby destroying vital streams of future taxable income. Colebrook's ultimate solution to this financial crisis was a masterpiece of classical liberal economic theory. He successfully argued to the British Treasury that abolishing the state monopoly on cinnamon and opening the island entirely to private enterprise was the only logical path forward. He utilized raw data to prove that an open market would generate far more long-term tax revenue than the state could ever earn by hoarding the bark. By dismantling the iron grip of the VOC era, the government could execute a brilliant bureaucratic pivot. We can define this bureaucratic pivot as a fundamental shift in state identity, moving away from being a sole corporate producer and becoming a passive, regulatory tax collector. Instead of bearing the massive overhead costs of growing, harvesting, and guarding the spice, the state could simply step back entirely. They could allow highly motivated private capitalists to scale agricultural production at their own financial risk. Once the private sector optimized the supply chain, the government would simply tax the resulting exports at the bustling coastal ports. The final recommendations of the Colebrook-Cameron Commission were radical, uncompromising, and deeply transformative for the island's economic future. In 1833, the British officially abolished the state monopoly on cinnamon, alongside all other major mercantile restrictions that had suffocated the local economy. They permanently dissolved the bloated cinnamon department, eliminating the 25,372 pounds annual operational hemorrhage overnight and freeing up vital capital for infrastructure development. By officially abandoning the archaic role of the monopolistic merchant, the British administration pivoted smoothly to the modern role of the tax collector, effectively setting Ceylon on the highway of scalable capitalist development. The plantation pivot. To fully unlock the island's vast economic potential, the British administration first had to systematically dismantle the horrific human machinery that powered the global spice trade. For over 3 centuries, the physical extraction of Ceylon cinnamon relied almost exclusively on the targeted exploitation of the Salagama caste. This deeply marginalized community originally consisted of skilled weavers who had migrated from the Malabar and Coromandel coasts of South India centuries prior. Upon their arrival, local monarchs and later European colonizers forced them into the grueling, specialized labor of peeling wild cinnamon bark. Under the Portuguese, Dutch, and early British regimes, the Salagama were entirely trapped in a brutal, state-sponsored system known as Rajakaria. We must strictly understand Rajakaria as a system of compulsory, feudal labor, a human tax paid in physical sweat and harvested bark rather than in standardized monetary coin. It fundamentally bound a specific, targeted caste to a specific, grueling occupation, deliberately stripping them of all economic mobility and personal agency. The colonial state essentially viewed the physical labor and generational expertise of the cinnamon peelers as absolute, undisputed royal property. The logistical reality of peeling cinnamon under the Rajakaria system was deeply punishing and highly inefficient. Because the Dutch and early British relied heavily on wild harvesting, indentured laborers were forced to abandon their homes and families for up to 8 months of the year. They had to endlessly forage through dangerous, disease-ridden jungles to locate scattered, native cinnamon trees across the vast expanses of the island's southern wet zone. The work exposed them constantly to venomous snakes, wild elephants, and the crippling exhaustion of navigating unmapped, dense tropical undergrowth. The physical process of the harvest itself was incredibly meticulous and physically draining. Peelers were strictly required to meet violently enforced state quotas, which were callously increased according to a laborer's age and physical condition. They had to cut the branches with precise strikes, carefully scrape away the rough outer bark, and meticulously peel the delicate inner layer of the plant. These thin, fragile strips were then tightly rolled together to form the perfect, golden quills that defined the highly lucrative true Ceylon cinnamon for the European consumer. The Colebrook-Cameron reforms of 1833 recognized that this system of compulsory labor was not only a humanitarian atrocity, but a severe mathematical bottleneck to economic expansion. Forced labor completely restricted the free movement of workers across the island, preventing the creation of a dynamic, competitive labor market required for industrial-scale farming. To scale agriculture, capitalist enterprises require a mobile, wage-earning workforce that can be hired, fired, and relocated instantly based on shifting global market demands. Consequently, the Reform Commission aggressively mandated the total, immediate abolition of Rajakarya. This monumental legal act successfully dismantled the ancient feudal framework of the island. It immediately released the Salagama caste from centuries of legally sanctioned servitude, transitioning the cinnamon peelers from bonded servants into independent, wage-earning artisans. Freed from their ancestral obligations, many highly ambitious peelers began actively leveraging their unique botanical expertise to accumulate private capital. Simultaneously, the British colonial government initiated the massive, unprecedented privatization of previously restricted agricultural land. The government began auctioning off the sprawling, state-owned cinnamon gardens to local Sri Lankan entrepreneurs and wealthy European private investors. This critical transition from state-hoarded wild forests to private enterprise marked the undisputed birth of modern agricultural scaling in South Asia. We can view the commercial plantation as an agricultural factory, a meticulously organized, highly controlled environment designed explicitly for predictable, high-density, and scalable botanical output. The entire landscape of the island was about to be physically engineered for maximum capitalist efficiency. The logistical differences between guarding wild jungle trees and managing a commercial plantation were astonishingly profound. Under the old Dutch method, the state aggressively claimed ownership of any land where a cinnamon seed happened to randomly fall. This required massive, highly inefficient military patrols to police vast, disconnected territories against potential smugglers and native farmers. Wild trees grew inefficiently, often heavily choked by surrounding jungle flora, resulting in wildly unpredictable yields that frustrated any attempt at long-term corporate planning. By stark contrast, systematically planting cinnamon as a highly controlled cash crop allowed for exact, industrial precision. Private planters utilized strict mathematical spacing, regular aggressive weeding, and an innovative agricultural technique known as controlled coppicing. By aggressively cutting the main trunk of the cinnamon tree near the ground, planters encouraged the rapid growth of multiple, straight, easily harvestable shoots directly from the root system. This method exponentially increased the overall yield per acre, while drastically reducing the physical labor required to locate and harvest the aromatic bark. This brilliant pivot to plantation agriculture vastly condensed the physical footprint of the entire spice industry. By grouping the trees into highly organized, localized, and easily manageable estates, private owners effectively eliminated the need for roaming armies of expensive security guards. The most famous of these early localized estates, the Cinnamon Gardens in Colombo, originally covered 289 acres of prime real estate that was highly accessible for immediate maritime export. By the mid-19th century, over 40,000 acres of Sri Lanka were proudly dedicated to systematic, highly scalable cinnamon plantations. Cultivating cinnamon privately completely altered the economic velocity and social structure of the entire island. Freed from the punitive, suffocating restrictions of the state monopoly, a brand new class of local entrepreneurs rapidly accumulated unprecedented wealth. Many members of the upwardly mobile Salagama and Karava castes aggressively invested in the newly privatized lands, transforming themselves from subjugated laborers into wealthy estate owners. They applied the rigorous efficiencies of free market competition to the spice trade, vastly improving the quality of the harvest while aggressively driving down operational costs across the board. However, the ultimate, ironic consequence of this massive capitalist pivot was the eventual economic dethroning of cinnamon itself. As the British completely liberated the land and labor markets, visionary agriculturalists realized the island's pristine highland soils were perfectly suited for even more lucrative global commodities. The expansive road infrastructure, newfound labor mobility, and private investment models pioneered by the privatization of the coastal cinnamon estates laid the exact logistical groundwork for the next boom. These precise mechanisms enabled the explosive, world-changing rise of Ceylon coffee, and eventually, the legendary, highly industrialized Ceylon tea industry. The dramatic fall of the cinnamon monopoly was not a geopolitical defeat for the British Empire, but rather a highly calculated, immensely profitable economic evolution. By actively dismantling the violent, closed-fist mercantilism of the Dutch VOC, the British successfully birthed a scalable, highly taxable agricultural economy that would define the modern era. Cinnamon, once the solitary botanical bride around whom all competing global empires danced, was quietly and permanently absorbed into the broader, ruthless machinery of global capitalism. The fragrant spice that had launched 1,000 warships and entirely subjugated an island was finally set free, forever changing the economic aroma of the modern world. Chapter 10: The Botanical Thieves. The Anatomy of an Empire. Long before the modern era of digital algorithms and patented software, the world's most valuable data was grown in the dirt. It was an era when empires were built not on steel or coal, but on the brittle, curled bark of a specific tropical evergreen tree. This tree was Cinnamomum verum, commonly known as true cinnamon, and for centuries it was the geographic prisoner of a single island. Native almost exclusively to the wet, tropical forests of Ceylon, which is modern-day Sri Lanka, this plant represented a highly coveted form of biological IP. In the ruthless theater of 18th-century mercantilism, this biological IP functioned as the stolen root code of a nation's wealth. Whoever controlled the genetics of this single species controlled a global macroeconomic empire. The plant itself is a bushy, handsome evergreen belonging to the Lauraceae family, capable of reaching heights of 8 to 17 meters in the wild. In an unharvested state, its stout trunk expands to 60 centimeters in diameter, wrapped in a thick gray outer bark. Yet, it was the delicate inner bark that drove men to cross oceans, wage wars, and commit acts of unprecedented espionage. When stripped by master peelers and dried in the equatorial sun, this inner bark naturally curls into the familiar cylindrical quills that have flavored human history for thousands of years. The leaves of Cinnamomum verum are stiff, opposite, and variable in form, presenting a bright green surface that is paler underneath. When rubbed between the fingers, these leathery leaves emit a hot, pungent, and deeply spicy odor. In its native Sri Lanka, the trees flush with red juvenile foliage before flowering in January, eventually producing dark purple fruits 6 months later. These fruits, highly attractive to endemic bird populations, contain the seeds of the plant's future propagation. For generations, the exact botanical nature of these seeds was shrouded in myth and violently protected by colonial powers. The Lords of Amsterdam. In the 17th and 18th centuries, the absolute control of this botanical treasure belonged to the Verenigd Oostindische Compagnie, better known as the Dutch East India Company, or the VOC. Founded in 1602, the VOC was not merely a trading firm. It was the world's first publicly traded multinational megacorporation. Operating as a sovereign state outside the state, it boasted 50,000 employees, a private army of 10,000 soldiers, and a massive naval fleet. The VOC possessed the unilateral power to wage war, draft treaties with Asian rulers, execute criminals, and strike its own coins. The company was administered by a board of 17 directors known as the Heeren-Seventeen, or the Lordship 17, operating primarily out of Amsterdam. These directors built their unparalleled wealth not through free market competition, but through the violent enforcement of a biological monopoly. To maintain their absolute dominance over the cinnamon trade, the Dutch deployed a system of extreme artificial scarcity. They ruthlessly exploited the indigenous Salagama caste, a community of specialized Sri Lankan cinnamon peelers, forcing them to harvest the wild bark under grueling conditions. The VOC's administration demanded a great harvest, known as the groter oogst, from May to October, and a smaller harvest, the klein oogst, in January and February. Every member of the Salagama community, including children, was mobilized and sent into the woods to meet the punishing quotas set by their colonial overseers. When these peelers inadvertently harvested more cinnamon than the European market could absorb at exorbitant prices, the VOC directors ordered the excess crops destroyed. Mountains of fragrant cinnamon bark were routinely burned in the streets of Amsterdam simply to keep the global price artificially inflated. The botanical paranoia. This engineered scarcity pushed the price of true cinnamon to astronomical heights on the European markets. In the mid-17th century, a single pound of common black pepper in Amsterdam cost 0.47 florins, while a pound of nutmeg commanded over 6 florins. By the mid-18th century, the cost of Ceylon cinnamon experienced a sudden and prodigious increase, soaring from 3 guilders to more than 6 guilders a pound. In London, the price of premium cinnamon was recorded at an astounding 7 shillings and 9 pence per pound, making it a luxury accessible only to the societal elite. The Dutch paranoia surrounding the security of their monopoly was absolute and unyielding. In 1659, the VOC passed a draconian law making the buying, selling, or unauthorized peeling of wild jungle cinnamon an offense punishable by death. To prevent other European powers from propagating the plants, Dutch authorities aggressively extirpated stray spice trees across their territories. Furthermore, they bathed export seeds, particularly nutmeg, in a thick coating of lime to sterilize them before they ever reached a foreign port. The VOC understood that their financial empire was entirely dependent on a geographical bottleneck. If a rival European power successfully acquired living, viable seeds of Cinnamomum verum or nutmeg, the Dutch stranglehold on global finance would instantly collapse. It was within this climate of obsessive botanical paranoia and cutthroat mercantilism that the French decided to orchestrate a massive intervention. They required a man willing to risk the gallows to execute the greatest agricultural theft in human history. The reluctant smuggler. Pierre Poivre was an incredibly unlikely candidate to dismantle a global maritime superpower. Born in Lyon on August 23, 1719, to a wealthy family of silk merchants, Poivre initially showed little interest in agriculture or espionage. Driven by a thirst to travel the world, he joined a Jansenist mission to study theology at the age of 16. He entered the Society of Foreign Missions 4 years later and was dispatched to East Asia in 1740, traveling through Macau and Canton as a young, observant missionary. His ecclesiastical career ended abruptly in violence on January 25, 1745, while sailing through the Straits of Banca. His vessel, the Dauphin, was ambushed by the British Royal Navy ships Diptford and Preston, commanded by Admiral Barnett. During the fierce naval engagement, a British cannonball shattered Poyver's right arm, necessitating a brutal and hasty amputation at sea. The captured French ships were subsequently sold by the English to the Dutch, and Poyver was transported as a prisoner of war to the VOC stronghold of Batavia. It was during this period of captivity and subsequent recovery that Poyver first recognized the staggering vulnerability of the Dutch spice monopoly. Wandering the docks and markets while on parole, he observed the immense wealth flowing from the tightly controlled islands of the Indo-Malaysian archipelago. He realized that if he could somehow acquire live specimens of clove, nutmeg, and true cinnamon, he could transplant them to French territories. Upon his release, he traveled to Pondicherry, where he met the French governor Bertrand François Mahe de la Bourdonnais, who encouraged his burgeoning passion for economic botany. The concept of corporate espionage. Poyver returned to France and formally proposed his daring plan of corporate espionage to the French Compagnie des Indes Orientales in 1748. This proposal was not merely a trade mission. It was a calculated act of state-sponsored heist aimed squarely at the heart of the Dutch economy. He argued that breaking the VOC monopoly required circumventing their blockades and stealing the living biological material necessary to cultivate a rival supply. The French governor of India, Joseph Francois Dupleix, recognized the genius of the plan and secretly backed Poyver with 20,000 piastres to fund the acquisition. However, Poyver's early attempts at smuggling were plagued by betrayal, incompetence, and disaster. Initially, he tried to circumvent the heavy Dutch naval presence by using Manila as a clandestine transit point. He attempted to rely on a shadowy network of Filipino, Spanish, and Portuguese smugglers to procure the plants from the Moluccas on his behalf. Governor Dupleix entrusted the secret mission funds to a Spanish merchant named Cavallo, who was tasked with sailing from Pondicherry to Manila to execute the purchases. Unfortunately, Cavallo possessed disastrously loose lips and treated the highly classified mission as casual gossip. The Spanish merchant leaked the details of the secret espionage operation to the public, alerting Dutch spies and local competitors to Poyver's exact intentions. Stripped of the element of surprise, Poyver found himself repeatedly swindled by local Asian traders who eagerly took his French silver in exchange for fraudulent goods. He was sold inferior, non-viable species of spice plants that looked genuine, but lacked the commercial and botanical value of the true Dutch crops. The years of exile. Frustrated by these repeated failures and facing mounting opposition from skeptical French colonial administrators, Poyver briefly abandoned his grand botanical vision. In 1757, he retreated to his sprawling estate in France, taking up the quiet life of a gentleman farmer near Lyon. During this period of exile, he married Francois Robin and dedicated his time to the intense academic study of agronomy and exotic plant acclimatization. He also authored his famous manuscript, Voyages of a Philosopher, which detailed the agricultural practices of Asia and later captured the keen attention of Thomas Jefferson. The French crown, however, could not afford to let Poyver's dream of breaking the Dutch monopoly quietly wither away. The devastating conclusion of the 7 Years' War in 1763 had humiliated King Louis XV and stripped France of major colonial possessions in Canada, Louisiana, and India. Desperate to compensate for these massive territorial and economic losses, the French colonial administration realized they needed to establish new, high-value agricultural assets in the Indo-Pacific region. The Crown recognized that Poyver's audacious plan to steal the Dutch spice crops was their most viable path to rapid economic recovery. In 1767, Poyver was recalled from his quiet retirement and appointed the intendant or royal governor, of the Mascarenes Islands. This territory consisted of Isle de France, which is modern-day Mauritius, and Isle Bourbon, which is modern-day Réunion. Returning to Port Louis with the full authority of the French government and substantial financial resources, Poivre was finally equipped to orchestrate a proper heist. He meticulously planned a new series of highly coordinated, clandestine naval missions straight into the heart of the Dutch East Indies. The biological heist. Between 1769 and 1772, Poivre launched his most successful and daring expeditions, relying heavily on a network of indigenous mediators who offered their services in exchange for silver and trade goods. His agents successfully infiltrated the heavily guarded Moluccas and the Portuguese colony of Timor, areas where Dutch naval vigilance was known to be briefly lax. Defying the explicit threat of the death penalty, these smugglers extracted thousands of live spice plants directly from the source. Among these priceless botanical treasures were the highly coveted seeds and seedlings of true Ceylon cinnamon. Acquiring the seeds of Cinnamomum verum was a monumental triumph, but keeping them alive during the oceanic transit presented a terrifying physical challenge. The seeds of the cinnamon tree are scientifically classified as recalcitrant, meaning they lose their viability incredibly rapidly once separated from the parent plant. Unlike orthodox seeds, which can be dried, bagged, and stored in the dark for years, a recalcitrant seed must germinate almost immediately, or it will succumb to fungal rot and die. This unforgiving biological reality turned the long, grueling ocean voyage from the East Indies to Mauritius into a high-stakes ticking clock. In the late 18th century, the famous Wardian case, a sealed glass terrarium that would later revolutionize global plant transport in the 19th century, had not yet been invented. Instead, French botanists and smugglers relied on meticulously engineered wooden crates known as caisses grilles. These heavy wooden chests featured specialized wire screens and canvas covers designed to protect the fragile specimens from the harsh shifts in temperature and humidity at sea. Because the recalcitrant cinnamon seeds could not simply be stored in a dry sack, they demanded a highly unconventional method of transit. The floating laboratories. To circumvent the rapid death of the seeds, Poivre's gardeners packed the empty spaces between the larger potted specimens inside the crates with nutrient-rich earth. The recalcitrant cinnamon seeds were planted directly into this loose soil, so they could germinate and grow into living saplings while violently pitching across the Indian Ocean. This method effectively transformed the cramped decks of the smuggling vessels into floating laboratories. The shipboard environment, however, remained inherently hostile to delicate terrestrial plant life, plagued by extreme equatorial sun, corrosive salt spray, and hungry shipboard rats. The survival of the biological IP depended entirely on the mowers, or the specific character and obsessive diligence of the ship's botanists. These men had to meticulously ration the ship's limited fresh water supply to keep the soil evenly moist without waterlogging the roots. They had to constantly shift the heavy caisses grilles around the deck to shield the young, red cinnamon foliage from scorching heat, while ensuring the sails were not obstructed. Furthermore, they had to actively monitor the fragile saplings for signs of stripe canker, leaf miners, and anthracnose, diseases that could wipe out the entire stolen crop in a matter of days. The physical toll of this state-sponsored heist was immense, requiring the smugglers to battle the natural elements while constantly scanning the horizon for the sails of VOC interceptors. Any French ship caught harboring live Cinnamomum verum plants faced immediate seizure, and its crew faced execution at the hands of Dutch colonial enforcers. Yet, despite the staggering logistical nightmares and the constant threat of violent death, Poivre's floating laboratories successfully navigated the blockade. By the early 1770s, the stolen route code of Ceylon was safely unloaded onto the bustling docks of Port Louis, ready to be propagated in foreign soil. The parallel climates. Bringing the stolen cinnamon saplings alive to Mauritius was a monumental naval achievement, but cultivating them into a commercially viable crop required a masterpiece of geospatial analysis. Poyver and his network of botanists had to engage in the complex science of parallel geography, which is the act of finding a twin climate across the globe to host a transplanted ecosystem. They needed to identify specific territories within the French colonial empire that perfectly mirrored the highly specific environmental conditions of native Ceylon. Cinnamomum verum is a surprisingly demanding evergreen tree, requiring a delicate, precise balance of moisture, heat, and soil composition to produce its signature aromatic bark. The botanical requirements for cultivating true cinnamon are uncompromisingly strict and highly specific. The tree thrives best in a warm, wet, and relentlessly humid tropical climate, requiring a consistent average temperature of roughly 27 degrees Celsius year-round. It demands a massive, well-distributed annual rainfall of between 2,000 and 2,500 millimeters, and it absolutely cannot tolerate any prolonged dry season or sudden extremes of heat and cold. Furthermore, the young, tender saplings require partial shade to protect their developing leaves, though mature trees eventually adapt to full, direct tropical sunlight. Soil texture and drainage were the most critical data points in this high-risk agricultural experiment. In its native Sri Lanka, the highest quality, thinnest cinnamon bark is produced in fine, sandy, and lateritic gravelly soils with a highly acidic pH level of less than 6. If the transplanted trees were placed in rocky or stony substrates, the root systems would struggle to establish, leading to stunted growth and poor essential oil yields. More disastrously, if the trees were planted in waterlogged or marshy terrain, the resulting bark would become hopelessly bitter, entirely destroying the sweet, delicate flavor profile that made the spice so valuable. Mapping the clones. Poyver spent years cross-referencing these precise environmental metrics against the available terrain in the Mascarenes Islands and the wider Indian Ocean. He systematically mapped the monsoon cycles, humidity indices, and soil profiles of Mauritius, Reunion, and the distant Seychelles to find the perfect parallel geography. While the soil in these new French territories was often more loamy than the preferred lateritic gravel of Ceylon, the ample rainfall and consistent temperatures proved highly hospitable to the clones. The stolen seedlings were about to be unleashed into a series of highly controlled botanical testing grounds. To decentralize the risk of catastrophic crop failure or sudden Dutch sabotage, Poyver distributed the smuggled biological IP across several strategic island locations. This decentralized approach treated the propagation of the plants as a series of redundant data backups, ensuring that if one colony fell to disease or invasion, the species would survive elsewhere. The survival and success rates of these new colonial crops varied wildly, shaped by local climate anomalies, political blunders, and the chaotic theater of 18th-century naval warfare. Mauritius, Isle de France. The primary hub for the stolen plants was the Jardin des Pamplemousses in Mauritius, established by Poyver and the renowned naturalist Philibert Commerson. The island's rich soil and highly favorable climate allowed the Cinnamomum verum to thrive almost immediately, serving as the central nursery for further distribution. From this heavily guarded botanical fortress, Poyver successfully cultivated thousands of cuttings, proving that the Dutch monopoly could be broken on a biological level. The Seychelles, Mach. In 1772, Poyver dispatched his trusted representative, Anton Gillot, to the island of Mach to establish a secondary spice garden known as the Jardin du Roi. The experiment flourished perfectly in the loamy soil until May 1780, when the French commandant Charles Routier de Romainville spotted a ship flying the English flag approaching the harbor. Fearing an imminent British invasion, Romainville ordered the total destruction of the Jardin du Roi, burning the priceless spice garden to ashes, only to discover the ship was actually a French slaver flying a false flag for protection. The avian rescue in the Seychelles. While human panic nearly erased the Seychelles experiment, nature inadvertently saved the stolen genetics. Before the devastating fires consumed the Jardin du Roi local endemic birds, particularly the Seychelles bulbul, had consumed the small, dark purple fruits of the mature cinnamon trees. These birds deposited the seeds across the high, inaccessible granitic hills of Mach, where the plants rapidly naturalized in the well-drained soil. Today, the descendants of Pyres' smuggled plants grow in pure, unmanaged abundance across the mountains of the Seychelles, functioning as an invasive but economically vital species. Madagascar and Reunion, Bourbon. Cuttings were also successfully transplanted to the massive island of Madagascar and the neighboring French colony of Reunion, then known as Isle Bourbon. The East African monsoon cycles provided the constant, heavy humidity required to produce high-quality bark, allowing these islands to eventually become minor but persistent nodes in the global cinnamon trade. Madagascar, in particular, proved highly receptive to the loamy soil adaptations required by the clones, ensuring a steady secondary supply for the French Empire. Jamaica and the Caribbean. The French success in propagating the plants inadvertently benefited their greatest military rivals, the British. In April 1782, during the brutal Battle of the Saints, British Admiral George Bridges Rodney crushed the French fleet in the Caribbean. A captured French prize ship, seized by Rodney's fleet while sailing to Haiti, was found to be carrying living mango and cinnamomum verum plants sourced from Pyres' original Indian Ocean stock. Recognizing their immense botanical value, Rodney sent the stolen plants to Jamaica, where Dr. Thomas Clark successfully cultivated them at the Bath Botanical Garden, formally introducing true cinnamon to the Western Hemisphere. The Battle of the Saints. The introduction of true cinnamon to the Caribbean warrants a deeper examination of the violent naval clashes that facilitated its spread. The Battle of the Saints, fought between April 9th and 12th, 1782, was one of the most decisive naval engagements of the American Revolutionary War. The British fleet, consisting of 36 ships of the line commanded by Admiral George Bridges Rodney, intercepted a French fleet of 30 ships commanded by the Comte de Grasse. The French, having recently assisted the Americans at Yorktown, were sailing to launch a massive combined invasion of the British colony of Jamaica. Admiral Rodney, flying his flag aboard the 98-gun HMS Formidable, executed a highly unconventional and devastating tactical maneuver. Exploiting a sudden shift in the wind, Rodney broke the traditional line of battle, sailing his ships directly through the gaps in the French formation. This bold maneuver allowed the British ships to rake the vulnerable bows and sterns of the French vessels with devastating broadside fire. The resulting chaos completely shattered the French fleet, isolating and crippling several of their most powerful warships. During the brutal engagement, the British captured 4 major French ships of the line, including the massive 104-gun flagship Ville de Paris. The Ville de Paris, originally a lavish gift from the city of Paris to King Louis XV, was the first-rate man-o-war ever captured and carried into port by an enemy commander. Other notable French casualties included the 74-gun Hector, which surrendered after its captain was mortally wounded, and the 64-gun Ardent, which was overwhelmed by British fire. The spoils of war. In the immediate aftermath of the battle, Sir Samuel Hood was dispatched with a squadron to chase down the fleeing remnants of the French Armada. On April 19th, Hood's ships intercepted and captured the 64-gun French vessels Jason and Caton, along with the frigate L'Aimable and the Magician. However, it was another captured French prize ship, intercepted by Captain Samuel Marshall of the 36-gun HMS Flora, that contained the true botanical treasure. This unnamed French vessel was transporting living botanical specimens, including mango, oriental ebony, and cinnamomum verum, from the Indian Ocean intended for the French West Indies. Admiral Rodney, recognizing the immense economic potential of these captured plants, diverted the biological prize directly to the British stronghold of Jamaica. The delicate cinnamon saplings, which had survived the grueling journey from Mauritius and the thunderous chaos of naval combat, were entrusted to the island's premier horticulturalists. They were initially planted at Hinton East's Botanical Garden in Gordon Town, before being transferred to the care of Dr. Thomas Clark at the Bath Botanical Garden in St. Thomas. There, in the warm, humid climate of the Caribbean, the stolen root code of Ceylon took firm hold in British soil, completing the global decentralization of the spice. The end of the island. The successful cultivation of Cinnamomum verum across the Indian Ocean and the Caribbean fundamentally rewired the global economy of the late 18th century. By breaking the strict geographical exclusivity of Ceylon, the French and British inadvertently shifted the global supply curve, which acts as a flooded market that slowly drowns a monopoly. For over a century, the VOC had relied on absolute, engineered scarcity to dictate terms to the world, burning excess crops to keep prices artificially high. As new, healthy plantations matured in the Seychelles, Mauritius, and Jamaica, that artificial scarcity vanished into the tropical air. The Dutch could no longer control the output of a plant that was now thriving in parallel climates thousands of miles beyond their naval reach. The macroeconomic consequences were swift, compounding, and utterly devastating for the Dutch East India Company. As the new sources of true cinnamon entered the European ports, circumventing Amsterdam entirely, the price of the spice began a precipitous and irreversible decline. The era of artificial inflation, sustained by the violent subjugation of the Salagama peelers, was rapidly coming to an end. In the early 18th century, when the VOC's grip was tightest, cinnamon prices hovered around a staggering 7 shillings and 9 pence per pound in the London markets. By the end of the century, as the decentralized crop flooded the warehouses of London and Paris, the price plummeted to an astonishingly low 55 pence per pound. This massive 88% drop in retail value completely erased the VOC's profit margins, crippling their ability to fund their massive private armies and administrative overhead. The fall of the monopoly. This unprecedented price collapse effectively ended the era of the violent, single-island spice monopoly. Cinnamon was rapidly demoted from a priceless luxury commodity, once deemed worth its weight in gold, and used as ransom for kings, into a globally traded, highly accessible agricultural product. The British Empire's subsequent military capture of Ceylon from the weakened Dutch in 1795 was the final nail in the coffin for the VOC. However, the British quickly realized that the legendary cinnamon crown they had seized through warfare was already hollowed out by botanical espionage. With Poyver's resilient clones thriving globally across multiple colonial empires, global cinnamon production surged out of control. Output jumped from a tightly restricted 300 tons a year under the Dutch regime to over 2,000 tons under the new decentralized reality, rendering the ancient monopoly utterly obsolete. The British found themselves unable to artificially inflate the market price, as smuggled saplings were now successfully growing in Java, India, and the Seychelles. The transition of cinnamon from a heavily guarded geopolitical treasure to a mundane, everyday baking ingredient highlights the immense, disruptive power of agricultural decentralization. The VOC's business model, built entirely on localized violence, strict quotas, and restricted access, simply could not survive in a world where biological IP could be copied and pasted across the tropics. By liberating the plant from its island prison, the botanical thieves democratized flavor on a global scale. They ensured that the scent of true cinnamon would forever belong to the world's kitchens, rather than to the locked vaults of a single corporate empire in Amsterdam. The chemistry of deception. Even as the global supply of Cinnamomum verum expanded, a new economic battleground emerged regarding the chemical authenticity and taxonomy of the spice. True Ceylon cinnamon, grown from the genetic lineage of Pyres smuggled plants, possesses a delicate, highly complex, and refined flavor profile. This superior quality is due to its specific concentration of essential oils, primarily cinnamaldehyde, combined with delicate trace amounts of eugenol, linalool, and beta-caryophyllene. The bark of C. verum is papery, thin, and brittle, easily crumbling into multiple delicate layers that yield a sweet, floral aroma highly prized by master chefs. However, the flooded global market soon saw the rise of a cheaper, far more aggressive botanical competitor known as cassia, or Cinnamomum aromaticum. Native primarily to China, Vietnam, and Indonesia, cassia produces a thick, hard, dark reddish-brown bark that is vastly easier and cheaper to harvest than the delicate quills of true cinnamon. Cassia boasts an extremely high concentration of cinnamaldehyde, often reaching up to 75% of its volatile oil content. This gives the bark a harsh, intensely spicy, and almost burning flavor profile that quickly dominated the expanding, cost-conscious North American markets. While true cinnamon requires the skilled, generational labor of master peelers to strip the inner bark without damaging the tree, cassia can be aggressively farmed and processed with minimal expertise. This stark difference in agricultural labor drives cassia's cultivation costs down to a mere fraction of Ceylon's production expenses. Furthermore, cassia boasts massive agricultural yields, producing roughly 1,350 kilograms per hectare, compared to Ceylon's meager 500 kilograms per hectare. Consequently, countries like China, Vietnam, and Indonesia now dominate global quantity, producing over 212,000 tons of cassia annually, while Sri Lanka produces only 22,000 tons of true cinnamon. The modern corporate espionage. This massive botanical divergence created a modern crisis of fraud and mislabeling that closely echoes the espionage and deception of the 18th century. Beyond flavor and yield, the most critical difference between the two species lies in their chemical toxicity. Cassia naturally contains incredibly high levels of a phytochemical compound called coumarin, a potent natural blood thinner. When consumed in large, consistent quantities, coumarin is highly toxic to the human liver, posing a significant health risk, particularly to children. True Cinnamomum verum, by stark contrast, contains only negligible, harmless trace amounts of coumarin, making it vastly safer for regular, heavy culinary consumption. Yet, because global trade regulations remain notoriously lax regarding spice taxonomy, both distinct species are routinely packaged and sold to the public under the single, unnuanced label of cinnamon. This deliberate regulatory vagueness allows megacorporations to substitute cheap, toxic cassia for premium Ceylon cinnamon, maximizing their profit margins at the expense of consumer safety. Recent data analysis conducted by European food safety scientists at the Joint Research Center revealed the staggering scale of this modern deception. In a comprehensive 2025 study of the European market, researchers found that over 66% of analyzed cinnamon samples failed to meet international quality standards or were non-compliant with EU food safety legislation. Alarmingly, nearly 10% of products explicitly labeled as premium Ceylon cinnamon were entirely or partially substituted with cheap cassia. This modern corporate fraud proves that while Pierre Poivre successfully decentralized the physical plant, the economic incentive to monopolize and manipulate the spice trade never truly vanished. The legacy of the root code. Today, the high granitic hills of the Seychelles still smell faintly of the audacity of the heist that Pierre Poivre orchestrated over 2.5 centuries ago. The descendant Cinnamomum verum trees that survived the panicky fires of the Jardin du Roi continue to grow wild and unbothered. Their roots grip the loamy soil of Moth, thriving as an invasive but culturally beloved species that local populations use for essential oils and Creole stews. They serve as a living, photosynthesizing monument to a time when men risked the gallows and braved cannon fire simply to move a handful of recalcitrant seeds across a hostile ocean. The French colonial experiment that birthed this heist ultimately faded into the annals of history, its territories absorbed or liberated over the centuries. The mighty Dutch East India Company, once the absolute master of global commerce and the arbiter of life and death in the Indian Ocean, was entirely liquidated into bankruptcy. Yet, the biological IP they fought over remains eternally resilient, outliving the very empires that sought to control its genetics. The stolen root code of Ceylon proved stronger than the naval fleets of Amsterdam or the blockades of the British Royal Navy. Poyver's obsessive mapping of parallel climates fundamentally altered humanity's relationship with global agriculture and botany. By proving that a highly localized, fiercely guarded ecosystem could be successfully transplanted and scaled globally, he laid the conceptual groundwork for the modern, interconnected food supply chain. The modern consumer, casually sprinkling a dash of cinnamon into a morning coffee, is unknowingly partaking in the spoils of an 18th century corporate espionage operation. The transition of this spice from a catalyst for systemic colonial violence into an everyday, accessible comfort stands as the ultimate, enduring triumph of the botanical thieves. Chapter 11. The Rise of the Imposter, the Kasha Takeover. The industrialization of flavor, the factory kitchen. To truly understand the modern global food system, you must first stand inside an American shopping mall or traverse the busy corridors of a major international airport. The air in these spaces is invariably thick with a warm, aggressive, deeply nostalgic scent that radiates from commercial bakeries and franchised pastry kiosks. This is the unmistakable scent of the modern cinnamon roll, a culinary and cultural touchstone that the entire Western world accepts without question. Yet this beloved aroma is fundamentally a botanical lie, an industrial ghost story written by the brutal mathematics of mass production. The scent hanging in the air is not the true cinnamon that built ancient empires, funded the Renaissance, and drove the European age of discovery. For thousands of years, the global spice trade was almost entirely dependent on a delicate, demanding tree known to botanists as Cinnamomum verum. Indigenous almost exclusively to a few mist-shrouded, tropical provinces in Sri Lanka, this tree produced the most prized, expensive, and sought-after bark in the history of human commerce. To the ancient Egyptians who used it for sacred embalming rituals, and the Roman emperors who burned it in massive quantities at funerals, Cinnamomum verum was an elite luxury item. It was an aristocratic commodity, often valued at a price higher than solid gold or ivory. This original, true cinnamon possessed a highly complex, mildly sweet flavor profile driven by a delicate biological balance of organic compounds. It was revered precisely because it was not overpowering. It offered a sophisticated warmth accompanied by subtle, floral notes of citrus and clove. Arab traders jealously guarded the secret of its origin, spinning fantastic myths about winged serpents and giant birds to artificially inflate its mystique and its market price. When European explorers finally discovered the source in the early 16th century, it sparked a ruthlessly violent era of colonial conquest. The Portuguese arrived in Sri Lanka in 1505, swiftly building forts and establishing a brutal monopoly over the local cinnamon harvesters. By 1656, the Dutch East India Company had aggressively ousted the Portuguese, turning the wild collection of cinnamon into a highly structured, cultivated crop. Throughout these centuries of colonial bloodshed, the actual agricultural product remained unchanged. The production of Ceylon cinnamon was, and remains today, an intensely artisanal, generational craft. Harvesting true cinnamon is an exercise in extreme agricultural patience and anatomical precision. It requires a highly skilled workforce to harvest the inner bark during the exact, narrow window of the monsoon season. When the heavy rains arrive, the cambium layer of the tree becomes biologically active and swollen with moisture. This temporary hydration allows the delicate cortex to be meticulously separated from the hardwood using specialized brass peeling knives. The Sri Lankan peelers must carefully strip away the rough outer cork, scrape the inner bark, and painstakingly roll it into complex, layered structures known as compound quills. A single compound quill is essentially a rolled botanical cigar, carefully assembled by hand. The longest, most structurally perfect strips of bark are used to form the exterior casing of the quill. Smaller, broken cuttings, known in the trade as quillings, are then carefully stuffed inside the hollow center to ensure nothing is wasted. These massive 42-inch quills are then left to dry slowly and naturally in the shade until they reach a pale, yellowish-brown hue. This meticulous, handcrafted process produces a visually stunning, fragile, multi-layered spice that is incredibly soft and easy to crumble between two fingers. However, this unyielding dedication to artisanal craft also created an insurmountable supply chain bottleneck. An experienced Sri Lankan peeler requires between 10 to 15 hours of backbreaking, highly focused labor to process just 50 harvested stems. Because of this generally low efficiency, highly specialized process, skilled labor accounts for roughly 60% of the total cost of Ceylon's cinnamon production. For centuries, while the spice remained an exclusive luxury reserved for the kitchens of the European nobility and the wealthy mercantile class, this slow, steady, low-volume yield was perfectly acceptable. The wealthy were willing to pay the massive premiums required to support the labor-intensive peeling process. However, the global economy was quietly preparing for a paradigm shift that would make artisanal spices entirely obsolete. The breaking point arrived in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, fueled by the explosive, relentless engine of the Industrial Revolution. As millions of people migrated from rural agricultural communities into rapidly expanding, mechanized urban centers, the fundamental nature of how humanity baked and consumed food underwent a seismic transformation. The localized, daily practice of baking bread and sweets in the home hearth was rapidly replaced by the commercial factory kitchen. Food manufacturing ceased to be a localized agricultural art and abruptly morphed into a massive, mechanized, data-driven industry. This era saw the birth of corporate baking titans, most notably the National Biscuit Company, widely known today as Nabisco. Founded in Chicago in 1898 through the massive consolidation of dozens of regional bakeries, Nabisco immediately set about building the largest bakery in the history of the world. This single monolithic facility employed thousands of workers and pumped out over 320 million pounds of snack foods, cookies, and crackers every single year. To operate at this staggering, unprecedented scale, industrial megabakeries required ingredients that were cheap, infinite in supply, and completely uniform. Food processing in the 20th century had fundamentally transformed into a massive data shift, demanding absolute predictability from its agricultural inputs. Industrial bakeries required mass-market standardization, a factory recipe, to ensure that a spiced graham cracker baked in a New York facility tasted exactly identical to one sold in California. This level of rigid operational consistency demanded raw commodities that behaved predictably under intense mechanical stress and extreme thermal loads. Spices, which had previously been judged by their nuance, regional terroir, and historical pedigree, were now evaluated purely by their industrial reliability and their price per ton. Under the cold, unforgiving mathematics of this new industrial reality, the delicate cinnamomum verum completely and catastrophically failed. Even under optimal conditions, the traditional Sri Lankan plantations could only produce an average annual yield of roughly 250 kilograms of high-quality bark per hectare. There simply was not enough arable land in the appropriate climatic zones of the Indian Ocean to feed the roaring, continuous ovens of the American and European food conglomerates. Furthermore, the labor-intensive, hand-peeled nature of the product meant that Ceylon cinnamon was far too expensive to be dumped by the metric ton into commercial vats of cookie dough. The delicate physical nature of the Ceylon compound quill was also viewed as an industrial liability. While aristocratic home cooks appreciated how easily the soft, brittle bark could be crushed in a brass mortar, heavy industrial milling machinery required highly durable inputs. The global food industry realized that if it was going to democratize spiced baked goods for the working classes, it could not rely on an expensive, fragile, low-yield aristocratic ingredient. The modern factory kitchen demanded a robust, aggressive, and highly scalable botanical alternative. The global market desperately needed a commodity substitute, a cheap clone, that could successfully mimic the aromatic warmth of true cinnamon without carrying any of the prohibitive economic baggage. The factory accountants and industrial food chemists required a spice that could be mass-produced, shipped in bulk without degrading, and purchased for pennies on the dollar. They were actively searching for a botanical imposter that could withstand the brutal realities of the mechanized food system. The stage was perfectly set for the most successful botanical usurpation in modern agricultural history. The anatomy of the substitute, Kasha's victory. The answer to the food industry's mounting economic dilemma was found growing wildly and abundantly across the rugged, mountainous terrains of China, Vietnam, and Indonesia. Cinnamomum kasha, along with its regional botanical cousins Cinnamomum burmannii, Indonesian, and Cinnamomum lureroi, Saigon, belonged to the same broader laurel family as true cinnamon. However, biologically and economically, it was an entirely different beast altogether. If Ceylon cinnamon was a fragile, high-maintenance thoroughbred that required perfect conditions, Kasha was a resilient, nearly unkillable draft horse. This alternative species thrived in highly diverse altitudes, required significantly less precise soil mineralization, and grew with an aggressive, weedy vigor that made it absolutely perfect for mass cultivation. To fully understand how Kasha completely usurped the agricultural throne, one must view its physical and chemical characteristics not just as biological traits, but as a highly optimized competitive dataset. Every single morphological trait of the Kasha tree seemed perfectly tailored by nature to meet the strict, unforgiving demands of industrial scale. The most obvious and immediate advantage was the bark itself, which was visibly thicker, rougher, and far more rigid than its Sri Lankan counterpart. While the prized Ceylon bark measures a delicate, translucent half-millimeter in thickness, Kasha bark ranges from a robust 1 to 3 full millimeters thick. This thick, highly lignified woody exterior entirely eliminated the need for the painstaking, labor-intensive compound quill rolling process that bottlenecked Ceylon production. When harvested, Kasha bark naturally and stubbornly curls into a single, inward-folding, hollow tube as it dries in the sun. Because the Kasha bark is so incredibly dense and rigid, it can survive rough mechanical handling, bulk shipping in massive, unclimate-controlled cargo containers, and prolonged warehouse storage without crumbling into unusable dust. To harvest Kasha, agricultural workers do not need specialized brass knives, nor do they rely on generations of delicate peeling expertise passed down through families. The process is brutally efficient. They simply chop down the entire tree, violently strip the thick bark directly from the hardwood, lay it out in the sun to dry, and export it by the ton. The agricultural mathematics of this clear-cutting method resulted in an unprecedented, market-shattering explosion in global spice supply. While a standard, highly managed Sri Lankan plantation struggled to produce a few hundred kilograms per hectare, Kasha plantations yielded astronomical, almost unbelievable volumes. A single, Mature cassia tree can yield up to 45 kilograms of dry bark over its life cycle, a staggering figure that dwarfed Ceylon output. This massive discrepancy in agricultural efficiency allowed cassia to completely flood the international commodity markets, driving the baseline wholesale price of cinnamon into the floor. The sheer scale of cassia's industrial superiority becomes glaringly obvious when analyzing the comparative metrics of the two species. Harvest yield. Ceylon cinnamon averages roughly 250 kilograms per hectare at peak maturity, whereas cassia can routinely yield over 1,600 kilograms per hectare, with some Chinese regions exceeding 1,695 kilograms. Bark thickness. Ceylon features a fragile, paper-thin bark measuring roughly 0.5 millimeters thick, while cassia develops a robust, highly lignified woody exterior ranging from 1 to 3 millimeters in thickness. Heat resistance. Ceylon's delicate essential oils begin to break down rapidly above 60 degrees Celsius, whereas cassia's dominant flavor compounds remain structurally stable well past 150 degrees Celsius in commercial ovens. Price per ton. Because of its low labor requirements and massive clear-cut volume, raw cassia trades at a microscopic fraction of the cost, reliably making Ceylon up to 10 times more expensive on the global wholesale market. However, cassia's true weapon in the fierce battle for industrial supremacy was not just its physical yield, it was its aggressive chemical warfare. The commercial and culinary value of any cinnamon relies entirely on its essential oil, specifically the presence of a highly volatile organic compound known as cinnamaldehyde. This specific molecule is solely responsible for the warm, spicy, aggressive flavor profile that the human brain universally identifies as cinnamon. When industrial bakers evaluated these two competing spices, they looked strictly at their cinnamaldehyde density, a flavor punch that could withstand processing. In traditional Cinnamomum verum, cinnamaldehyde makes up only 50 to 63% of the bark's total essential oil composition. The remainder of the Ceylon flavor profile is composed of lighter, highly nuanced molecules, most notably eugenol, linalool, and alpha-caryophyllene. Eugenol, which is also the primary aromatic compound found heavily in cloves, gives true cinnamon a delicate, sweet, floral, and highly complex aroma. It is a sophisticated, gentlemanly flavor, beloved by ancient royalty and modern Michelin-starred pastry chefs alike. But in the brutal, high-volume environment of a 20th-century commercial bakery, aromatic subtlety is a severe financial liability. The industrial baking process relies on massive, continuous tunnel ovens that routinely subject raw dough to ambient temperatures ranging between 150 and 250 degrees Celsius. At these extreme temperatures, the delicate thermodynamic reality of essential oils rapidly comes into play. The subtle eugenol and linalool compounds found in Ceylon cinnamon are highly volatile organic compounds, fragrant evaporating ghosts. When exposed to the sudden, violent thermal shock of a commercial tunnel oven, these nuanced flavor notes rapidly flash off. They degrade instantly into the factory air, leaving the finished baked good tasting entirely flat, woody, and unacceptably underseasoned. To achieve a recognizable cinnamon flavor, using Ceylon in a factory setting, a manufacturer would have to use an economically ruinous volume of the expensive spice. Cassia, by stark contrast, is a blunt chemical instrument perfectly designed by nature for thermal warfare. The essential oil extracted from Cinnamomum cassia contains an overwhelming, almost aggressive 95% cinnamaldehyde. It is almost entirely devoid of the delicate, easily destroyed eugenol that characterizes true Ceylon bark. This extreme cinnamaldehyde density gives cassia a harsh, spicy, almost burning flavor profile that can be incredibly astringent in its raw, uncooked form. But in the factory, This aggressive, unbalanced chemical profile was viewed as an absolute revelation by food scientists. While pure, isolated cinnamaldehyde can begin to naturally degrade into benzaldehyde at lower temperatures, the sheer, overwhelming concentration of the compound in cassia allows it to survive the high-heat baking process through sheer attrition. Even as some of the volatile compounds inevitably evaporate in the roaring heat of a commercial oven, there is so much cinnamaldehyde packed into the tough cassia bark that the surviving flavor still punches forcefully through the dough. The sharp, spicy flavor profile effectively cuts through the massive quantities of refined sugar and industrial seed oils used in commercial pastries. By exclusively utilizing cassia, industrial bakers could drastically reduce the total volume of spice required per batch of dough while still achieving a bold, highly standardized flavor profile. The corporate math was completely undeniable, and the conclusion was foregone. Cassia was vastly cheaper to buy, exponentially easier to transport, yielded massively more product per hectare, and survived the grueling manufacturing process with its signature flavor perfectly intact. The delicate, aristocratic Ceylon cinnamon was mathematically and operationally obsolete in the realm of mass production. The factory kitchen had found its perfect clone, setting the stage for one of the quietest and most complete market takeovers in the history of global agriculture. The Great Market Flip, volume over pedigree. The rapid transition from Ceylon to cassia was not merely a passive agricultural shift. It was a macroeconomic market displacement, a hostile takeover driven entirely by the pursuit of scale. By the dawn of the 20th century, the global spice trade was no longer controlled by the heavily armed galleons of the Dutch East India Company. It was now commanded by modern, ruthless corporate conglomerates operating out of massive American and European industrial hubs. These new titans of the food industry were uniquely obsessed with centralizing distribution, building unshakable brand loyalty, and standardizing the pantry of the average working-class consumer. No single company exemplified this new era of spice standardization better than McCormick and Company. Founded in a cramped Baltimore basement in 1889 by a highly ambitious 25-year-old visionary named Willoughby M. McCormick, the company initially survived by selling root beer and flavoring extracts door to door. By 1896, McCormick had aggressively expanded his operations into the dry spice trade, correctly identifying that the rapidly expanding American middle class desperately desired consistent, pre-packaged flavors. McCormick introduced the concept of standardized retail packaging, which promised the consumer uniform purity while fiercely protecting the company's profit margins. To consistently fill millions of these small, identical tin boxes with product, McCormick and its rapidly growing competitors required an uninterrupted, massive pipeline of raw materials. They naturally turned their massive purchasing power away from the low-yield artisan farms of Sri Lanka and toward the high-yield, clear-cut forests of Indonesia, China, and Vietnam. Cassia was imported into the United States by the tens of thousands of tons, entirely eclipsing the increasingly meager imports of true Ceylon. Through the sheer, unrelenting force of corporate distribution and marketing, the spicy, aggressive bite of cassia was quietly embedded into the cultural memory of the American public as the definitive taste of cinnamon. Yet, during this exact same period of explosive corporate growth, the American food supply was wildly unregulated, chaotic, and often deeply dangerous. The late 19th century was an infamous era of rampant food adulteration, where commercial wheat flour was frequently cut with cheap sawdust. Spices, owing to their high retail value, were routinely and maliciously diluted with ground walnut shells, pulverized beech wood, and even colored brick dust to increase corporate profit margins. In response to growing public outrage and the sensational investigative journalism of muckrakers like Upton Sinclair, the United States Congress finally passed the landmark Pure Food and Drug Act in 1906. The monumental task of enforcing this sweeping legislation fell to a chemist named Dr. Harvey W. Wiley and his team at the Bureau of Chemistry, the direct precursor to the modern Food and Drug Administration. Wiley's primary, obsessive goal was to establish strict legal definitions and enforceable standards of identity for all consumable goods sold in interstate commerce. He firmly believed that an American consumer had the fundamental right to know exactly what was inside a package, and that deceptive labeling should be actively prosecuted as a federal crime. When the Bureau of Chemistry finally turned its regulatory attention to the booming spice industry, a critical, historically decisive battle over botanical nomenclature erupted. Botanists, historians, and culinary traditionalists fiercely argued that only Cinnamomum verum from Sri Lanka had the historical, scientific, and ethical right to bear the prestigious name, cinnamon. They correctly viewed cassia as an inferior, completely separate botanical species that should be labeled distinctly and honestly, just as it had been during the days of the ancient Roman Empire. However, the powerful, highly organized American spice lobby, completely reliant on the massive profit margins provided by cheap Indonesian and Chinese bark, pushed back aggressively. They fought furiously against any legislation that would legally brand their primary, highest-selling product as a lesser, deceptive substitute. Ultimately, the nascent regulatory agencies capitulated to the overwhelming demands of industry and volume. Under the regulatory frameworks that evolved from the 1906 Act, the United States government officially and legally permitted Cinnamomum cassia, Cinnamomum burmannii, and Cinnamomum lureroi to be imported, packaged, and sold to the public simply as cinnamon. There was no legal requirement whatsoever to distinguish the cheap Asian clone from the prized Sri Lankan original on the ingredient label of a retail product. This single, seemingly minor legislative decision legally codified the imposter, effectively erasing Ceylon's elite pedigree from the consciousness of the modern shopper. This regulatory blindness allowed the massive global food industry to completely ignore cassia's most troubling and dangerous biological trait, its inherent toxicity. While cassia provided industrial bakers with a massive, heat-resistant boost in cinnamaldehyde, it also contained dangerously high levels of a naturally occurring organic chemical compound called coumarin. Coumarin is a highly effective botanical defense mechanism that naturally acts as a powerful blood thinner in mammalian systems. More alarmingly, modern clinical studies have conclusively proven that it is a hepatotoxic compound, a silent liver poison, that can cause severe organ damage when consumed in high doses. The chemical disparity between the two competing species regarding this toxin is absolutely staggering. True Ceylon cinnamon contains a microscopic 0.004% coumarin, an amount so incredibly trivial it is frequently undetectable in standard laboratory assays. Cassia, however, routinely tests at up to a full 1% coumarin concentration, making it a terrifying 250 times more toxic than its Sri Lankan rival. In the European Union, food safety authorities eventually recognized this severe metabolic danger and established strict daily tolerable intake limits for coumarin. The European Food Safety Authority warned that consuming just 1 to 2 teaspoons of generic cassia cinnamon could easily exceed the safe hepatic threshold for an adult. Despite these alarming, thoroughly documented medical realities, the macroeconomic momentum of cassia was entirely unstoppable. The global industrial machine had already rigidly standardized its factory recipes, carefully calibrated its continuous tunnel ovens, and built its massive, intercontinental supply chains entirely around the cheap, high-yield bark of the cassia tree. To revert back to the low-yield, labor-intensive, delicate compound quills of Cinnamomum verum would require bankrupting and restructuring the entire global flavor sector. The market definitively and unapologetically chose sheer volume and corporate profit over botanical pedigree and long-term consumer safety. Today, the global agricultural statistics paint a stark picture of total, unquestioned market domination. The global cinnamon trade has evolved into a massive, highly optimized commodity market valued at over $1 billion annually, and it is still growing. Of that staggering volume, Cassia varieties account for roughly 90% of all the cinnamon traded, sold, and consumed on Earth. China, Indonesia, and Vietnam firmly control the lion's share of the export sector, continuously flooding the global market with hundreds of thousands of metric tons of clear-cut, single-quill bark. Cinnamomum verum, the legendary, world-shaping spice that once motivated heavily armed armadas and charted the maps of the unknown world, has been economically exiled to the absolute fringes of the industry. Sri Lanka remains the undisputed agricultural king of true cinnamon, proudly supplying over 80% of the global Ceylon demand, but their total production volume is a mere fraction of the vast Cassia empire. True cinnamon has been forcefully sidelined, surviving only as a high-priced, niche luxury ingredient utilized exclusively by health-conscious consumers, boutique artisanal spice blenders, and elite culinary professionals. In the highly mechanized, cost-optimized modern factory kitchen, there is absolutely no room for the artisanal ghost of Sri Lanka. When a modern consumer bites into a heavily glazed breakfast pastry, pours a seasonal spiced latte, or simply opens a standard tin of baking spice, they are not tasting the delicate, eugenol-laced history of the ancient spice roots. They are blindly consuming the bold, aggressive, highly engineered triumph of industrial agriculture. The hostile takeover is entirely complete, and the robust, heat-resistant imposter has won the market so decisively that the modern world has entirely forgotten what it lost. Chapter 12. The Chemistry of a Memory. The experience of flavor begins long before the food is ever tasted. A warm, spiced vapor rises from a cup of mulled cider or a freshly baked pastry, drifting upward into the surrounding air in an invisible, aromatic cloud. This vapor carries a highly specific chemical payload, a rush of volatile organic compounds, which are evaporating flavor molecules that readily transition from a solid or liquid state into a breathable gas. These microscopic molecules are inhaled, drawn up into the dark, damp caverns of the human nasal cavity by the simple mechanics of respiration. Instantly, an electrical signal is fired deep into the brain, triggering a profound, visceral sense of comfort, warmth, and nostalgia. This immediate emotional reaction feels deeply personal to the individual experiencing it. It often evokes vivid, high-resolution childhood memories of winter holidays, autumn festivals, or a bustling family kitchen. Yet, this sensation is not merely a poetic, psychological, or abstract phenomenon. It is the direct result of a highly intricate mechanical biological system reacting to a physical chemical catalyst. The human body is acting as a highly sensitive chemical receiver, decoding a precise molecular engine that has been meticulously refined by both evolutionary biology and centuries of cultural conditioning. To understand why the scent of cinnamon holds such a powerful, almost universal grip on the Western imagination, one must examine the physical molecules that define it. The identity of cinnamon is written entirely in its chemical architecture. The woody bark of the cinnamomum tree is essentially a biological vault, synthesizing and storing a potent mixture of essential oils. In nature, these concentrated oils serve a highly practical evolutionary purpose as the plant's chemical defense mechanism against predatory pests, invading fungi, and environmental pathogens. When these defensive oils are extracted, isolated, and introduced to the human nervous system, they act as physical keys unlocking specific neurological pathways. However, not all cinnamon is chemically identical. The global spice trade is dominated by two distinct botanical species, each possessing a drastically different molecular blueprint. the violence of extraction. To isolate this chemical blueprint and harness its power, scientists and agricultural producers rely on the violence and precision of steam distillation. This ancient and highly effective industrial process physically extracts the volatile essential oils from the tough, woody matrix of the dried bark. The raw cinnamon bark is first pulverized and ground into a coarse powder, massively increasing its physical surface area. This ground material is then packed into a heavy distillation flask, submerged in water, and sealed tightly within the apparatus. Heat is aggressively applied to the vessel, bringing the water to a rolling, turbulent boil that forces pressurized steam through the saturated plant material. The intense thermal energy physically ruptures the microscopic cellular sacs hidden within the bark. This destruction releases the trapped essential oils, allowing them to seep out into the surrounding aqueous environment. As the rising steam interacts with the newly liberated oil, a fundamental and highly useful principle of physical chemistry occurs. When a mixture of two immiscible liquids, such as liquid water and a hydrophobic essential oil, is heated together, each liquid exerts its own vapor pressure entirely independently of the other. The total vapor pressure of the closed system becomes the combined sum of the water's vapor pressure and the essential oil's vapor pressure. Because this combined vapor pressure reaches the critical threshold of atmospheric pressure much sooner than either liquid would on its own, the entire mixture boils at a significantly lower temperature. This specific physical mechanic is absolutely crucial for extracting fragile, heat-sensitive flavor molecules without destroying them. If the raw cinnamon oil were heated directly to its own independent boiling point, the delicate molecular structures would undergo thermal decomposition, permanently ruining the aroma. Instead, the turbulent steam gently acts as a carrier gas, lifting the evaporating flavor molecules upward. It safely navigates the volatile compounds away from the destructive heat source and into the next chamber of the apparatus. The steam, now heavy and saturated with the vaporized cinnamon oil, travels upward into a chilled cooling condenser. As the temperature drops rapidly within the glass coils, the gas physically transitions back into a liquid state. Because the essential oil is strictly hydrophobic, it aggressively repels the water molecules, refusing to mix into a uniform solution. The collected liquid drains into a decanter and naturally separates into two distinct, visible layers based on their physical density. This pristine separation allows the pure, highly potent essential oil to be siphoned off and collected for analysis. What remains in the vial is the concentrated molecular engine of the spice, a liquid representation of its genetic and chemical identity. The molecular engine. This extracted essential oil is heavily dominated by a single, powerful chemical compound known as cinnamaldehyde. Cinnamaldehyde is an aromatic aldehyde, consisting of a rigid, hexagonal benzene ring attached to a reactive aldehyde functional group. Structurally, it is synthesized in nature predominantly as the transisomer, a specific physical geometry that dictates exactly how it will interact with human biology. Cinnamaldehyde is an aggressive, highly pungent molecule, completely responsible for the sharp, spicy bite that universally characterizes the cinnamon flavor profile. It is the dominant force in the extract, overpowering the human palate with its intense, aromatic heat. However, the true culinary complexity of high-quality cinnamon relies entirely on a supporting cast of secondary molecules. The most important of these secondary compounds is eugenol. Eugenol is a phenylpropanoid, a slightly larger and heavier molecule that presents to the human nose as a complex floral note. It brings a deep, woody, and almost clove-like sweetness to the aromatic profile, effectively rounding off the aggressive, sharp edges of the dominant cinnamaldehyde. The precise mathematical ratio of cinnamaldehyde to eugenol dictates the ultimate sensory experience, and this ratio varies wildly depending on the specific botanical source. When analyzing the modern global market, the chemical divide between the two primary commercial species is stark and undeniable. Cinnamomum cassia, commonly known as cassia or Chinese cinnamon, and Cinnamomum verum, famously known as Ceylon or true cinnamon, must be treated as a strictly comparative chemical dataset. Their extracted bark oils reveal vastly different concentrations of these specific volatile organic compounds, dictating both their culinary application and their physiological impact on the human body. The comparative chemical profiles, detailing the percentage of specific volatile oils in the extracted bark, break down as follows. Cinnamomum cassia, cassia cinnamon. This species operates as a blunt, overwhelming instrument of flavor. Its extracted essential oil is heavily dominated by a massive concentration of cinnamaldehyde, which routinely accounts for 60 to 90% of the total volatile composition. Eugenol, the complex floral note, is present only in minor, trace amounts, often hovering below 15%, and is sometimes entirely absent depending on the geographical harvest location. Furthermore, cassia bark naturally synthesizes high levels of coumarin, a distinctly separate chemical compound that can be highly toxic to the human liver if consumed in large, concentrated daily doses. The sheer, unmitigated volume of cinnamaldehyde makes cassia incredibly sharp, highly spicy, and physically warm to the human palate. Cinnamomum verum, Ceylon cinnamon. True cinnamon presents a much more highly complex, nuanced, and delicate molecular dataset. The cinnamaldehyde content in the bark oil is significantly lower, typically representing only 50 to 65% of the essential oil's total volume. Crucially, Ceylon cinnamon is heavily laced with eugenol. While the bark oil contains moderate eugenol levels, the leaf oil of this specific tree synthesizes massive amounts of the compound, occasionally exceeding 70% of the leaf's total volatile makeup. The heavy presence of this complex floral note in the true cinnamon profile tempers the aggressive cinnamaldehyde, resulting in a gentle, warm, and highly aromatic sweetness. Additionally, Ceylon cinnamon synthesizes almost zero coumarin, making it chemically safer for heavy, long-term human consumption. The olfactory receiver. Regardless of which specific botanical species is utilized, once these essential oils are released from the physical matrix of a food or beverage, they begin a highly synchronized journey toward the human nervous system. As a spiced pastry is chewed, or a hot holiday drink is sipped, the ambient heat of the food rapidly accelerates the evaporation of the volatile organic compounds. The microscopic cinnamaldehyde and eugenol molecules physically detach from the food source, becoming a free-floating gas, and are swept violently upward into the nasal cavity. The human nose and palate operate together as an exquisite, highly sensitive chemical receiver. The physical, mechanical act of chewing forces the evaporating flavor molecules upward through the back of the human throat, a physiological process known formally as retronasal olfaction. Simultaneously, the act of inhaling directly through the nose pulls the molecules through the front of the face via orthonasal olfaction. The aerodynamic turbulence created by the breath forces the cinnamaldehyde molecules deep into the uppermost reaches of the nasal cavity. Here, hidden just beneath the cribriform plate of the skull, the molecules encounter the olfactory epithelium. This is a specialized, postage stamp-sized patch of biological tissue lined with millions of exposed sensory neurons. The entire surface of the epithelium is coated in a thin, constantly flowing, watery layer of mucus. Because cinnamaldehyde is a largely hydrophobic molecule, it actively resists dissolving into this water-based mucus trap. To overcome this chemical barrier, the human body deploys specific odorant-binding proteins. These specialized proteins act as biological shuttles, capturing the hydrophobic cinnamaldehyde molecules and physically ferrying them through the watery mucus toward the surface of the nerve cells. Protruding from the tips of the olfactory sensory neurons are tiny, hair-like structures called cilia, which float directly in the mucus layer. Embedded by the thousands within the delicate membranes of these cilia are the olfactory receptors. These receptors act as highly specific cellular locks, waiting patiently for the correct molecular key to drift by. The olfactory receptors belong to the massive biological family of G-protein-coupled receptors, which are complex protein structures possessing 7 distinct coils that weave in and out of the cell membrane. Each individual receptor is structurally tuned, through millions of years of evolution, to accept only highly specific molecular shapes and chemical functional groups. The spark of transduction. As the cinnamaldehyde molecule floats past the tangled web of cilia, it physically collides with an olfactory receptor. Exhaustive biochemical research indicates that cinnamaldehyde actively binds to a handful of broad-spectrum receptors. The most prominent is a receptor known specifically as OR1, which is structurally tuned by the human genome to recognize spicy, woody, and cinnamon-like chemical signatures. The molecule also interacts with receptors OR1A1 and OR1D2, which are heavily responsible for detecting the sweet, complex floral notes provided by the underlying eugenol. When the cinnamaldehyde molecule successfully docks into the microscopic binding pocket of the OR1 receptor, it triggers a sudden, dramatic physical change in the receptor's overall shape. This precise conformational shift is the exact moment the external chemical world translates into an internal biological signal. The altered physical shape of the cellular lock activates an attached G-protein, known specifically in the olfactory system as GOLF, which resides quietly on the inside of the cell membrane. The activation of GOLF sets off a rapid, cascading chain reaction of cellular events. This cascade successfully synthesizes a massive, amplified biological response from a single, microscopic molecular collision. The GOLF protein rapidly sheds an alpha subunit that glides laterally along the inner cell membrane until it violently collides with and binds to an enzyme called adenylate cyclase type III. Once activated, this specific enzyme acts as a biological factory running at maximum capacity. It rapidly synthesizes thousands of secondary messenger molecules known as cyclic adenosine monophosphate, flooding the internal volume of the cilium. As the internal concentration of cyclic adenosine monophosphate explodes, these newly synthesized molecules drift toward closed ion channels embedded further down the ciliary membrane. They bind directly to the intracellular side of these cyclic nucleotide-gated channels, forcing the protein structures to physically pull open. Suddenly, the microscopic gates guarding the interior of the neuron are unlocked, and the cell membrane is breached. Positively charged calcium and sodium ions, which exist in high, tightly controlled concentrations in the mucus outside the cell, rush violently inward through the open channels, drawn by the steep electrochemical gradient. The sudden, overwhelming influx of calcium then triggers a secondary set of specialized channels to open. These are calcium-activated chloride channels, which allow negatively charged chloride ions to rapidly rush out of the cell into the mucus. This massive, rapid exchange of chemical ions fundamentally alters the electrical voltage across the entire membrane of the sensory neuron. The cell depolarizes, shifting abruptly from a resting negative state to a highly active positive state. If enough cinnamaldehyde molecules bind to enough receptors simultaneously, the local depolarization reaches a critical, tipping point threshold. At this exact moment, the sensory neuron fires an electrical signal, generating a rapidly moving action potential. The chemical identity of the cinnamon spice has now been successfully and permanently converted into an electrical pulse. The illusion of fire. While the olfactory sensory neurons are busy translating the aromatic profile of the spice, the aggressive nature of the cinnamaldehyde molecule simultaneously triggers an entirely separate, secondary sensory system. As the volatile molecules fill the tight confines of the nasal cavity and the mouth, they physically collide with the exposed mucosal branches of the trigeminal nerve. The trigeminal nerve is the massive cranial nerve, primarily responsible for the perception of pain, touch, and temperature across the human face and head. Embedded in the microscopic endings of the trigeminal nerve are specialized ion channels known as transient receptor potential channels. Two of the most important channels in this family are TRPA1 and TRPV1. These specific protein channels are the body's dedicated heat and pain sensors, biologically designed to warn the brain of dangerously hot temperatures, noxious chemicals, or immediate tissue damage. When cinnamaldehyde physically collides with and binds to the TRPA1 and TRPV1 receptors, it forcefully wedges these channels open. This physical action sparks a rapid, localized influx of calcium ions into the trigeminal nerve endings, firing an immediate, high-priority warning signal directly to the brain. This secondary pathway explains the precise physical mechanics of why cinnamon feels distinctly and physically warm to the human palate. The cinnamaldehyde molecule is not actually generating literal, measurable thermal heat inside the mouth. Instead, cinnamaldehyde is chemically hacking the body's underlying sensory hardware, synthesizing a false, chemical perception of temperature change. The brain receives the urgent electrical signals from the TRPA1 receptors and interprets them as physical warmth, resulting in a mild, burning spiciness that pleasantly floods the mouth, tongue, and sinuses. At this exact moment in the consumption process, the human brain is processing two simultaneous streams of distinct sensory data. It is receiving the complex, sweet, and woody aroma decoded by the olfactory bulb, and it is receiving the physical, burning warmth decoded by the trigeminal nerve. Together, they seamlessly merge to create the holistic, multidimensional flavor profile of cinnamon. However, it is the next step in the anatomical journey that elevates this specific flavor from a mere sensory input into a profound emotional trigger. The thalamic bypass. To understand the profound nostalgia pathway associated with scent, one must carefully examine the highly unique structural connectivity of the human brain. When visual, auditory, or tactile information enters the human body, the resulting electrical signals are almost always sent first to the thalamus. The thalamus is a large mass of gray matter that acts as the brain's central sensory switchboard. It serves as a strict gatekeeper, filtering sensory data and carefully routing the information to the appropriate higher cortical regions for conscious, logical processing. Olfaction, however, operates on an entirely different, much older anatomical blueprint. The electrical signals generated by the cinnamaldehyde molecules race away from the nasal cavity, traveling up the long axons of the sensory neurons. They pass vertically through the cribriform plate, a porous, sponge-like bone located at the very base of the skull, and enter the brain's initial processing station, the olfactory bulb. Here, the scattered signals from thousands of identical OR1 receptors converge on spherical, organized structures called glomeruli, creating a highly organized, topographical map of the exact chemical identity of the cinnamaldehyde molecule. Crucially, as the refined electrical signals leave the olfactory bulb, they completely and entirely bypass the thalamus. Smell is the only major human sense that consistently takes this evolutionary shortcut, operating with a direct, unfiltered line to the most primitive, ancient structures of the human brain. This unique, direct wiring reflects the ancient, vital evolutionary importance of scent. In early mammalian evolution, bypassing the thalamus allowed animals to react instantly to the smell of predators, toxic food, or mating partners, without wasting precious milliseconds waiting for conscious, logical thought to process the data. The olfactory tract carries the signals directly from the bulb into the limbic system, the ancient, deep brain network primarily responsible for emotion, primal behavior, and long-term memory consolidation. The very first stops on this high-speed sensory superhighway are the amygdala and the hippocampus. The amygdala, a small, almond-shaped cluster of nuclei, serves as the brain's primary emotional center. It acts as a biological processor that constantly evaluates the effective, emotional value of a passing stimulus, determining instantly whether a signal should elicit terror, joy, aggression, or deep comfort. Lying directly adjacent to the amygdala is the hippocampus, the brain's primary memory vault, which is heavily responsible for consolidating short-term daily experiences into permanent, long-term episodic memory. The memory vault. Because the olfactory bulb feeds its decoded chemical data directly and immediately into these two specific limbic structures, the physical act of smelling cinnamon instantly and involuntarily activates the neural substrates of emotion and memory. Visual and auditory sensory cues simply do not possess this privileged, direct physical connection to the emotional core of the brain. When a cinnamaldehyde molecule fires an electrical pulse, it essentially bypasses the logical, analytical, linguistic centers of the neocortex and strikes directly at the raw core of human feeling. This structural connectivity provides the biological explanation for the phenomenon of odor-evoked memory, frequently referred to in literature as the Proust phenomenon. Memories that are triggered by a sudden scent are neurologically distinct from memories triggered by sight or sound. Extensive psychological research demonstrates that they are generally older memories, significantly more visceral, and carry a considerably heavier emotional weight than visual recollections. Neurobiological research provides concrete, observable evidence of this highly unique physiological pathway. In a seminal 2004 clinical study utilizing advanced functional magnetic resonance imaging, neuroscientist Rachel Herz successfully demonstrated the physical, measurable power of odor-evoked memory. Human subjects were placed into the neuroimaging scanner and sequentially exposed to visual cues and olfactory cues that were specifically tied to deeply personal, highly significant memories. As the subjects recalled their memories, the functional magnetic resonance imaging meticulously tracked the blood flow and electrical activation across various regions of their brains. The resulting brain scans revealed a startling biological truth regarding the processing of scent. Recalling a personal memory via an olfactory cue triggered significantly greater activation in both the amygdala and the parahippocampal regions than recalling the exact same memory via a visual cue. The test subjects physically experienced a much stronger, deeper emotional response, manifested as a measurable spike in neurobiological activity, simply because the neural pathway originated from the olfactory bulb. Odor-evoked memories frequently exhibit a psychological trait known as emotional primacy. This means the physical, bodily feeling of the memory arises instantly, flooding the subject's consciousness before the logical, analytical brain can even articulate or identify what the specific memory actually is. For many individuals within Western cultures, the specific, high-resolution memory locked inside the amygdala by the scent of cinnamon is universally tied to the crisp air of autumn, the joy of the winter holidays, and deep familial comfort. This incredibly specific neuroassociation is not a random psychological quirk or a brilliant marketing invention. It is a deeply ingrained, culturally reinforced biological pathway. The neurology of why an entire hemisphere intuitively associates a tropical, Asian tree bark with winter snow and cozy hearths requires a detailed look back at centuries of culinary survival. The winter survival strategy. Before the advent of modern refrigeration and globalized supply chains, preserving a sufficient food supply through the barren, freezing winter months of Northern Europe was a literal matter of life and death. The agricultural cycle halted entirely, and fresh produce vanished from the diet. To survive, European cooks relied heavily on imported spices to preserve slaughtered meats, mask the slightly rancid flavor of aging food, and drastically extend the shelf life of breads and baked goods. Spices were highly expensive, imported at great cost along treacherous, months-long trade routes from the east, but they possessed highly potent, natural antimicrobial properties. Cinnamaldehyde, in particular, is highly effective at physically inhibiting the cellular growth of dangerous foodborne bacteria and aggressive fungal blooms. By heavily spicing their foods, medieval cooks were actively deploying chemical warfare against the microscopic pathogens that caused winter rot. During the Middle Ages, as the long winter approached, baking heavily spiced, durable breads and dense cakes became a critical, widespread winter survival strategy. By the early 15th century, complex recipes for medieval gingerbread were widely circulated and consumed throughout the dark winter months. These early iterations were not the sweet cookies known today, but rather incredibly dense, stiff pastes made from boiled honey, stale breadcrumbs, black pepper, and heavily dusted with highly prized powdered cinnamon. The physical, chemical properties of the spices also heavily dictated their strict seasonal use. Because cinnamaldehyde violently triggers the TRPA1 heat receptors on the trigeminal nerve, consuming high volumes of cinnamon literally warms the human body from the inside out. In damp, uninsulated, drafty medieval homes, the burning, spicy warmth of cinnamon, cloves, and ginger provided vital physiological comfort against the freezing ambient temperatures. Furthermore, because these imported spices were incredibly expensive luxury commodities, their heavy, lavish use was strictly reserved for the most important, culturally significant celebrations of the entire year. Christmas and the surrounding midwinter feasts became the central focal point for consuming these expensive, highly preserved, warming foods. Over hundreds of years, generation after generation of Europeans consumed heavy doses of cinnamon almost exclusively during the dark, cold days of late autumn and deep winter. This centuries-long, repetitive culinary habit ultimately created a profound, widespread neuroassociation across the culture. The human brain is a master of associative learning, constantly and automatically wiring sensory inputs to specific environmental and emotional contexts. When a child grows up smelling cinnamaldehyde evaporating from the family oven during the safety, warmth, and immense joy of a holiday gathering, the hippocampus dutifully records the exact chemical signature of the molecule. Simultaneously, the amygdala permanently attaches a deep feeling of comfort, safety, and familial love to that specific structural shape. The seasonal shift. This biological memory pathway has been reinforced so thoroughly across Western society that it literally alters human sensory perception based entirely on the calendar. The Western brain implicitly expects to smell cinnamon in the winter, and it neurologically rewards the body with a rush of positive emotion when it finally does. This fascinating phenomenon was explicitly proven in a fascinating 2009 psychological study designed to examine how the human perception of specific odors changes relative to the time of year. Researchers at a science museum in Dresden, Germany, tested human subjects' psychological and physiological reactions to various common scents, including the smell of cinnamon. To completely eliminate any environmental bias or seasonal visual cues, the tests were conducted in the exact same controlled room, under the exact same temperature, humidity, and lighting conditions. The test was administered once in the sweltering middle of summer, and again just a few days before the Christmas holiday. The subjects were presented with the physical odor of cinnamon via a standardized sniffing device and asked to meticulously rate the smell based on its familiarity and its hedonic pleasantness. The empirical results of the study were striking and highly revealing regarding the power of cultural neuroassociation. The subjects rated the exact same chemical compound as significantly more familiar and significantly more pleasant when they smelled it during the Christmas season compared to when they smelled it in the summer. The physical structure of the cinnamaldehyde molecule had not changed by a single atom. The olfactory receptors in the subjects' nasal cavities functioned exactly the same way. The signal transduction pathway fired the exact same electrical pulse into the olfactory bulb. What had drastically changed was the emotional context waiting patiently in the amygdala. The culturally ingrained nostalgia pathway was primed, anticipating the shift in weather, and ready for the winter months. When the cinnamaldehyde signal arrived in the limbic system in December, it seamlessly locked into the expected seasonal framework. This alignment triggered a rapid cascade of positive, comforting emotions that literally made the spice smell subjectively better and more appealing to the conscious mind. This is the ultimate, enduring power of the molecular engine hidden within the tough bark of the cinnamomum tree. The aggressive, burning heat of the cinnamaldehyde and the complex, soothing floral notes of the eugenol are physically extracted, volatilized, and inhaled. They expertly hack the trigeminal nerve to synthesize a feeling of physical warmth in the depths of winter. They completely bypass the analytical brain, striking the emotional and memory centers with unparalleled physiological speed and intensity. Through centuries of historical global trade, vital winter food preservation, and joyous holiday baking, human biology has been systematically trained to equate this specific molecular blueprint with safety, warmth, and joy. The smell of cinnamon is not merely a passing flavor. It is a physical, neurological key. When it binds to the cellular locks of the human olfactory system, it fires an electrical signal that successfully bridges the massive gap between a tropical tree bark and the deepest, most comforting memories of the human experience. Chapter 13. The Great Cinnamon Deception, Food Law and Labeling. To understand the modern global spice trade is to understand the architecture of an illusion. Walk into any supermarket in the United States, navigate the brightly lit aisles to the baking section, and pick up a small glass jar labeled simply as cinnamon. The powdery substance inside is a rich, dark, reddish-brown. It possesses a pungent, aggressively spicy aroma that immediately conjures deep cultural memories of winter holidays, warm pastries, and morning coffee. Yet, historically and botanically speaking, the label printed on that jar is a legally sanctioned lie. For thousands of years, the spice known to the ancient world as cinnamon was exclusively derived from a single, specific plant. This plant is known botanically as Cinnamomum verum, a delicate evergreen tree native almost entirely to the island of Sri Lanka. During antiquity, Arabian traders guarded the source of this tree with violent jealousy. They spun elaborate myths about giant birds of prey to keep European buyers entirely in the dark about the spice's true geographic origins. When the Dutch East India Company finally seized control of the Sri Lankan trade routes in the 17th century, true cinnamon was a luxury commodity, so immensely valuable it could dictate the wealth and stability of entire nations. Today, however, the vast majority of what is consumed in the Western world is not Cinnamomum verum. It is a cheaper, harsher, and chemically distinct botanical substitute known as cassia. The fact that both of these vastly different plants are legally sold to consumers under the exact same name is not a linguistic accident or a botanical misunderstanding. It is the direct result of a calculated regulatory loophole, a legal blind spot, engineered over decades by corporate food interests. This chapter examines how the modern industrial food complex orchestrated one of the most successful bait-and-switch operations in culinary history. It is a detailed account of how relentless economic lobbying allowed a cheap agricultural substitute to legally erase a historical original. It is also a story of unintended biological consequences, because this massive economic victory introduced a toxic variable into the daily diet of millions of unsuspecting consumers. When international food law decided to ignore the botanical differences between two plants, it also actively chose to ignore their severe chemical differences. This regulatory failure set the stage for a massive, slow-moving international food safety crisis. By legislating ambiguity, regulatory agencies inadvertently forced the human body to process toxic compounds that it was never evolutionarily designed to handle in such massive quantities. The regulatory blind spot, the FDA loophole. To comprehend how the cassia varieties entirely conquered the modern spice market, one must first look at the physical and economic differences between the two plants. True Ceylon cinnamon is harvested by carefully and manually peeling the thin inner bark of the Cinnamomum verum tree. This inner bark then dries into delicate, multi-layered quills that crumble easily and softly between the fingers. Ceylon cinnamon possesses a remarkably mild, sweet, and highly complex flavor profile. It carries distinct citrus notes and a subtle warmth that does not overpower the palate. Cassia, on the other hand, is harvested from several related but distinct species of trees. These primarily include Cinnamomum cassia grown in China, Cinnamomum burmanae grown in Indonesia, and Cinnamomum lureroi grown in Vietnam. The physical characteristics of cassia bark are starkly different from true cinnamon. Cassia bark is thick, tough, and forms a single, hard, woody curl when it is dried in the sun. It is also significantly cheaper to grow, harvest, process, and transport across global shipping lanes. From a strictly industrial and logistical perspective, cassia is the vastly superior commercial product. Cassia possesses a rugged supply chain resilience that fragile Ceylon cinnamon simply cannot match. Furthermore, cassia delivers an aggressively strong, spicy sweet flavor that holds up much better during high-heat commercial baking and extreme food processing. The only major obstacle to completely replacing true cinnamon with cassia in the global market was the law. Specifically, the food industry had to navigate the strict definitions of standard identity that govern how food is labeled and sold to the public. In the United States, the Food and Drug Administration is the primary agency tasked with regulating these definitions and enforcing labeling transparency. Under Title 21 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 101.22, the government outlines the specific labeling requirements for spices, flavorings, and colorings. However, the regulatory text contains a massive, intentional omission. The Food and Drug Administration does not require spice companies to differentiate between true Ceylon cinnamon and the various harsh species of cassia. Both distinct botanical classifications are legally permitted to be labeled, packaged, and sold to the consumer simply as cinnamon. This broad and highly forgiving classification was not formed in a vacuum, nor was it an oversight by early food scientists. This regulatory framework was heavily influenced by the American Spice Trade Association. Founded in 1907, the American Spice Trade Association emerged as a powerful industry lobbying group designed to promote and protect the financial interests of massive spice importers and commercial processors. Throughout the 20th century, global trade rapidly expanded, and the industrial demand for cheap, mass-produced flavorings skyrocketed. During this period of intense industrialization, the American spice industry actively engaged in lobbying to keep the legal definition of cinnamon as broad and vague as possible. By legally conflating the distinct species, massive food corporations were able to completely swap out the expensive Sri Lankan original for the much cheaper Southeast Asian substitute. Crucially, they were able to execute this massive supply chain substitution without ever having to alter their packaging or alert the consumer. The American Spice Trade Association helped draft the initial advisory standards that eventually informed the Food and Drug Administration's official regulatory lists. When the government compiled the generally recognized as safe list, the industry's influence was highly apparent. In these foundational guidelines, the legal term for cinnamon was deliberately stretched to include Cinnamomum zeylanicum, Cinnamomum cassia, and Cinnamomum lureri. By officially legislating this botanical ambiguity, the Food and Drug Administration effectively institutionalized a regulatory loophole, a legal blind spot that heavily favored corporate profit margins over botanical accuracy. Brands and multinational food conglomerates were suddenly free to exploit the historical prestige and perceived health benefits of true cinnamon. Simultaneously, they could utilize the incredibly low bulk pricing and high profit margins of imported cassia bark. The American consumer was left entirely to their own devices in the grocery aisle. The regulatory burden of identification was entirely shifted from the massive corporation producing the food to the individual citizen purchasing it. Unless a glass jar or a pastry package is explicitly labeled as Ceylon cinnamon or Cinnamomum verum, the consumer must assume it is a cheap cassia variety. The global food industry had successfully bypassed the fundamental need for ingredient transparency. This regulatory sleight of hand was a true masterclass in corporate efficiency and legal maneuvering. However, this economic victory contained a deeply hidden chemical flaw that would not be fully understood by medical science until decades later. By relentlessly lobbying to classify the different botanical species under one identical name, the industry also actively suppressed public knowledge of the plant's profound biochemical differences. This lack of strict regulatory oversight over the cassia supply chain has continuously haunted the United States food system. Because cassia is sourced from highly industrialized and loosely regulated agricultural sectors in Southeast Asia, it is frequently subject to severe contamination. In 2023 and 2024, the Food and Drug Administration was forced to issue massive public health alerts and product recalls for multiple brands of ground cinnamon. These recalls were initiated because routine state testing revealed dangerously elevated levels of lead in the commercial cassia supply. Cassia bark is highly susceptible to absorbing heavy metals from contaminated soil, and the loose regulatory framework surrounding its importation allows these contaminated batches to frequently slip into the American market. Dozens of products, ranging from Lucky Foods cinnamon powder to El Salvador Corp ground cinnamon, were found to contain unsafe parts per million of lead. The American Spice Trade Association immediately launched a public relations defense, arguing that their internal guidance levels of 2 parts per million for heavy metals were sufficient to protect consumers. They blamed the contamination on economically motivated adulteration by foreign suppliers rather than systemic flaws in the spice trade itself. Yet, heavy metal contamination is only a secondary threat compared to the primary biological hazard inherent to the cassia plant itself. While true Ceylon cinnamon is chemically benign and perfectly safe for heavy daily consumption, the various cassia strains contain heavily concentrated levels of a naturally occurring, highly toxic chemical. This compound is fiercely antagonistic to human biology. In their frantic rush to secure a cheaper, more resilient supply chain, the global spice industry had inadvertently introduced a massive, unregulated health hazard into the global food system. The coumarin problem, the toxic ledger. The specific chemical compound at the very heart of this global food safety controversy is known as coumarin. Coumarin, a toxic compound, is a naturally occurring phytochemical found in several specific plants, including tonka beans, sweet clover, and most notably, cassia cinnamon. In its isolated and purified form, coumarin possesses a highly pleasant, sweet aroma that is remarkably reminiscent of newly mown hay. Because of this deeply appealing scent profile, synthesized coumarin was an incredibly popular additive in early 20th century perfumes, cosmetics, and artificial food flavorings. It was frequently used to enhance the flavor of candies, baked goods, and even tobacco products. However, the golden age of synthetic coumarin was brought to a sudden and absolute halt by federal regulators in the mid-20th century. The use of coumarin as an isolated food additive was abruptly and permanently banned by the United States Food and Drug Administration in 1954. This severe regulatory action was enacted immediately after rigorous animal studies revealed that the chemical exhibited profound hepatotoxicity, a liver poison, in mammalian test subjects. When laboratory rodents were repeatedly exposed to high doses of the chemical, their internal organs suffered catastrophic failures. The rats rapidly developed massive liver tumors, extreme bile duct proliferation, and severe, irreversible hepatic lesions. The scientific data was terrifyingly clear. Coumarin was a potent carcinogen and a destructive hepatotoxin in animal models. The government acted swiftly to remove the synthetic version from the food supply to protect the public. However, this aggressive regulatory action created a massive legal and biological paradox. Despite permanently banning the synthetic addition of coumarin to human food, the Food and Drug Administration inexplicably allowed the continued, unrestricted sale of cassia cinnamon. Cassia naturally contains massive, entirely unregulated doses of the exact same chemical that the government had just classified as a dangerous liver poison. To truly understand why coumarin is so inherently dangerous to mammalian biology, one must examine the precise biochemical mechanisms the body uses to dismantle it. When a human consumer eats a pastry heavily spiced with cassia cinnamon, the coumarin is rapidly absorbed through the digestive tract and enters the bloodstream. It is immediately transported to the liver, which serves as the body's primary chemical filtration system. Here, the liver relies entirely on a highly specific enzyme, known to biochemists as cytochrome P452A6, to metabolize and neutralize the chemical. When functioning correctly, this enzyme initiates a process called 7-hydroxylation. This reaction successfully transforms the dangerous coumarin molecule into a completely harmless, water-soluble byproduct called 7-hydroxycoumarin, which is then safely excreted in the urine. This is the primary, non-toxic metabolic pathway utilized by the human body. However, the human liver's capacity to process this chemical represents a strict biological threshold, a legal chemical ceiling. The cytochrome P452A6 enzyme is not an infinite resource. If an individual consumes too much cassia cinnamon in a single sitting, the primary detoxification pathway becomes completely saturated and overwhelmed. Furthermore, medical science has discovered significant interindividual variation in how the human liver operates. Due to specific genetic polymorphisms, a distinct subpopulation of human beings possesses severely deficient levels of the cytochrome P452A6 enzyme. For these genetically sensitive individuals, the biological threshold is dangerously low. When this critical biological threshold is breached, either by massive consumption or by genetic deficiency, the human liver panics. Unable to process the coumarin through the safe 7-hydroxylation route, the liver is violently forced to shunt the excess chemical into a secondary, highly dangerous metabolic pathway. It is within this secondary pathway that severe cellular damage occurs. In this alternative route, the coumarin molecule undergoes a rapid 3,4-epoxidation reaction. This chemical transformation converts the coumarin into a highly unstable and violently reactive intermediate compound, known as coumarin 34-epoxide. This cytotoxic intermediate does not remain stable for long. It quickly and spontaneously rearranges itself into orthohydroxyphenylacetaldehyde. Orthohydroxyphenylacetaldehyde is a severe cellular poison. It actively attacks the liver from the inside out, covalently binding to surrounding hepatic proteins and destroying essential cellular structures. While the human liver attempts to clear this poison by oxidizing it into orthohydroxyphenylacetic acid, the damage is often already done. This devastating biochemical cascade results in the rapid destruction of liver tissue. Clinically, This cellular destruction manifests in patients as drastically elevated transaminases, extreme jaundice, and severe hepatic inflammation. The raw medical data regarding this toxic mechanism is unambiguous. While humans are generally better equipped to clear orthohydroxyphenylacetaldehyde than laboratory rats, the threat of severe liver damage is incredibly real for a significant percentage of the global population. Clinical trials involving coumarin-based medicinal treatments for lymphedema have repeatedly demonstrated that acute hepatotoxicity occurs in a small but highly vulnerable subset of human patients. The liver damage observed in these medical trials was so severe and unpredictable that several major European countries, including France, were forced to withdraw coumarin-based medicinal drugs entirely from their domestic markets. Because the United States Food and Drug Administration loophole allows all cinnamon to be labeled identically, American consumers have absolutely no way of knowing how much of this liver poison they are actively ingesting. The chemical variance between the botanical species is not a matter of slight, negligible percentages. It is a matter of staggering mathematical magnitudes that directly impact public health. The mathematical differences in coumarin concentration between the commercial strains of cinnamon are absolute and severe. Ceylon cinnamon, Cinnamomum verum, contains only trace, microscopic amounts of the chemical, ranging from a mere 0.004 to 0.02% coumarin. This ultra-low concentration makes true Ceylon cinnamon perfectly safe for heavy daily consumption without any risk of liver damage. Chinese cassia, Cinnamomum cassia, contains high and dangerous levels ranging from 1 to 5% coumarin. This specific strain is heavily utilized in commercial baking, processed foods, and mass-market spice blends due to its incredibly low cost. Indonesian cassia, Cinnamomum burmannii, contains moderate to high levels ranging from 2 to 6% coumarin. This botanical variant represents the most common type of cinnamon found sitting on the shelves of American grocery stores. Saigon cinnamon, Cinnamomum lureroi, contains exceptionally high, highly toxic levels ranging from 4 to 8% coumarin. This intense concentration makes Saigon cinnamon the most dangerous and toxic variant available on the global commercial market. To put this severe chemical disparity into a practical perspective, a single teaspoon of non-Ceylon cinnamon can easily contain between 7 and 18 milligrams of pure coumarin. This massive amount is more than enough to put an average-sized adult directly at risk of liver damage if consumed on a daily basis. Furthermore, it represents an acute and immediate toxicological threat to the smaller, developing livers of young children. While the United States government consciously chose to ignore this hard biochemical data, allowing intense corporate lobbying to successfully bypass biological reality, the European Union took a vastly different and highly aggressive regulatory approach. European health agencies refused to allow a known hepatotoxin to remain entirely unregulated in the public food supply. In 2004, the European Food Safety Authority initiated a massive review of the raw medical data regarding coumarin. They officially recognized naturally occurring coumarin in cassia as a tangible, pressing health hazard. To protect European citizens, the agency established a strict tolerable daily intake limit of exactly 0.1 milligrams of coumarin per kilogram of body weight. For an average human adult weighing 60 kilograms, this strict regulation meant a maximum safe daily dose of just 6 milligrams of coumarin. A single, heavily spiced cassia pastry from a commercial bakery could easily shatter this legal chemical ceiling in just a few bites. The European regulators had effectively drawn a hard line in the sand against the global spice industry. By the year 2008, the European Union had officially formalized these strict toxicity limits into binding international law through the passage of Regulation (EC) No. 1334/2008. This sweeping legislation explicitly and legally capped the total amount of coumarin allowed in commercially produced foods. The directive was heralded as a massive triumph of hard chemical data over vague industrial practices. However, regulatory laws do not exist in a vacuum. By attempting to strictly regulate the exact chemical composition of traditional European baked goods from a centralized bureaucratic office in Brussels, the European Union inadvertently triggered a massive cultural uprising. The clash between sterile biochemical limits and deep-rooted culinary tradition was entirely inevitable. The pastry war, the Danish cinnamon controversy. The massive, inevitable collision between international regulatory food law and cultural culinary heritage finally erupted in the bitter winter of 2013. The primary battlefield for this regulatory conflict was the nation of Denmark, and the instigating agent was the beloved national pastry known as the kanelsnegl, or the cinnamon snail. The kanelsnegl is an absolute, unquestionable pillar of traditional Danish baking. It consists of a rich, buttery, highly laminated pastry dough that is rolled tightly with heavy, dark, sticky layers of sugar and cinnamon. For countless generations, Danish bakers had relied exclusively on the strong, pungent, aggressively spicy flavor of kasha to achieve the pastry's signature bite and intense aromatic profile. The international crisis began quietly when the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration initiated a routine, nationwide surveillance program. The agency's goal was to systematically test local baked goods for strict compliance with the newly enacted European Union spice rules. Under the strict mandates of EU Regulation 1334/2008, the permissible limit, a legal chemical ceiling, for coumarin in everyday fine bakery, was set at an incredibly low 15 milligrams per kilogram of dough. When the Danish food authorities finished analyzing the 74 discrete pastry samples they had collected from local independent bakeries and massive supermarkets, they made a startling and highly controversial discovery. The chemical data was impossible to ignore, and it immediately placed the government at direct odds with its own citizens. More than half of the traditional kanelsnegl samples tested completely and utterly shattered the European Union's strict toxicity limits. Because the Danish bakers were heavily utilizing cheap, high coumarin kasha cinnamon to achieve their traditional flavor profiles, the chemical coumarin levels in the dough were astronomically high. Adhering strictly and inflexibly to the literal letter of the European law, the Danish Food Agency issued a severe regulatory directive. They ordered bakers across the entire country to immediately and significantly reduce the total amount of cinnamon sprinkled into their raw pastry dough. The state apparatus had effectively ordered the mandatory chemical alteration of a beloved national treasure. The public reaction from the Danish baking industry was instantaneous, highly organized, and absolutely furious. The powerful Danish Bakers' Association publicly revolted against the government directive, treating the new regulation as a direct, insulting assault on their historic craftsmanship and their cultural identity. Hardy Christensen, the vocal and highly passionate president of the Bakers' Association, immediately became the de facto leader of the cultural resistance. He went to the press, loudly pointing out the sheer cultural absurdity of the government's chemical intervention. "We've been making bread and cakes with cinnamon for 200 years. Christensen argued passionately to international reporters, warning darkly that adhering to the strict chemical limits would unquestionably mean the end of the cinnamon roll as we know it. The Danish bakers argued relentlessly that the health risk posed by their pastries was entirely theoretical and wildly overblown by paranoid bureaucrats. They noted with heavy sarcasm that a grown man would literally have to eat dozens of sweet pastries every single day for years to incur actual, documented liver damage from the coumarin. The bakers brilliantly framed the EU directive not as a necessary or vital public health intervention, but as a severe, highly damaging case of bureaucratic overreach by out-of-touch regulators in Brussels. The local controversy quickly escalated from a niche food safety issue into a sensationalized, highly publicized national crisis. The conflict was universally and enthusiastically dubbed Cinnamongate by the delighted European press corps. The deep frustration of the Danish bakers was heavily compounded and exacerbated by the recent actions of their immediate neighbors across the Øresund Bridge. Sweden, a country which shares an equally deep cultural devotion to its own specific version of the cinnamon bun, the kanelbull, had completely and effortlessly bypassed the exact same European chemical regulations. The Swedish National Food Agency had achieved this incredible regulatory victory, not by forcing their bakers to alter their historic recipes, but by successfully exploiting a clever, highly specific legal loophole buried deep within the complex text of Regulation 1334/2008. This legal maneuver demonstrated the ultimate flexibility of international food law when faced with cultural resistance. The European legislation contained a highly specific exemption that was originally designed to protect essential cultural heritage foods from being regulated out of existence. According to the law, if a specific food item could be officially classified by a member state as a traditional and/or seasonal bakery, where it was no longer strictly bound by the harsh 15-milligram chemical limit. Instead, these protected, culturally significant food items were legally granted a vastly expanded permissible limit of 50 milligrams of coumarin per kilogram of dough. The Swedish government had immediately and decisively classified the kanelbull as a traditional food, legally shielding their bakers from the chemical crackdown and preserving their massive daily fika culture. The Danish Food Agency, however, had initially taken a much more rigid, puritanical, and literal interpretation of the European law. The strict bureaucrats in Copenhagen argued that because the kanelsnegl was enthusiastically eaten by Danes every single day alongside their morning coffee, it simply could not be legally defined as a seasonal or traditional holiday treat. Therefore, the Danish government argued, the pastry had to be strictly regulated as an everyday fine baked good, making it legally subject to the absolute harshest toxicity thresholds mandated by the European Union. The Danish state was effectively punishing the national pastry for simply being too popular with the local population. Faced with a rapidly mounting public relations disaster and the genuine, highly vocal threat of losing their most iconic and profitable pastry, the Danish bakers drastically intensified their political lobbying efforts. They furiously demanded that the Danish government immediately align its legal interpretations of the European text with the much more forgiving stance taken by Sweden. The intense public standoff required high-level government officials, strict food safety scientists, and angry bakery executives to retreat to closed-door conference rooms. Their singular goal was to fiercely negotiate the exact, legally binding definition of the word tradition. It was a truly bizarre, highly modern spectacle where the ultimate fate of a simple pastry hinged entirely on the precise, negotiated wording of a massive international regulatory treaty. Finally, in February 2014, the Danish Food Authority buckled under the immense, unyielding cultural and economic pressure. They officially reversed their initial strict stance and completely reinterpreted the European Union regulatory provisions to favor the baking industry. The government formally and publicly announced that the kanelsnegl, despite being consumed by the population on a massive daily basis, would henceforth be legally classified as a protected, traditional, baked good. With a single, highly negotiated stroke of a bureaucratic pen, the legal chemical ceiling for the pastry was instantly raised from a restrictive 15 milligrams to a highly permissive 50 milligrams. The bakers were instantly free to return to their original, cassia-heavy, historically accurate recipes. The peaceful resolution of the Great Pastry War was widely celebrated by the public as a massive victory for culinary heritage and common sense. However, the conflict perfectly highlighted the deeply negotiated, highly malleable nature of modern international food law. The hard biological toxicity of coumarin had not changed in the slightest. The human liver was absolutely no better equipped to process the dangerous chemical in 2014 than it was in 2013. Instead, the strict legal definitions designed to protect human health were simply and effectively manipulated to accommodate the overwhelming demands of the commercial market. In the end, both the American Food and Drug Administration's labeling loophole and the European Union's traditional pastry exemption deeply demonstrate the exact same fundamental truth about the modern food system. In the massive, highly lucrative global spice trade, strict botanical reality and hard chemical safety are almost always secondary considerations to relentless economic demand and deep cultural appetite. Chapter 14. The Medicinal Renaissance, Modern Research. Cinnamon is, at its most fundamental level, nothing more than the scraped and dried bark of an evergreen tree. For millennia, this simple botanical byproduct built sprawling maritime empires, triggered brutal colonial wars, and commanded prices so astronomical that it functioned as a parallel global currency. The ancient world viewed the spice as a luxurious commodity, a divine fragrance, and an elite culinary staple. Yet the modern era has systematically stripped cinnamon of its geopolitical mystique, grinding it down into a common, inexpensive kitchen powder. Today, the true value of the cinnamomum tree is no longer measured in the holds of Dutch trading galleons or the ledgers of the East India Company. Instead, it is measured in the sterile, brightly lit laboratories of clinical pharmacologists and metabolic researchers. We have officially entered the medicinal renaissance of the global spice trade. Modern biological science has rediscovered this ancient bark, viewing it not as a culinary novelty, but as a complex biological machine capable of altering human chemistry. To the clinical data analyst, the modern human bloodstream is a volatile metabolic dataset. It is a closed hydraulic loop constantly fluctuating with tidal waves of glucose, circulating lipids, and inflammatory markers. Our modern, hyper-processed dietary habits have turned this once stable dataset into a chaotic, poorly regulated biological system. The human pancreas constantly struggles to maintain order, pumping out hormones in a desperate bid to regulate the escalating chemical noise. In this ongoing global metabolic crisis, cinnamon has steadily migrated from the domestic pantry to the clinical pharmacy. Deep within the matrix of the tree's bark lies a highly sophisticated pharmacological payload. By isolating, extracting, and deploying these specific plant compounds, modern researchers are attempting to hack the human metabolic dataset. They are learning to metabolize, bind, and regulate our internal chemistry using the exact same spice that once perfumed the temples of the ancient world. The glucose equation, insulin mimicry. The modern global epidemic of type 2 diabetes represents a fundamental failure in the regulation of human metabolic data. In a healthy human system, insulin functions as a precise hormonal messenger, signaling cells to absorb excess sugar from the bloodstream for energy. However, millions of people now suffer from insulin resistance, a condition we can visualize as a locked cellular door. The insulin is present in the blood, actively knocking on the door, but the cellular receptors refuse to open, trapping dangerous levels of glucose in the vascular system. For decades, the standard medical response to this crisis was simply to flood the human system with synthetic pharmaceutical insulin or to prescribe drugs that force the pancreas to work harder. But in the late 20th century, agricultural chemists began systematically screening natural botanical compounds for biological activity. Researchers at the United States Department of Agriculture tested scores of plant extracts, looking for natural substances that could regulate this chaotic glucose dataset. Nothing they tested displayed biological activity anywhere near that of cinnamon bark. The government researchers discovered that the aqueous, water-soluble fraction of cinnamon contained highly active molecules known as type A polyphenols. In clinical pharmacology, we can visualize a polyphenol as a metabolic key. These are dense, complex organic compounds synthesized by the plant for its own defense, but which happen to fit perfectly into the chemical locks of mammalian cellular receptors. When introduced into the human body, these specific water-soluble polymers physically mimic the action of endogenous insulin. They do not stimulate the pancreas to produce more of the hormone. Instead, they bypass the failing organ entirely. The active compounds, particularly a derivative originally identified as methylhydroxychalcone polymer, bind directly to the locked cellular doors of adipose tissue and skeletal muscle. The precise biological mechanics of this insulin mimicry are astonishing to observe at the cellular level. When the type A polyphenol successfully docks with the human cell, it triggers the tyrosine phosphorylation of the insulin receptor beta and the insulin receptor substrate 1. This physical docking activates a deep internal signaling pathway known as phosphoinositide 3 kinase. Once this specific pathway is stimulated, the cell is forced to alter its physical structure to accommodate the incoming sugar. Specifically, the activation of phosphoinositide 3 kinase commands the cell to deploy glucose transporter 4 proteins directly to the outer cell membrane. This action effectively throws the locked cellular doors wide open, allowing the trapped blood sugar to rush inside. In laboratory tube assays using isolated fat cells, the application of these polyphenolic polymers increased sugar metabolism by a staggering 20-fold. The cinnamon extracts essentially potentiated the existing insulin, making the hormone drastically more efficient at its original job. To the clinical data analyst, this represents a massive, spontaneous correction in the metabolic dataset. Moving from the Petri dish to the human bloodstream, clinical trials have attempted to quantify this botanical regulation in living patients. The modern era of clinical cinnamon research was catalyzed by a landmark study in 2003, conducted by Kahn and colleagues. The researchers treated 60 human subjects suffering from type 2 diabetes with varying daily doses of raw cinnamon powder for 40 consecutive days. The resulting clinical data confirmed that the botanical compounds were actively manipulating the bloodstream's volatile dataset. The researchers observed dramatic reductions across several key metabolic markers. The specific comparative clinical data observed in the trial included a drop in fasting serum glucose levels ranging between 18% and 29%, a reduction in harmful triglyceride levels by 23% to 30%, a decrease in low-density lipoprotein cholesterol by 7% to 27%, a reduction in total serum cholesterol by 12% to 26%. Despite these remarkable early numbers, subsequent clinical pharmacology trials have produced a highly heterogeneous, often chaotic dataset. A comprehensive meta-analysis, published in 2013 by Costello and colleagues, evaluated 11 randomized controlled trials involving 694 adult diabetic patients. While the consumption of cinnamon consistently showed statistically significant decreases in fasting plasma glucose, the broader results were frustratingly inconsistent. The meta-analysis revealed that cinnamon effectively lowered total cholesterol, low-density lipoproteins, and triglycerides, while actually increasing beneficial high-density lipoproteins. However, the plant compounds failed to produce a statistically significant reduction in hemoglobin A1c, a critical clinical marker used to measure long-term glycemic control over several months. The high degree of heterogeneity in the trials frustrated clinicians, as the raw data fluctuated wildly depending on the dose, the specific species of cinnamon used, and the patient's existing drug regimens. This massive variance in the data highlights the mechanical difficulty of deploying an unrefined plant material to regulate a precise human metabolic system. A raw agricultural spice contains thousands of overlapping chemical variables, making standardized pharmacological outcomes incredibly difficult to guarantee. Some clinical trials utilized just 1 gram of powder per day, while others aggressively deployed up to 6 grams. The human bloodstream, acting as a sensitive chemical ledger, responded inconsistently to these wildly shifting botanical inputs. Yet, despite the chaotic data, the fundamental biological mechanism remains undeniably active and potent. Cinnamon extracts continue to inhibit the specific cellular enzymes that cause insulin resistance, effectively keeping the cellular doors unlocked for much longer periods of time. By inhibiting the retinol-binding protein 4, a specific adipokine that mediates insulin resistance in muscle tissue, cinnamon forces the body to metabolize its own stagnant glucose. It is a profound medicinal phenomenon unfolding at the microscopic level. A piece of dried tree bark, evolved to protect a tropical plant from local fungi and insects, is stepping in to regulate the deepest metabolic functions of the human cell. The glucose equation proves that the natural world still holds the chemical keys necessary to unlock our failing biology. The antioxidant ledger, oxidative stress. While the regulation of blood glucose heavily dominates the modern clinical narrative surrounding cinnamon, its role in cellular preservation is equally critical to its pharmacological profile. The human body is in a state of continuous, microscopic chemical degradation driven by oxidative stress, a phenomenon we can easily visualize as biological rusting. As our cells naturally consume oxygen to generate energy, they routinely produce highly unstable byproduct molecules known as free radicals. These free radicals are violently reactive because they are missing a crucial electron in their outer shell. To stabilize themselves, they will ruthlessly strip electrons from surrounding healthy tissues, cellular DNA, and fragile plasma membranes. Left unchecked, this biological rusting process severely damages the internal architecture of the body, actively accelerating the onset of cardiovascular disease, neurodegeneration, and systemic inflammation. To halt this physical decay, the body relies entirely on a steady dietary intake of antioxidants to neutralize the volatile radicals. In the global ledger of botanical antioxidants, cinnamon commands an elite, almost unrivaled position. Research scientists meticulously measure the antioxidant capacity of foods using standardized laboratory metrics, most notably the oxygen radical absorbance capacity scale and the Trollocs equivalent antioxidant capacity value. When subjected to these rigorous chemical assays, ordinary kitchen spices and culinary herbs routinely outscore heavily marketed, expensive fruits and vegetables by a massive margin. When analyzed on the standard antioxidant capacity scale per 100 grams, ground cinnamon ranks astonishingly high, routinely scoring over 131,000 active units. This incredible biological density places the bark in the absolute top tier of all recorded plant matter on Earth, far surpassing other widely touted superfoods. For chemical comparison, fresh blueberries hover around 4,600 units, meaning that, by weight, cinnamon possesses roughly 30 times the raw antioxidant capacity. In comprehensive scientific comparisons of highly potent spices, cinnamon is rivaled only by a few select botanicals. A systemic review of 26 different spices revealed that ground cloves, dried oregano, and cinnamon possess the absolute highest antioxidant values of any tested foods. Dried oregano ranks exceptionally high on the ledger, scoring near 175,000 units, while dried rosemary and thyme also display formidable free radical scavenging capabilities. Garlic powder, often praised by alternative medicine advocates for its health benefits, registers a comparatively meager 6,665 units on the exact same biochemical ledger. The sheer power of cinnamon's antioxidant profile is directly tied to its incredibly complex matrix of bioactive compounds. The bark is dense with volatile essential oils like cinnamaldehyde, alongside a heavy, rich concentration of tannins, catechins, and procyanidins. These specific polyphenolic compounds act as a biological defense mechanism against free radicals by willingly donating their own excess electrons. They effectively neutralize the volatile molecules before they can cause cascading cellular damage. Furthermore, modern research has revealed that consuming these ground spices does not merely flood the bloodstream with passive electron donors. The active botanical compounds in cinnamon actually penetrate the human cell wall and stimulate complex internal genetic signaling pathways. Specifically, these botanical extracts trigger the nuclear factor erythroid taurylated factor 2 pathway, a mechanism commonly abbreviated by geneticists to the NRF2 pathway. This specific genetic pathway acts as the master regulator of the body's internal antioxidant response. When the polyphenols from the cinnamon bark successfully bind to the cellular machinery, they flip a literal genetic switch that commands the cell to manufacture its own powerful, endogenous antioxidant enzymes. This means the bark is not just fighting the biological rusting process directly in the blood. It is actively reprogramming the human cell to build its own chemical shielding. The exceptionally high correlation between the total phenolic content of the bark and its raw antioxidant power cannot be overstated by data analysts. These active polyphenolic compounds form strong physical complexes with catalytic metal ions floating in the bloodstream, safely sequestering them away from vulnerable, soft tissues. It is a highly mechanical process of chemical neutralization, deployed daily by a simple culinary powder originally meant for baking. Clinical trials have verified that this biological defense mechanism remains fully active even when the bark is subjected to the harsh, highly acidic environment of human digestion. In clinical studies focusing heavily on patients with type 2 diabetes, the daily consumption of cinnamon not only lowered their fasting blood glucose, but significantly improved their overall systemic antioxidant status. By actively inhibiting the oxidation of low-density lipoproteins, the spice directly prevents the arterial plaque formation that leads to fatal cardiovascular failure. This dual action of glycemic control and oxidative defense makes cinnamon a pharmacological marvel. The evidence suggests that the ancient spice traders were unwittingly transporting one of the most potent medicinal compounds on the planet. The modern antioxidant ledger proves that the bark is not merely a flavor profile, but a vital biological shield against the inevitable rusting of the human machine. The supplement boom, extraction economics. The modern revelation of cinnamon's profound medicinal properties has ignited a massive, unregulated commercial gold rush. What was once a localized agricultural commodity, traded primarily in bulk canvas sacks for the baking industry, has rapidly mutated into a highly specialized, multi-billion-dollar nutraceutical industry. The global cinnamon market is currently expanding at a robust compound annual growth rate of roughly 5 to 8%, and industry analysts project it will reach over $2 billion by the early 2030s. However, this Wild West economic boom has severely exposed a critical danger hidden deep within the botanical supplement supply chain. The vast majority of the cheap, commercial cinnamon currently flooding the global market is the cassia variety, a specific species primarily cultivated in China, Vietnam, and Indonesia. While cassia bark is rich in the active compounds that regulate glucose, it also contains dangerous, naturally occurring levels of a toxic organic chemical known as coumarin. In clinical pharmacology, consuming heavy doses of coumarin is deeply problematic and highly dangerous. Prolonged exposure to this naturally occurring toxin is directly linked to severe hepatotoxicity, meaning it actively poisons and physically damages human liver tissue. Because the dietary supplement aisle is largely an unregulated economic frontier, manufacturers routinely pack raw, pulverized cassia bark into gelatin capsules and aggressively market them to diabetic patients at extremely high doses. The severe physiological hazard of consuming raw powder was clearly demonstrated by researchers at the German Federal Institute for Risk Assessment. They initiated a comprehensive human crossover study to test the pharmacological difference between isolated coumarin and the coumarin trapped inside the matrix of raw cassia bark. In clinical terms, they were testing for bioavailability, a concept we can understand as the absorption threshold, the precise percentage of a substance that successfully crosses from the gut into the active bloodstream. The rigorous German study administered raw cassia powder to 24 healthy volunteers in various culinary forms, including pharmaceutical capsules, teas, and even simple rice pudding. The resulting analytical data was incredibly alarming to the medical community. The researchers discovered that the toxic coumarin trapped in the plant matrix of the raw powder was absorbed into the human bloodstream almost as efficiently as pure, isolated liquid coumarin. The absorption threshold was incredibly high, meaning that consumers taking large daily doses of cheap, raw cinnamon supplements were actively risking severe, irreversible liver damage. To solve this escalating pharmacological crisis, the supplement industry had to turn to complex extraction economics. The chemical salvation lies in the fundamental fact that the toxic coumarin is a fat-soluble molecule, while the beneficial type A polyphenols that mimic insulin are strictly water-soluble. By utilizing advanced, highly proprietary water extraction technologies, high-end manufacturers can successfully separate the medicinal payload from the botanical poison. The resulting product is a standardized, highly refined water-soluble cinnamon extract. The most scientifically vetted version of this extract is commercially known as Sinulin PF, originally developed in direct collaboration with the United States Department of Agriculture. Using a heavily patented methodology called controlled polymer purification technology, the raw bark is chemically washed and rigorously processed. This careful extraction selectively isolates the active doubly linked type A polymers, while successfully suppressing the toxic coumarin levels well below the dangerous threshold. However, this intensive refinement process completely alters the market economics of the supplement. Creating a standardized extract requires massive amounts of raw agricultural biomass to yield a tiny fraction of usable clinical powder. Standardized water-soluble cinnamon supplements frequently operate on a 20-to-1 yield ratio. Economically, this means a factory must aggressively process 20 kilograms of raw, imported cassia bark to successfully extract just 1 single kilogram of the purified, active botanical medicine. This extremely high extraction ratio inherently drives up manufacturing costs, creating a fractured, two-tiered consumer market. On the bottom shelf, unscrupulous manufacturers peddle cheap, raw bark powders loaded with volatile coumarin, relying on high profit margins and largely uneducated consumers. On the top shelf, premium botanical laboratories sell the pure, water-soluble extracts, charging a massive premium for the biological safety and the concentrated pharmacological potency. It is a ruthless economic landscape where biological safety is directly tied to complex factory processing yields. The botanical supplement aisle is further compromised by wildly unregulated marketing claims and legal loopholes. Because dietary supplements are not legally classified as pharmaceutical drugs, they easily circumvent strict pre-market approval protocols. Manufacturers exploit a regulatory loophole known as generally recognized as safe. allowing them to quietly introduce unverified chemical extracts into the food supply without formally notifying government regulators. This dangerous lack of oversight has resulted in a literal flood of compromised products. In recent years, the United States Food and Drug Administration has been forced to issue sweeping public health alerts and aggressive warning letters due to severe heavy metal contamination in the global spice chain. State-level testing repeatedly discovered highly elevated, toxic levels of lead in multiple commercial brands of ground cinnamon, forcing massive, uncoordinated product recalls to protect public health. When not actively battling lead contamination, federal regulators must constantly police the bold, pseudo-medical language printed directly on the supplement bottles. Marketing copywriters aggressively tout the insulin-like effects of the bark, carefully dancing on the legal edge of making an unapproved pharmaceutical drug claim. By promising to manage blood sugar, rather than explicitly claiming to cure diabetes, these corporations successfully deploy specialized botanical extracts to regulate the metabolic datasets of millions of consumers, entirely outside the protective walls of traditional medical oversight. Conclusion: the profound transformation of cinnamon from an ancient culinary luxury to a modern clinical extract is a testament to the sheer power of plant biochemistry. The bark of the cinnamomum tree is not a passive flavoring agent. It is a dense, highly evolved chemical toolkit. By successfully extracting and deploying specific water-soluble polyphenols, modern science has proven that we can reach deep into the cellular architecture of the human body and manually override a failing metabolic system. The clinical data, despite its inherent and frustrating heterogeneity, strongly confirms that these botanical compounds are actively hacking the glucose equation. By physically binding to insulin receptors and forcing the cellular doors open, cinnamon extracts provide a potent, natural mechanism for regulating a highly volatile bloodstream. Simultaneously, the bark's staggering antioxidant capacity serves as an elite biological shield, halting the relentless rusting process of cellular oxidation at a genetic level. Yet this medicinal renaissance is fundamentally constrained by the ruthless, profit-driven economics of the modern supplement industry. The vast biological promise of the plant is routinely undermined by the severe dangers of raw cassia powder, highly toxic coumarin levels, and widespread heavy metal contamination. The true pharmacological potential of the bark can only be fully realized through precise, standardized water extraction, effectively divorcing the healing polyphenols from the hazards of the raw agricultural matrix. In the end, the tree readily offers the medicine, but it is the rigorous, uncompromising application of clinical science that must safely deliver it. Chapter 15: The Art of the Quill, the Modern Harvest. The scent of cinnamon is a ghost that haunts the Western imagination. It is the aroma of winter holidays, of baked pastries cooling on a wire rack, and of sweetened coffees held in gloved hands. It is a domestic, comforting fragrance, entirely divorced from the brutal, humid, and intensely physical reality of its origin. To hold a jar of ground cinnamon in a modern supermarket is to hold the end result of a physical algorithm that has defied the march of industrial time. In an era where agricultural combines harvest wheat by the ton and robotic arms gently pluck delicate fruits from orchard canopies, the production of true Ceylon cinnamon remains stubbornly anchored in the past. It is an industry built on the blistered hands, aching backs, and generational muscle memory of human laborers. The spice does not come from a seed, a fruit, or a fragile leaf fluttering in the wind. It comes from the rigid, woody bark of a tree. Specifically, true cinnamon is the dried inner bark of Cinnamomum verum, a bushy evergreen tree belonging to the laurel family and native to the wet, tropical regions of Sri Lanka. Extracting this bark is not a simple matter of stripping a trunk with brute force. It is a highly precise surgical operation performed on a living organism. To understand the modern cinnamon harvest is to understand a glaring paradox of global economics. We live in an age of hypermechanization and artificial intelligence, yet the world's premium cinnamon is still manufactured entirely by human hands. The workers utilize tools and techniques that would be immediately recognizable to a 17th-century colonial trader navigating the Indian Ocean. This chapter will deconstruct the anatomy of the cinnamon tree, the chemical and physical mechanics of the peeling process, and the ground-level socioeconomic realities of the men and women who execute this unautomatable task. The stubborn crop, resisting mechanization. The failure to mechanize the cinnamon harvest is not due to a lack of effort, a lack of imagination, or a lack of capital. It is a fundamental issue of structural engineering and cellular biology. To extract cinnamon is to engage in a delicate, microscopic battle with the tree's internal anatomy. The target of the harvest is the phloem, the vascular tissue responsible for transporting sugars and metabolic products downward from the leaves. Within this tissue lies the cambium layer, a fragile inner skin of actively dividing cells that sits tightly against the rigid, woody core of the branch, known as the xylem. The engineering problem is simple to state, but nearly impossible for a machine to solve. The harvester must separate the delicate, sap-filled cambium layer from the hard xylem without tearing, bruising, or fracturing the fragile inner skin. If the cambium is shattered during extraction, the commercial value of the spice plummets instantly. The global export market demands absolute visual perfection in the form of quills, which are unbroken, meter-long, cigar-like rolls of dried bark. Broken pieces, known in the industry as quillings or featherings, are relegated to the discount bin. These shattered fragments are sold for essential oil distillation or ground into cheap, bulk powder. Therefore, the extraction process must be perfectly calibrated to the specific topography of each individual branch. Machines despise uneven topography. An agricultural robot thrives on uniformity, requiring crops to present themselves in standardized shapes, sizes, and resistances. Cinnamon branches, however, are inherently chaotic and completely irregular. They do not grow in perfect, straight, mathematical cylinders. They are littered with raised knots, slight bends, varying diameters, and subtle, unpredictable differences in moisture content. When agricultural engineers attempt to build automated debarking machines for cinnamon, they usually look to similar agricultural industries for inspiration. Machines used for peeling cassava roots, processing sugar cane, or debarking timber utilize heavy friction, spinning blades, or high-pressure water jets. But in those heavy industries, the bark is the useless waste product, and the inner core is the valuable prize. In the cinnamon industry, the dynamic is entirely inverted. The delicate bark is the prize, and the heavy woody core is the waste. Attempts at mechanization have consistently fallen short of commercial viability, despite decades of research. Engineers at the University of Ruhuna in Sri Lanka and other technological institutes have spent years developing single-feed cinnamon processing machines. These complex prototypes attempt to combine scraping, rubbing, and peeling into one continuous mechanized action. They utilize advanced stepper motors, polycam mechanisms to feed the sticks, and specialized stainless steel blades. However, these machines frequently fail to handle the natural, biological variance of the stems. If a branch has a slightly thicker corky outer layer, the machine's rigid blade might cut a fraction of a millimeter too deep, biting into and destroying the precious cambium. If the branch has a hardened knot, the mechanical scraper catches the wood and shatters the surrounding bark entirely. Furthermore, even the most advanced prototypes struggle to produce the highest, most lucrative grade of cinnamon, known as alba. Producing alba grade requires the bark to be peeled to a paper-thin diameter of just 6 millimeters, a feat of precision that demands microscopic adjustments in pressure. A machine applying uniform pressure will crush an alba-grade quill into useless dust. The raw economic inefficiency of this stubborn crop is staggering to modern sensibilities. We possess a global supply chain capable of delivering fresh, temperature-controlled produce across oceans in a matter of hours. Yet, the extraction of Ceylon cinnamon still requires absolute, agonizing manual intervention at the point of origin. The entire global industry relies on a rural workforce executing an intricate, tactile algorithm that a machine simply cannot replicate. This total resistance to mechanization locks the cinnamon industry into an archaic, labor-intensive paradigm. It creates a rigid, unavoidable ceiling on total production volume. It inextricably links the global supply of the spice to the physical availability of a highly skilled, highly localized workforce. As older generations of peelers retire and younger workers shun the grueling physical demands of the harvest, the entire global supply chain teeters on a precarious, unpredictable edge. The mechanics of the quill, the human algorithm. The process of transforming a living tree branch into a dried, globally traded spice quill is a masterclass in artisanal manufacturing. It requires acute sensory awareness, deep generational knowledge, and a series of specialized tools refined over centuries of trial and error. Treat this process not as simple farming, but as a precise manufacturing algorithm executed by human hands. The human algorithm begins in the early morning, often around 5 o'clock, to take advantage of the cool, humid, tropical air. The timing of the harvest is not dictated by a corporate schedule, but entirely by the biological rhythms of the tree. Peelers look for a specific, vital visual cue before making a single cut. The young leaves of the Cinnamomum verum bush must transition from a striking red flush to a mature, deep green. This dramatic color shift is a biological indicator that the tree is in an active, aggressive growth phase. It signals that sap is flowing freely between the inner bark and the hard wood. If the harvester attempts to peel the tree when the leaves are still red, the bark will be rigidly, aggressively fused to the xylem. It becomes impossible to separate the layers without destroying the commercial product. Once the biological readiness of the tree is visually confirmed, the peeler executes a precise, multi-step physical algorithm. The creation of a standard Sri Lankan cinnamon quill requires the following chronological, unyielding actions. Cutting the shoots. The harvester uses a curved, heavy knife known as a ketha to slice the mature stems from the central bush. The cut must be clean, sharp, and made at a precise 45-degree angle roughly 2 inches above the soil line. This angled cut is a vital agricultural technique called coppicing, which promotes the regenerative outward growth of new shoots, ensuring the bush survives to yield another harvest in the future. Scraping the outer bark. The harvested stems are bundled and carried to a dedicated peeling shed, where they are often soaked in water to maximize their internal moisture. The peeler then uses a small, semicircular blade called a Serrana coquetta to vigorously scrape away the rough, corky outer bark, known locally as the curata. This vital step removes environmental contaminants, jungle moss, and the bitter exterior tissues that would ruin the flavor. Rubbing the branch. This is arguably the most physically taxing phase of the entire algorithm. The peeler takes a heavy, solid brass rod and aggressively rubs the length of the scraped stem. This intense friction acts as a deep tissue massage, bruising the inner cellular structure just enough to break the natural adhesion between the cambium layer and the woody core. The peeler knows the rubbing is complete only through a tactile and visual cue. The stem begins to ooze a sticky, highly fragrant sap. Peeling the inner bark. With the delicate cambium layer finally loosened, the peeler takes a specialized, needle-pointed knife called a thalana coxtha. They make 2 parallel, longitudinal slits straight down the length of the wet stem. The tiny blade is gently worked beneath the bark, and the peeler carefully lifts the fragile inner skin away from the wood in one continuous, perfect sheet. Drying and curling. The freshly peeled, wet sheets of bark are immediately laid out in the ambient shade of the peeling shed. As the water moisture begins to evaporate into the warm air, the physical tension within the drying cellular structure causes the edges of the bark to naturally curl inward. This cellular tension forms the classic, overlapping rolled shape recognized by consumers worldwide. Nesting the quills. A skilled peeler will take the longest, most pristine curled sheets and use them as a flawless outer wrapper. They then meticulously stuff the hollow center of this wrapper with smaller, broken fragments of high-quality bark, known as quillings. This nesting process ensures no valuable material is wasted while maintaining the structural integrity of the final product. Sizing and final curing. Using a wooden measuring frame called a pethikatua, the peeler trims the nested roll into a standardized, mathematically precise length, typically 42 inches. These massive, cigar-like compound quills are then suspended on coir rope racks near the roof of the shed. They are left to air dry in the shadows for up to a week until their internal moisture content drops safely below 14%. This entire manufacturing sequence is utterly dependent on the specific metallurgy of the tools used, particularly the Thalana Koktha peeling knife and the heavy rubbing rod. Traditional Sri Lankan peelers absolutely refuse to use standard iron or mild steel blades for these specific steps. Instead, they insist exclusively on using tools made of brass. This preference is not born of rural superstition, but of complex, highly reactive organic chemistry. Cinnamon bark is densely packed with volatile oils, polyphenols, and tannins. Tannins are naturally occurring, highly astringent organic compounds. In nature, they serve as the tree's internal chemical defense mechanism, warding off hungry insects and preventing devastating fungal infections. When these wet, highly acidic tannins come into physical contact with standard iron or mild steel, a rapid, violent chemical oxidation occurs. The iron atoms quickly lose electrons and bond aggressively with the phenolic hydroxyl groups present in the tannins. This reaction forms a complex, dark molecule known to chemists as ferric tannate. Ferric tannate is, for all practical purposes, an ancient form of permanent ink. When it forms on the surface of the cinnamon bark, it manifests as a dark, ugly, blue-black chemical stain. This dark oxidation utterly ruins the aesthetic beauty and delicate flavor profile of the spice. It turns the prized, golden-brown quills into a discolored, bitter, and commercially worthless product. To prevent this chemical catastrophe, peelers rely on the unique properties of brass. Brass is a metal alloy composed primarily of copper and zinc. Because the zinc within the alloy is highly reactive on the electrochemical scale, it acts as a sacrificial barrier. It prevents the copper from leaching and completely inhibits the formation of the dark ferric tannate stains. The mandatory use of brass tools is a brilliant, pre-industrial solution to a microscopic chemical engineering problem. The physical algorithm of peeling is also an overwhelmingly sensory experience, relying on cues that cannot be easily quantified. The peelers operate in hot, humid, poorly ventilated sheds that are thick with the lush, intoxicating scent of cinnamaldehyde and eugenol. They do not use gauges or monitors. Instead, they rely on the subtle, tearing sound of the bark, the physical resistance of the brass rod against the wet wood, and the visual assessment of the bubbling sap to guide their hands. It is a profound tactile mastery that takes years, sometimes decades, to fully acquire. As veteran peelers frequently note, learning to strip the thinnest, most valuable layers of the bark without fracturing them is a delicate craft. It requires up to 10 years of continuous, daily practice before a peeler is trusted to produce the premium Alba grade. The human hand, guided by sensory feedback and generational memory, remains the ultimate, irreplaceable processing machine. The economics of the peeler, modern labor realities. The undeniable poetry of the human algorithm stands in stark, often brutal contrast to the ground-level economic realities of the agricultural workforce. To analyze the raw socioeconomic dataset of the modern cinnamon peeler is to uncover a narrative of extreme labor exploitation. It reveals a system defined by social stigma, physical exhaustion, and a deeply asymmetrical distribution of global wealth. In Sri Lanka, the traditional peeling workforce has historically been organized into a tight-knit, localized gang system known as the Kalya. Within a traditional Kalya, the peelers operate with a fiercely guarded degree of professional autonomy. They move from rural estate to rural estate as contracted, independent artisans rather than direct employees. Operating within this gang structure, traditional peelers manage their own workflow and dictate their own exhaustive hours. They negotiate their compensation directly with the plantation owners, leveraging their scarce, highly specialized skills to secure a fair share of the harvest. This system allowed the workers to maintain a sense of dignity and control over a physically punishing lifestyle. However, this traditional, autonomous structure is rapidly being dismantled by the crushing pressures of globalized commerce. International corporate buyers in lucrative Western markets now demand strict adherence to certified food safety standards, such as the Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point, HACCP, and Good Manufacturing Practices, GMP. These uncompromising international regulations dictate that all export-bound cinnamon must be processed in sterile, heavily monitored, stainless steel environments. These sterile environments are far removed from the dirt floors, open air, and casual autonomy of traditional village peeling sheds. Consequently, the entire Sri Lankan industry is transitioning away from the independent Kalya system. It is moving toward a highly regimented, heavily surveilled factory shop floor model. In this modern, sterile paradigm, the complex, holistic craft of the master peeler is being fractured into a repetitive, assembly line process. The laborer is systematically stripped of their traditional bargaining power. They are transformed overnight from a respected master artisan into an easily replaceable, hourly wage worker executing commands from a corporate manager. This brutal transition has also sparked a massive demographic and gender shift within the peeling workforce. The modern factory floors are increasingly staffed by women, whereas the traditional Kalya was largely male-dominated. Factory management often perceives female rural workers as more compliant, highly disciplined, and easier to command within a rigid, patriarchal corporate structure. The independent autonomy of the traditional peeling gang is actively being replaced by a feminized, heavily supervised industrial workforce that is far cheaper to maintain. Whether operating in a dusty village shed or a sterile modern factory, the peeler's livelihood is ultimately dictated by a brutal daily survival metric, the harvest quota. Because the act of scraping, rubbing, and peeling is so incredibly physically taxing, the maximum output of even a highly skilled worker is severely limited by human biology. A dedicated peeler, working exhaustively from dawn until dusk, can generally process a maximum of only 5 kilograms of standard, lower-grade cinnamon per day. If the global export market suddenly demands the premium, paper-thin alba grade, the daily math becomes even more punishing for the worker. Extracting the ultra-thin alba bark requires such meticulous, agonizing care that it takes a peeler 4 times as long to produce a single kilogram compared to thicker, rougher grades. Despite the flawless alba grade fetching a significantly higher premium price at international export, the extreme time deficit destroys the worker's daily volume. This means that producing the absolute best cinnamon in the world is often financially ruinous for the individual worker tasked with creating it. The market demands perfection, but refuses to subsidize the time required to achieve it. Compensation for this backbreaking labor is rarely based on a stable, predictable monthly salary. Instead, it relies heavily on a piece rate wage structure. Define a piece rate wage as a system where the laborer receives a direct percentage of the final harvested volume, rather than a fixed hourly rate, tying their survival directly to their daily physical output. In the high-yielding, nutrient-rich plantations of the Gala district, peelers typically demand and receive a 1/3 share of the total daily harvest. In the neighboring Matara district, where the soil is poorer and yields less usable bark per acre, peelers must negotiate a massive 1/2 share simply to survive and feed their families. This piece rate structure inherently and actively penalizes high-quality craftsmanship. Because the worker is paid by the gross volume of their daily share rather than the aesthetic perfection of the quill, there is absolutely zero financial incentive to slow down. The economic model actively encourages peelers to rush the process, scrape carelessly, and produce thick, low-value bark simply to meet their daily caloric and financial needs. The socioeconomic struggles of the harvesters extend far beyond the island borders of Sri Lanka. On the massive Indonesian island of Sumatra, particularly in the mountainous Kerinci Regency, farmers harvest a distinctly different species known as Cinnamomum burmanniae. This species, commonly sold as Indonesian cassia, boasts a much thicker, rougher bark and a more aggressive, sharply spicy flavor profile compared to its delicate Ceylon cousin. While Sri Lankan farmers generally practice sustainable coppicing, allowing the roots to continuously sprout new shoots for future generations, the harsh labor realities in Sumatra often dictate a much more violent agricultural method. This method is the clear cut. To maximize immediate, desperate economic returns, Indonesian harvesters frequently chop the entire, mature tree down at the base. Once the tree is felled, the harvester violently strips the valuable bark from the trunk and the larger branches. Because the wood has little to no local commercial value, the massive, stripped wooden carcass is simply left to rot on the jungle floor. This process yields a massive amount of bark in a single day, but permanently destroys the tree, ensuring no future harvests can be drawn from that specific plant. For the deeply impoverished smallholder farmers of the Kerinci Valley, the cinnamon tree acts as a vital, living economic safety net. The thick bark is often treated precisely like a biological savings account. The tree is left to grow wild in the agroforest for up to 15 years, accumulating mass and value. It is only felled and stripped when the family requires a sudden, massive influx of cash to survive a medical emergency, fund a wedding, or pay for a child's school tuition. Driven by highly volatile global commodity prices and the stark desperation of rural poverty, some Sumatran harvesters are pushed to extremes. They frequently resort to illegal, highly dangerous nighttime logging within the protected, heavily forested borders of the Kerinci Seblat National Park. This illegal clear-cutting severely threatens the rich biodiversity of the region, destroying the natural canopy and rapidly eroding the critical habitat of the endangered Sumatran tiger. The global demand for cheap cassia directly fuels the destruction of one of the world's most vital ecosystems. The fundamental, inescapable tragedy of the global cinnamon trade lies in its staggering price asymmetry. To track the spice from the jungle to the pantry is to witness a masterclass in margin exploitation. The farmgate price, define this as the raw monetary value paid directly to the harvester at the very edge of the rural plantation, is a microscopic fraction of the final retail cost. In recent years, the average farmgate price for dried, raw Sri Lankan cinnamon has hovered between a meager $8 to $17 per kilogram, heavily dependent on the specific grade and seasonal market fluctuations. This is the sum total of the financial reward granted to the human being who grew the tree, cut the branch, scraped the cork, rubbed the wood, and perfectly peeled the cambium layer. However, by the time that exact same kilogram of bark is sorted by middlemen, graded by exporters, packaged in sterile facilities, branded by massive Western corporations, and placed on the brightly lit shelf of an American supermarket, the retail markup becomes astronomical. A standard, high-end grocery store might sell a tiny, elegantly labeled glass jar containing just 0.6 ounces of organic Ceylon cinnamon sticks for over $8. When that tiny retail volume is mathematically extrapolated, it equates to a final consumer price of several $100s per kilogram. The vast, overwhelming majority of this heavily inflated retail markup is captured by international shipping logistics, corporate spice conglomerates, and the final retail supermarket chains. The men and women who actually endure the suffocating humidity, wield the brass knives, and execute the irreplaceable physical algorithm receive mere pennies on the final retail dollar. They absorb all the physical risk, endure all the bodily wear and tear, and capture almost none of the final economic value. It is a system designed to extract maximum value from the poorest actors in the supply chain while shielding the wealthiest from the physical realities of production. This massive economic disparity is rapidly driving the traditional industry toward a terrifying demographic cliff. The labor force is quite literally aging out of existence. Recent agricultural surveys indicate that over 87% of the active cinnamon producers in Sri Lanka are over the age of 40. Even more alarming for the future of the spice, a shocking 1% of the peeling workforce is under the age of 30. The youth of the nation are not blind to the economic realities of their parents. Watching older generations endure a lifetime of backbreaking, highly skilled labor only to remain trapped in rural poverty with stagnant piece-rate wages, the younger generation is actively abandoning the peeling sheds. They are migrating in mass numbers to urban centers like Colombo. In the cities, these young workers seek employment in the booming garment sector, the tourism industry, or by enlisting in the military. They are desperately fleeing the ingrained social stigma, the exhausted muscles, and the financial dead end of an artisan craft that the global market eagerly consumes, but stubbornly refuses to fairly compensate. If this demographic collapse continues unabated, the generational knowledge required to operate the brass knife and extract the perfect quill will simply vanish. The modern cinnamon harvest is a glaring, uncomfortable anomaly in the 21st century. It is a massive, multi-million-dollar global commodity entirely dependent on the hyper-specialized, unautomatable mechanics of the human hand. Yet, it functions on an archaic economic model that practically guarantees the sustained impoverishment of its most vital, irreplaceable workers. Every perfectly rolled, golden brown quill of true Ceylon cinnamon sitting quietly in a Western pantry is not just a mechanism for culinary flavor. It is a frozen, tactile record of human endurance. It is a physical manifestation of a laborer's daily fight for survival, meticulously carved from the wood of a stubborn tree, and traded in the long, dark shadows of the modern global supply chain. Chapter 16. The Cinnabon Effect, Cinnamon in Corporate America. In the long and violent history of human commerce, few substances have driven mankind to such relentless extremes as the dried inner bark of the evergreen tree. For millennia, this fiercely guarded botanical commodity dictated the flow of global economics, sparking colonial wars and funding vast maritime empires. It was a sacred resin in the ancient world, utilized as a divine offering and a closely guarded secret of Arabian traders. These early merchants spun elaborate, terrifying myths of giant birds and treacherous, snake-filled valleys to keep European buyers entirely in the dark about the spice's true origins. Yet the ultimate manifestation of this botanical power did not occur on the ancient Silk Road, nor did it happen in the opulent courts of European monarchs. The absolute apex of the spice's economic weaponization occurred in the late 20th century, deep within the enclosed, climate-controlled corridors of the American shopping mall. Here, the ancient spice was stripped of its mythological aura and meticulously reverse-engineered by corporate food scientists. It was systematically transformed from a rare botanical luxury into a highly calibrated industrial tool designed to manipulate human neurobiology. The modern cinnamon roll, specifically the iteration perfected by the corporate bakery chain Cinnabon, represents a profound shift in how modern humans interact with agricultural commodities. Corporate baking at this scale is not merely a culinary endeavor aimed at feeding a hungry populace. It is a highly engineered, data-driven sensory attack designed specifically to bypass rational financial decision-making. By the time a consumer physically sees a bakery kiosk in an airport terminal, their neurological defenses have already been thoroughly compromised by invisible atmospheric stimuli. The aroma in the air is not a byproduct of cooking, but the primary mechanism of the transaction. This chapter deconstructs the ruthless mechanics and biological realities behind this modern retail phenomenon. To truly understand the Cinnabon effect is to understand the precise intersection of botany, human neuroscience, and late-stage retail capitalism. We must analyze the corporate acquisition of biological IP, a trademarked tree, the strategic deployment of a sensory marketing vector, an invisible billboard, and the sheer anatomical weight of the modern pastry. It is the story of how human olfaction, a primal evolutionary survival mechanism, was hijacked to generate predictable, scalable corporate revenue. It is the story of how a specific strain of Indonesian flora was isolated, harvested, and pushed through commercial heating vents to compel millions of pedestrians into an involuntary state of craving. The biological trademark, Macura cinnamon. The foundation of any scalable corporate culinary empire is unyielding consistency, but true, unassailable market dominance requires absolute exclusivity. When restaurateur Rich Coman founded Cinnabon in Seattle in 1985, his mandate to his development team was not simply to bake a successful pastry. The explicit goal was to synthesize the greatest cinnamon roll in the world, a product so overwhelming that it could command a premium price in a crowded retail landscape. Coman, alongside local culinary developer Geraldine Brusso, understood that utilizing standard commercial spices would yield a standard, easily replicable commercial product. The development team realized they required a highly specific chemical signature to anchor the brand's identity. They needed a flavor profile that could forcefully cut through the ambient noise of a busy retail environment without becoming bitter or astringent during the intense heat of the baking process. This search for the perfect botanical catalyst led the corporate development team to partner with Crescent Spices, a Seattle-based import company. Together, they initiated a rigorous, data-driven testing phase of global cinnamon varieties, searching for a spice that could survive the rigors of industrial scaling. The team quickly bypassed the delicately flavored true cinnamon, native to Sri Lanka and historically prized by European nobility. While this Sri Lankan variety is celebrated in fine dining for its subtle, citrus-laced complexity and low coumarin levels, it critically lacks the aggressive, punchy aromatics required by corporate bakeries. The delicate oils of true cinnamon simply burn away under commercial convection heat, leaving behind a muted, underwhelming flavor profile. Instead, the corporate focus aggressively shifted to the thicker, more robust varieties cultivated in the volatile volcanic soils of Southeast Asia. Within this category, the researchers isolated a remarkably potent strain grown in the Kerinci Regency of West Sumatra, commonly referred to in the spice trade as Korench cinnamon. This specific Indonesian strain was not chosen for its subtle culinary nuances, but for its sheer, unadulterated chemical horsepower. The Sumatran Korench bark possessed an unusually high volatile oil density, chemical flavor weight, making it an ideal, heavy-duty candidate for industrial scaling. This density ensured that the spice would not only flavor the dough, but actively survive the baking process to scent the surrounding air. The mechanics of botanical exclusivity. The corporate acquisition of this specific spice profile went far beyond standard agricultural supply chain logistics. Cinnabon was not merely buying raw ingredients from global farmers. They were legally enclosing a specific botanical identity. In 1995, the corporation officially filed federal trademark protections for their proprietary cinnamon blend, legally christening it with the branded name Macura. This aggressive legal maneuver effectively transformed an ancient Indonesian agricultural product into an exclusive, fiercely protected corporate asset. By legally establishing this biological IP, a trademarked tree, Cinnabon ensured that no competitor could ever legally market or accurately replicate their fundamental flavor architecture. To maintain the aggressive sensory profile required for their bakeries, the corporation enforces strict, scientifically monitored harvest criteria that maximize the plant's natural chemical defenses. The selection of the proprietary current strain relies on the following specific, data-driven criteria. Specific geographical elevation. The cassia trees must be cultivated at high altitudes, specifically on the slopes of Mount Corontage at elevations exceeding 6,000 feet, where the harsh atmospheric environment forces the tree to produce thicker, more intensely flavored bark to survive. Tree age. The selected trees are allowed to mature significantly longer than standard, cheaply harvested commercial crops, ensuring the bark develops the necessary rigid cellular structure and robust flavor compounds before peeling. Essential oil percentages. The harvested bark must boast a guaranteed volatile oil count of roughly 2.5 to 3%, representing the absolute highest tier of essential oil availability ever recorded among commercial cassia varieties. The primary chemical compound responsible for this signature corporate sensory attack is cinnamaldehyde. Cinnamaldehyde is an organic compound that gives the bark its distinct flavor and pungent odor, and it is present in massive, overwhelming concentrations within the high-elevation Corinth strain. Alongside other naturally occurring trace compounds like beta-caryophyllene and eugenol, cinnamaldehyde acts as a highly volatile solvent within the cellular structure of the bark. When this bark is ground and subjected to the intense heat of a commercial oven, this volatile oil rapidly evaporates, off-gassing heavily into the surrounding atmosphere, preserving the chemical payload. This rapid evaporation of cinnamaldehyde is not an accidental byproduct of the corporate baking process. It is the fundamental mechanical objective. The corporate food engineers purposefully selected a bark with maximum volatile oil density, chemical flavor weight, so that the maximum possible volume of scent could be released into the air per baking cycle. The Macara blend was biologically engineered to survive the intense heat of a commercial kitchen, while simultaneously shedding its aromatic compounds into the public retail environment. It is a spice functioning precisely as an industrial atmospheric propellant. Furthermore, the corporation tightly controls the international processing of this biological IP, a trademarked tree, to protect its potency. To prevent the premature degradation of the delicate cinnamaldehyde molecules, the company reportedly refrains from fully grinding the imported Indonesian bark until it physically reaches specialized processing facilities on United States soil. This obsessive, highly controlled supply chain management ensures that the spice retains its maximum aromatic payload right up until the exact moment it is incorporated into the raw dough. Once the heavily guarded spice reaches the individual retail kiosks, it is handled with the precision of a volatile chemical. Employees are trained to distribute the massive volumes of ground macara evenly across the dough, ensuring maximum surface area exposure during the baking process. The ultimate result of this global logistical effort is a proprietary spice blend that is fundamentally weaponized. It is designed from the soil to the oven for maximum atmospheric saturation, serving as the biological engine for the company's entire economic strategy. The scent vector, weaponized olfaction. To fully comprehend the financial success of the corporate bakery, one must look past the cash register and rigorously analyze the surrounding airspace. Cinnabon does not merely sell pastries. They architect and continuously maintain a localized atmospheric anomaly. The heavy scent of baking macara cinnamon is deployed as a calculated sensory marketing vector, an invisible billboard designed to manipulate human behavior on a deeply subconscious level. This represents the ruthless, highly quantified economics of sensory marketing, where airborne molecules are utilized to predictably convert pedestrian foot traffic into hard sales data. The human sense of smell operates as a profound, poorly defended evolutionary shortcut. While visual, auditory, and tactile stimuli are routed through the brain's thalamus for conscious filtering and rational processing, olfactory data bypasses this logical checkpoint entirely. Airborne odor molecules drift into the nasal cavity and bind directly to olfactory receptors, sending rapid electrical signals straight up the olfactory tract into the brain's limbic system. Specifically, these signals strike the amygdala, the brain's emotional processing center, and the hippocampus, the grand library of associative memory. Because of this direct, unmediated neurological pathway, a sudden influx of vaporized cinnamaldehyde triggers an immediate, involuntary emotional response before the rational mind can even process the concept of a bakery. Dr. Aradhna Krishna, a pioneering academic researcher in the field of sensory marketing, categorizes this phenomenon under the framework of embodied cognition. Her extensive research demonstrates that human decision-making is heavily dictated by subconscious bodily sensations and ambient sensory inputs, entirely circumventing traditional cost-benefit analyses. We do not think about smelling a cinnamon roll. We simply feel the sudden, overwhelming urge to consume it. Corporate retail strategists have successfully mapped and weaponized this biological loophole. By purposefully saturating a public pedestrian walkway with specific volatile compounds, a brand can instantly activate the amygdala of a passerby, artificially inducing a sudden state of desire. Smelling cinnamon, for instance, has been clinically proven to subconsciously induce feelings of warmth, safety, comfort, and deep nostalgia. In the context of a corporate bakery, this induced nostalgia directly stimulates the salivary glands and the appetite, creating an intense, impulsive craving for dense carbohydrates and processed sugar. The engineering of the invisible billboard. This neurological hijack is mathematically measurable and heavily relied upon by corporate financial officers. The successful deployment of a sensory marketing vector, an invisible billboard, directly correlates to massive, predictable spikes in foot traffic conversion, a captured wallet. However, deploying this atmospheric trap effectively requires precise architectural and mechanical engineering at the retail level. The iconic Cinnabon Mall kiosk is not designed as a traditional kitchen. It is explicitly designed as a theatrical scent distribution engine. Founder Rich Coman established the architectural blueprint early on, dictating that the ovens be placed at the very front of the commercial footprint, directly bordering the public pedestrian walkway. This specific, non-negotiable layout forces the heaviest concentration of off-gassing cinnamaldehyde directly into the path of potential consumers. It entirely eliminates any physical or structural barrier between the high-heat baking process and the breathing public. The visual spectacle of the rising dough, combined with the unmitigated wall of scent, creates a multisensory trap that is incredibly difficult for the human brain to ignore. When corporate executives attempted to place ovens at the rear of test locations to improve employee workflow and spatial efficiency, overall sales plummeted dramatically. The front-facing oven proved to be the absolute linchpin of the brand's financial architecture. To ensure the sensory marketing vector, an invisible billboard, never dissipates, store operators are strictly instructed to bake fresh batches of rolls every 30 minutes, regardless of immediate inventory needs or current consumer demand. In some documented instances, operators will deliberately heat empty baking sheets, coated purely in cinnamon and brown sugar, acting solely to generate the necessary atmospheric exhaust. The physical retail environment surrounding the kiosk is equally critical to the success of this strategy. Standalone, open-air street storefronts are notoriously poor environments for scent marketing, as the natural wind rapidly disperses the heavy volatile oils into the upper atmosphere, rendering them economically useless. Consequently, the corporation aggressively targets enclosed, highly trafficked corridors like suburban shopping malls, airport terminals, and subterranean transit hubs. These cavernous, climate-controlled spaces feature low ceilings and restricted airflow, serving as massive, artificial containment vessels that trap the scent molecules perfectly at human face level. Venting and foot traffic conversion. Modern corporate environments frequently employ sophisticated HVAC engineering to actively assist in this scent distribution process. Commercial heating and ventilation systems are often manipulated by retail operators to create a slight positive air pressure within the bakery stall. This engineering tactic forcefully pushes the aromatic exhaust out of the kitchen and deep into the mall concourse, drastically extending the physical reach of the kiosk. Some modern retail complexes even integrate commercial scent diffusers directly into their central ductwork, artificially pumping synthesized aromatics through the vents to blanket entire wings of a shopping center. This hidden infrastructure converts the very air pedestrians breathe into a continuous, unavoidable advertisement. The financial efficacy of this weaponized olfaction is not merely anecdotal corporate lore. It is a heavily documented psychological phenomenon. In 1997, social psychologist Robert Barron conducted a seminal behavioral field study specifically utilizing the ambient exhaust of a mall Cinnabon location in Albany, New York. Barron strategically stationed researchers in the direct scent path of the bakery and placed another control group in a heavily neutralized, unscented corridor of the exact same mall. The researchers then asked random passersby for simple, unprompted favors, such as making change for a dollar bill. The results of Barron's study permanently validated the ruthless economics of sensory marketing. Pedestrians who were actively inhaling the off-gassing cinnamaldehyde were significantly more likely to stop, engage, and assist the researchers compared to those walking through the unscented zones. The ambient scent of the macara blend had measurably improved the baseline mood of the passing crowd, temporarily lowering their natural defensive barriers and making them highly susceptible to external requests. This behavioral modification, documented in real time, was so profound that it officially coined the term, the Cinnabon effect, within academic psychological literature. In modern retail data analytics, this induced behavioral shift translates directly into profound and highly scalable economic gains. Industry data proves that effective sensory marketing increases average retail dwell time by nearly 6 minutes per customer, as the soothing, nostalgic scent actively encourages a slower walking pace. More importantly, the successful activation of the amygdala via ambient scent leads to a direct, measurable 10 to 20% increase in total retail sales volume. By hijacking the human olfactory system, the corporation ensures a steady, mathematically predictable rate of foot traffic conversion, a captured wallet. The strategy is so relentlessly effective that corporate executives openly acknowledge their heavy reliance on biological manipulation. Greg Koman, son of the founder and a key developer of the brand, famously admitted that the core demographic for a giant, high-calorie pastry is fundamentally resistant to the purchase. "Let's face it," Koman noted in an interview, "people really want to avoid us." Therefore, the business model relies entirely on the heavy scent vector to get physically in the way of the customer, forcing an impulsive, emotionally driven transaction before the customer's rational restraint can successfully engage. The caloric ledger, the industrial role. To fully appreciate the sheer absurdity of the modern mall pastry, one must trace the massive volume of its ingredients back through the ledger of human history. For thousands of years, the dried bark of the cinnamomum tree was universally considered one of the most precious, restricted, and expensive substances on the face of the earth. In the ancient kingdoms of Egypt, it was a deeply sacred botanical, imported at exorbitant financial costs via punishing, dangerous overland trade routes from the mysterious East. It was utilized almost exclusively by pharaohs and high priests for embalming the dead, its natural antimicrobial properties deemed essential for preserving royal mummies for their journey into the afterlife. During the height of the Roman Empire, cinnamon was so prohibitively expensive that it was considered an elite, untouchable status symbol. It was hoarded by megalomaniacal emperors and burned in large quantities only during the most sacred, state-sponsored funeral pyres. Ancient Greeks famously offered microdosed, carefully measured pinches of the spice as a sacrifice to the god Apollo at the grand temple of Miletus. Throughout the dark centuries of the Middle Ages, Arabian merchants held a strict, violently enforced monopoly on the global supply chain. This monopoly ensured that a single handful of ground cinnamon cost the equivalent of a common European laborer's entire yearly wage. For the vast majority of human civilization, cinnamon was a spice reserved exclusively for the absolute zenith of the global aristocracy. Contrast this ancient reality of microdosed, divine luxury with the modern, neon-lit reality of the cinnamon classic roll. Through the brutal, mechanized efficiencies of modern agricultural scaling, corporate supply chains, and globalized shipping networks, the once mythical spice has been thoroughly democratized and commodified. The proprietary Indonesian korench bark is now harvested by the metric ton, stripped by machinery, dried in massive facilities, and shipped across the Pacific Ocean in towering cargo containers. This incredible industrial pipeline allows a single, humble mall kiosk to seamlessly synthesize a sheer volume of spice that would have literally bankrupted a Roman emperor. However, the modern cinnamon roll is no longer just a pastry meant to pair with morning coffee. It has evolved into a massive, calorically dense delivery system, engineered by corporate food scientists to trigger maximum biological reward. It is an industrial chassis constructed specifically to carry the trademarked Mycara spice blend, alongside vast quantities of lipids and simple sugars, directly into the human bloodstream. The synthesis of the caloric payload. The architectural construction of the roll is deliberately designed to maximize the textural contrast between a soft, pillowy exterior and a dense, heavily saturated liquid core. Achieving this structural integrity at a commercial scale requires an astonishing, almost reckless volume of heavily refined agricultural commodities. The anatomical breakdown of a single cinnamon classic roll is a breathtaking testament to the excesses of the modern caloric ledger. A standard serving weighs approximately 9.5 ounces and carries a staggering payload of 880 total calories. This single retail item represents nearly half of the recommended daily energy intake for a standard, moderately active human adult. The construction of this payload begins with a highly enriched, yeast-leavened dough. This dough is synthesized from heavily refined commercial white flour, processed whole milk, pasteurized whole eggs, and massive, industrial blocks of butter. This highly enriched dough is then mechanically rolled flat and coated edge-to-edge with an internal layer known corporately, and somewhat notoriously, as the goo. This proprietary slurry is a hyperdense, viscous suspension of melted butter, dark brown sugar, and the highly volatile Macora cinnamon. Once the dough is tightly coiled and placed into the convection oven, the internal temperature of the roll is intentionally kept strictly lower than standard commercial bakery protocols. The rolls are pulled from the oven when their internal temperature reaches exactly 165 degrees Fahrenheit, rather than the standard 190 degrees. This strict temperature control prevents the internal dough from fully baking and setting, ensuring the highly spiced goo remains a liquid, flowing, syrupy matrix. The final, devastating component of this caloric weapon is the heavy application of the frosting. The freshly baked rolls are heavily spackled with a proprietary cream cheese-based icing that melts instantly upon contact with the steaming hot dough. This thick layer of icing acts as a secondary lipid barrier, physically sealing in the remaining volatile oils while adding a massive, secondary infusion of simple carbohydrates and dairy fats. The resulting macronutrient profile of the finished, ready-to-eat roll is biologically staggering. 37 grams of fat, 127 grams of total carbohydrates, and an astounding 58 grams of pure, refined sugar. The physiological aftermath and product fatigue. Consuming an 880-calorie delivery system in a single sitting triggers a violent, immediate physiological response within the human body. The massive influx of 58 grams of simple sugar instantly overwhelms the digestive tract and floods the bloodstream, causing a rapid, dangerous spike in blood glucose levels. In a desperate response to stabilize the system, the human pancreas is forced to synthesize and release a massive surge of insulin to aggressively shuttle the excess glucose into the cellular tissue. This extreme biochemical spike is the ultimate biological culmination of the sensory marketing trap. For a brief, fleeting window, the consumer experiences a powerful euphoric rush of dopamine and serotonin in the brain. This neurochemical release temporarily fulfills the deep emotional promise of comfort and warmth that was originally dictated by the ambient scent of the invisible billboard. However, the caloric ledger always demands its payment. Because the industrial roll is constructed almost entirely of highly refined carbohydrates and saturated fats, it critically lacks the necessary dietary fiber required to slow the human digestive process. This rapid, unmitigated digestion quickly leads to an inevitable, punishing biochemical crash. As the excess insulin aggressively scrubs the sugar from the blood, the consumer experiences a sudden plunge in energy, resulting in deep lethargy, brain fog, and physical fatigue. The consumer is left sitting on a mall bench, physically exhausted, having quickly ingested a volume of botanical spice, lipid fats, and refined sugar that represents a complete evolutionary anomaly. The sheer audacity of synthesizing 880 calories into a single, mass-market consumer good highlights a critical corporate vulnerability known internally as product fatigue. Corporate executives actively acknowledge that the biological impact of consuming their product is so severe that it cannot possibly sustain daily, habitual consumption by a localized customer base. When the brand previously attempted to place bakery kiosks inside standard neighborhood grocery stores, sales predictably crashed after only a few months of operation. Regular, daily shoppers eventually built up a psychological and physical tolerance to the invisible billboard. Their rational brains learned to consciously resist the amygdala's demand for the massive 880-calorie payload, prioritizing long-term health over short-term sensory gratification. This harsh biological reality forces the corporation to rely almost exclusively on retail environments, where the human population is highly transient, captive, and easily manipulated by environmental stressors. The suburban mall and the international airport provide a constantly rotating, never-ending supply of fresh pedestrians whose sensory defenses are completely unguarded. By maintaining their aggressive presence in these liminal, high-stress spaces, the corporation ensures that their weaponized olfaction always finds a vulnerable, exhausted target. The scent vectors pull the transient crowd inward, converting passing boredom or travel anxiety into sudden, unavoidable caloric necessity. Conclusion. The vast historical evolution of cinnamon, transitioning from a sacred, pharaonic necessity to a mall-based corporate sensory trap, represents a masterclass in the realities of modern corporate scaling. The undeniable financial success of the Cinnabon effect proves conclusively that the ultimate frontier of modern retail marketing is not visual or auditory, but deeply and involuntarily biological. By scouring the globe to isolate a high volatile strain of Sumatran flora and subsequently securing it as a rigid biological IP, a trademarked tree, a single corporation effectively monopolized a specific, highly profitable chemical reaction. Through meticulous, calculated HVAC engineering and strictly mandated front-facing oven placement, this chemical reaction was successfully and ruthlessly weaponized. The naturally off-gassing cinnamaldehyde operates daily as an unavoidable sensory marketing vector, an invisible billboard, perfectly calibrated by food scientists to bypass the rational human brain and strike directly at the amygdala. It is a brilliant, entirely legal system that leverages human evolutionary biology to force an involuntary emotional craving for an 880-calorie, industrially synthesized payload. The modern cinnamon roll is no longer just a baked food item. It stands as the ultimate, inescapable triumph of weaponized olfaction in corporate America. Chapter 17. The Global Supply Chain, from Tree to Shaker. To hold a small, plastic shaker of cinnamon in your hand is to hold the terminal output of a massive, synchronized physical machine. It appears as a simple, dusty brown powder, inert and uniform on the supermarket shelf. Yet, this mundane kitchen staple represents the absolute triumph of global logistics over the inherent chaos of agricultural reality. The spice trade is no longer a romantic, ancient endeavor of wooden galleons and maritime spice routes. It is a highly engineered, mathematically precise system designed to move thousands of tons of tree bark across oceans. Every single gram of that aromatic powder began its life in the humid, tropical highlands of Asia. The journey from a living laurel tree to a standardized supermarket commodity involves a fragmented network of human labor, economic friction, and extreme industrial violence. It is a system heavily dictated by the unpredictable forces of global weather patterns, regional economics, and international food safety laws. To understand cinnamon today is to understand the invisible infrastructure of the modern world. We must view this entire supply chain node by node, tracing the physical material as it is stripped from the wood, aggregated by local brokers, and shipped across the globe. When we introduce the concept of a supply chain node, we must anchor it immediately as a geographic valve. These valves control the physical flow of raw material based on local harvest yields and shifting international demand. From these primary valves, the bark enters the complex, opaque web of middlemen. When we speak of a commodities broker, we refer directly to a market gatekeeper. These gatekeepers dictate who gets paid when the material moves and how much the raw bark is truly worth. As the bark passes through their hands, it experiences price inflation, which operates like a climbing ladder. Each rung of this ladder represents a physical transition, a transfer of financial risk, and a corresponding, often drastic, leap in monetary value. Finally, the raw bark must be aggressively transformed into the uniform powder consumers expect. This requires milling, which is a violent physical reduction of the plant material. The resulting powder must then undergo standardizing, functioning as a meticulous chemical balancing act to ensure flavor consistency. Before it can be legally sold, it is subjected to sterilization, acting as a chemical or radiological cleansing to appease government regulators. Only then does it drop into the plastic shaker, sealed with induction technology that serves as a magnetic lock. The export nodes, mapping the source. The global cinnamon trade relies almost entirely on the agricultural output of 4 primary nations. These countries act as the fundamental geographic valves for the entire industry, regulating the flow of spice to the rest of the planet. In the year 2023, global cinnamon production reached an astounding 238,403 metric tons. Of this massive global harvest, a staggering 98% originated from just Indonesia, China, Vietnam, and Sri Lanka. These four nations are not entirely cooperative partners in the spice trade. They are distinct, competing supply chain nodes, each offering different botanical varieties, quality grades, and geopolitical risk profiles. Indonesia currently holds the position as the supreme volume leader in the global market. In 2023, the Indonesian archipelago produced 91,840 metric tons of raw cinnamon bark, representing over 35% of global production. The vast majority of Indonesian cinnamon is derived from the Cinnamomum burmanae species, commonly known as corant or Indonesian cassia. This specific botanical variety is famously grown on the island of Sumatra, particularly in the high-altitude volcanic soils of the Karinsai district. Corant cassia is deeply beloved by North American industrial bakeries for its sharp, sweet flavor, its slightly bitter edge, and its robust economic value. China stands as the second most critical geographic valve in the supply chain. In 2023, Chinese farmers harvested 89,990 metric tons of cinnamon, securing a 34% share of global production. The Chinese output is almost exclusively Cinnamomum cassia, often referred to simply as Chinese cinnamon. This variety is characterized by a strong, sometimes harsh flavor profile and a notably high percentage of coumarin, a naturally occurring chemical compound that heavily dictates its legal usage in Europe. Vietnam represents the most aggressive and rapidly expanding node in the modern spice trade. Historically a smaller player, Vietnam has dramatically increased its cultivation footprint over the last 2 decades. The country expanded its planted area from roughly 13,000 hectares in the year 2000 to over 186,000 hectares by 2023. This massive agricultural pivot resulted in a reported production of 47,540 metric tons in 2023. More remarkably, Vietnamese export volumes have continued to surge despite global economic headwinds. By late 2024, Vietnam had exported nearly 99,874 tons of material, generating $275 million in revenue, and making it the world's largest exporter by value. Vietnamese cinnamon, generally classified under the Cinnamomum lureri species, is highly prized for its exceptional volatile oil content. This high oil yield makes it a premium choice for flavor extraction and international spice blending. The final critical node is the island nation of Sri Lanka. While it produces significantly less volume than its Southeast Asian rivals, Sri Lanka holds an absolute monopoly on prestige. In 2023, Sri Lanka harvested 27,740 metric tons of cinnamon. However, this is not the common, hard-barked cassia found elsewhere in the market. Sri Lanka is the exclusive home of Cinnamomum zeylanicum, internationally recognized as true Ceylon cinnamon. Ceylon cinnamon is fundamentally different from cassia varieties in both structure and chemistry. It is harvested from young, coppiced shoots, resulting in thin, paper-like quills that are painstakingly hand-rolled into delicate, cigar-like shapes. It possesses a highly complex, citrus-laced aroma, and crucially, contains almost zero coumarin. Because of the intense manual labor required for peeling and its superior chemical profile, Ceylon cinnamon commands a massive price premium. This premium is mathematically striking when viewing global export values. Sri Lankan exports can often sell for up to $11,740 per metric ton. This stands in stark contrast to the $3,000 to $4,000 range typical of Indonesian or Vietnamese cassia. Consequently, while Sri Lanka only produces roughly 10% of global volume, it captures a vastly disproportionate share of total global revenue. The impact of climate and conflict. These 4 geographic valves are highly sensitive to external shocks and environmental devastation. Because global production is so heavily consolidated, a disruption in just one of these nodes instantly dictates the global baseline price of the commodity. The modern spice trade is increasingly at the mercy of unpredictable climatic events and geopolitical instability. A prime example of this vulnerability occurred in late 2024 with the arrival of Typhoon Yagi. Typhoon Yagi was the most powerful storm to strike Asia in decades, making direct landfall in northern Vietnam in September 2024. The storm brought winds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour and catastrophic flooding to the Yen Bai and Lao Cai provinces. These specific provinces are the undisputed heartland of Vietnamese cinnamon cultivation, holding the highest concentration of mature trees in the nation. The climatic devastation to the agricultural sector was absolute. Thousands of hectares of forestry crops, including mature cinnamon trees, were completely submerged, uprooted, or buried under massive landslides. The total economic damage to the Yen Bai province alone was estimated at over 4,600 billion Vietnamese dong, representing massive, generational losses to local agricultural infrastructure. Processing facilities were destroyed, rural roads became impassable, and harvested bark was ruined by persistent moisture and rot. This sudden, violent contraction of the Vietnamese supply valve sent immediate ripples through the global market. With Vietnamese export capacity artificially constrained by the disaster, international wholesalers were forced to rapidly secure supply from Indonesia and China to meet their holiday baking demands. This sudden demand spike inevitably pushed raw material prices upward. Research indicates that such extreme weather events directly correlate with sustained food price inflation, an effect that can persist for up to 12 months following the disaster. Sri Lanka presents an entirely different paradigm of supply chain vulnerability. Instead of sudden climatic destruction, the Ceylon cinnamon node was nearly strangled by a man-made macroeconomic collapse. In 2022, Sri Lanka experienced the most severe economic crisis in its post-independence history, culminating in a devastating sovereign debt default. Inflation surged past 70%, and the nation completely exhausted its foreign currency reserves, paralyzing normal trade. This macroeconomic paralysis directly and immediately impacted the agrarian sector. Without foreign reserves, Sri Lanka could not import vital agricultural inputs, fuel for transport trucks, or replacement parts for milling machinery. The cinnamon industry, heavily reliant on highly skilled manual labor, faced severe disruptions as workers migrated away from rural farms to find survivable wages in urban centers or abroad. The inability to maintain quality standards or efficiently transport goods to the port of Colombo threatened to permanently damage the prestige of the Ceylon brand. By late 2024 and early 2025, Sri Lanka had begun a painful economic recovery under a strict $3 billion International Monetary Fund bailout program. The agricultural sector rebounded, with spice exports growing by 63% as a vital, desperate source of foreign currency. However, the structural scars remain highly visible in the supply chain. The high cost of domestic capital and lingering infrastructural deficits mean that Ceylon cinnamon will likely remain highly expensive, further driving cost-conscious consumers toward cheaper Indonesian or Vietnamese kasha alternatives. The broker's ledger, the middlemen. To move cinnamon from a remote mountain farm to an international shipping port requires navigating a deep labyrinth of intermediaries. The agricultural economy of the spice trade is rarely a direct transaction between the grower and the global buyer. Instead, it relies heavily on the commodities broker. These market gatekeepers organize fragmented rural harvests into industrially viable export volumes, extracting profit at every stage. Consider the economic reality of a smallholder farmer in the Karinsai district of Sumatra. This farmer likely manages a very modest plot of land, treating their cinnamon trees as a living savings account. Because the Cinnamomum burmannii tree can be left in the ground for years without spoiling, Farmers often harvest only when they require immediate cash for school fees or medical emergencies. They strip the bark, dry it in the sun, and prepare it for a quick sale. However, the farmer operates with a severe informational and logistical disadvantage. They rarely have access to real-time international commodity pricing, and they cannot afford to transport their goods to the coastal cities. Furthermore, they possess only a few dozen kilograms of bark, a volume entirely useless to a massive multinational flavor corporation. Therefore, the farmer must sell their harvest to a village-level collector, known locally in Indonesia as a tengkulak. The tengkulak serves a vital, if highly controversial, logistical function. They travel from farm to farm, utilizing small trucks or motorcycles to purchase raw bark using immediate physical cash. They consolidate these micro-harvests into substantial, workable lots. However, because they assume the financial risk of transport and the physical risk of moisture loss, they dictate the purchase price, often imposing monopolistic conditions on isolated farmers. The mathematical ladder of price inflation. As the bark moves from the rural farm to the port, it experiences relentless price inflation. This climbing ladder of value is mathematically predictable, driven by the compounding costs of transport, sorting, grading, and risk assumption. Every time the bark changes hands, its price mathematically inflates to cover the overhead and profit margin of the market gatekeeper. We can observe this explicit step-by-step price inflation of a single kilogram of cinnamon as it moves through the various tiers of middlemen. The rural farmer strips and sun-dries the raw bark, selling the unsorted, ungraded material to a local collector for a baseline farm gate price. This initial price reflects minimal capital input but heavy, exhausting manual labor, and is often depressed by the farmer's urgent need for immediate cash. The village collector purchases the mixed bundles, absorbing the financial risk of excessive moisture or hidden low-grade bark within the pile. The collector applies a significant markup, often targeting a 30 to 40% gross profit margin, before transporting the aggregated volume to regional processing warehouses. The regional exporter acquires massive lots from various collectors, funding the heavy industrial sorting, grading, and baling required to meet international standards. The exporter applies another thick layer of margin to offset substantial operational overhead, corporate taxes, machinery depreciation, and complex port fees. The international wholesaler takes possession of the shipping container at the destination port, navigating complex customs duties, phytosanitary holds, and global currency fluctuations. They add a final wholesale premium before selling the bulk material in highly standardized lots to industrial spice brands or multinational flavor corporations. This fragmented, multi-tiered system inherently prioritizes sheer volume over agricultural quality. At the village level, collectors frequently purchase cinnamon by simple scale weight rather than specific grade profiling. This incentivizes farmers to harvest quickly and carelessly, occasionally leaving excess moisture in the bark to artificially inflate the scale weight. The collector pays a low average price for the bundle, knowing they will later sort out the high-quality quills in their own warehouse to sell at a massive premium to exporters. This persistent climate of mistrust deeply degrades the overall quality of a national export. In Sri Lanka, industry experts note that the lack of transparency between farmers, collectors, and balers has contributed to a 40% loss in high-quality Ceylon cinnamon over the past 2 decades. Exporters constantly complain about wet content, broken pieces known industrially as quillings, and the deliberate inclusion of inferior, unpeeled bark hidden inside the bales. Efforts to reform this broker-heavy ledger have met with mixed, localized success. Enterprises like the Kasha Co-op in Indonesia attempt to build a shorter, vastly more transparent supply chain. By bypassing the traditional tengkulak entirely, the cooperative purchases bark directly from over 2,000 smallholder farmers. The farmers are paid the standard market price up front, plus an immediate cash bonus for utilizing sustainable, certified farming practices. Crucially, the cooperative operates with complete pricing transparency. Farmers are actively informed of the final international export price, a profound rarity in the historically secretive spice trade. Once the cinnamon is sold to the final European or American buyer, the farmers can cash in a voucher to receive a 3% share of the final sales price. This model proves that, while the commodities broker is currently a dominant market gatekeeper, the climbing ladder of price inflation can be successfully flattened through direct corporate intervention. The final mile, the plastic shaker. When a standard 20-foot shipping container of cinnamon arrives at a Western port, the agricultural journey ends, and the extreme industrial phase begins. The raw, curled sticks of bark, packed tightly in woven mesh bags or heavy cartons, are fundamentally unsuitable for modern retail shelves. They are inconsistent in flavor, irregular in physical size, and potentially contaminated by the dirt, birds, and insects of their tropical origins. Turning this raw agricultural output into a sterile, predictable consumer product requires massive mechanical intervention. The first major hurdle in the final mile is milling. This process is a violent physical reduction designed to shatter the hard, woody cellulose of the bark into a fine, uniform powder. However, cinnamon presents a unique thermodynamic challenge for industrial processing. The entire culinary and economic value of the spice relies on its essential oil, specifically the highly volatile aromatic compound known as cinnamaldehyde. This volatile oil is incredibly sensitive to temperature fluctuations. Traditional industrial grinders, such as pin mills or heavy hammer mills, utilize high-speed impact to shatter the bark. The intense mechanical friction generated by these steel machines can easily raise the internal temperature of the grinder to over 95 degrees Celsius. At these extreme temperatures, the valuable volatile oils literally boil away, evaporating uselessly into the factory air. Conventional milling can result in the tragic loss of up to 30% of the spice's essential flavor compounds. Furthermore, the intense heat causes the naturally occurring fats and oils within the bark to melt. This creates a sticky, gummy residue that severely clogs the steel screens and mechanical pins of the machinery, halting production. To solve this thermodynamic crisis, advanced processing facilities employ a method known as cryogenic grinding. Cryogenic milling introduces liquid nitrogen or conditioned dry ice directly into the grinding chamber. This extreme chemical intervention drops the ambient temperature of the mill to well below negative 30 degrees Celsius, sometimes pushing as low as negative 86 degrees for optimal efficiency. The deep freeze radically alters the physical properties of the cinnamon bark, turning the flexible, oily wood into a highly brittle, glass-like substance. When the frozen bark is struck by the mechanical pins of the mill, it shatters instantly and cleanly, requiring far less kinetic energy to achieve a fine mesh size. More importantly, the sub-zero temperatures lock the volatile oils completely within the cellular structure of the powder. Cryogenic processing ensures that the rich, pungent aroma of the cinnamaldehyde remains trapped in the dust, ready to be released only when the consumer opens the jar in their kitchen. The science of blending. Once the bark is successfully reduced to powder, the manufacturer must address the inherent chemical chaos of nature. A single batch of Indonesian cassia might have a volatile oil content of 3%, while a batch from a different farm down the road might contain barely 1%. A massive multinational corporation cannot legally or ethically sell a product that tastes wildly different from one month to the next. They must engage in standardizing, which is a rigorous chemical balancing act. Standardization heavily relies on vast, horizontal steel troughs known industrially as ribbon blenders. These machines utilize a central rotating shaft equipped with dual helical metal ribbons. As the central shaft turns, The outer ribbon pulls the cinnamon powder from the edges toward the center, while the inner ribbon pushes the powder from the center back toward the edges. This counterdirectional flow creates a gentle, continuous folding wave, thoroughly homogenizing thousands of pounds of powder without generating destructive heat. Food scientists constantly sample the incoming batches of milled cinnamon, utilizing advanced gas chromatography and mass spectrometry to precisely measure the percentage of volatile oil. Using these mathematical profiles, technicians calculate the exact ratios required to achieve a uniform product. They will load the ribbon blender with a carefully calculated mix of potent, high-oil powder and milder, low-oil powder. After roughly 30 to 45 minutes of gentle mechanical folding, the resulting master batch will perfectly match the brand's proprietary flavor profile, ensuring absolute global consistency. This chemical balancing act is not merely for flavor. It is heavily regulated by international trade bodies. The European Spice Association maintains strict quality minima documents dictating that unprocessed cinnamon sold in Europe must maintain specific baseline percentages of volatile oil. By blending various grades, manufacturers can take cheap, low-quality bark and mix it with highly potent bark to achieve a legally compliant, highly profitable average. The cleansing of the spice. Before this perfectly blended powder can legally enter a supermarket, it must confront the strict, uncompromising realities of Western food safety laws. Raw spices are notoriously prone to severe microbiological contamination. Because cinnamon is peeled by hand, laid on the ground to dry in tropical humidity, and stored in open warehouses, it frequently harbors dangerous pathogens, including various deadly strains of salmonella. To mitigate this biological risk, the powder must undergo sterilization. Sterilization acts as a strict chemical or radiological cleansing, but the methods vary wildly depending on regional legislation. In the United States, the Food Safety Modernization Act legally mandates that all imported spices undergo a scientifically validated kill step to completely eliminate microbial hazards before retail sale. One highly effective, scientifically sound method is irradiation, a process where the packaged spice is exposed to heavy doses of gamma rays or electron beams. Irradiation is fundamentally a radiological cleansing. The high-energy ionizing radiation, often sourced from cobalt-60 isotopes, passes cleanly through the packaging and the powder. It instantly destroys the DNA of bacteria, molds, and insects without leaving any radioactive residue or raising the temperature of the spice. From a purely scientific standpoint, it is arguably the superior method, as it eliminates pathogens without generating any heat that might damage the fragile volatile oils. However, irradiation faces a massive, seemingly insurmountable public relations hurdle. In the United States, irradiated foods must be legally labeled with a specific green logo known as the ray dura, accompanied by explicit text stating the product was treated with radiation. Fearful of intense consumer backlash, major retail spice companies generally refuse to irradiate their consumer-facing products. Furthermore, the European Union maintains exceedingly strict regulations on food irradiation, heavily limiting its widespread application for the European market. Because irradiation is commercially taboo, the industry standard for retail cinnamon is steam sterilization. In this process, the cinnamon is subjected to high-pressure, superheated steam for a carefully calculated duration. The intense heat and moisture effectively achieve the required microbial kill step, satisfying federal regulators and nervous consumers alike without requiring a warning label. Yet, steam sterilization is deeply problematic for the spice itself. The application of high heat inevitably degrades the color, the physical texture, and the vital volatile oil content of the cinnamon. Engineers must utilize highly advanced, continuous flash heating systems that blast the powder with steam and immediately cool it in a vacuum chamber, desperately trying to kill the bacteria in fractions of a second before the precious cinnamaldehyde boils away. Alternatively, some industrial processors utilize chemical fumigation, specifically flooding the cinnamon with ethylene oxide or propylene oxide gas. These toxic gases effectively kill bacteria without heat, preserving the flavor profile perfectly. However, because ethylene oxide is a known carcinogen, its use is strictly banned for food sterilization in the European Union, creating a massive logistical divide between European and American spice importers. Regulating the chemistry. Beyond biological threats, international regulators are increasingly focused on the inherent chemical dangers of the bark itself. The European Union has taken a particularly aggressive stance regarding coumarin, the naturally occurring organic compound found in very high concentrations in Chinese and Indonesian cassia. While coumarin provides a warm, sweet aroma, it is also a known hepatotoxin that can cause severe liver damage if consumed in large quantities over time. European food safety authorities have established strict maximum limits for coumarin in finished baked goods and desserts, heavily restricting how much cassia can be used by industrial food manufacturers. Because authentic Ceylon cinnamon contains virtually no coumarin, it easily bypasses these strict regulations. However, because Ceylon is vastly more expensive, international wholesalers frequently engage in dangerous economic adulteration. A comprehensive 2025 study by the European Commission's Joint Research Centre evaluated commercially available cinnamon across the continent and discovered staggering levels of widespread fraud. Analysts found that large percentages of products explicitly labeled as premium Ceylon cinnamon were secretly blended with, or entirely substituted by, cheap, high coumarin cassia. Over 66% of the tested samples failed to meet quality standards or potentially exceeded safe chemical limits, exposing the dark, deceptive underbelly of the final mile. Furthermore, several samples were found to contain dangerous levels of lead, a heavy metal introduced by poor processing or intentional weight adulteration, triggering severe safety recalls. The shaker on the shelf. Once the powder has been meticulously milled, chemically blended, and rigorously sterilized, it enters the final logistical phase, the automated packaging line. Modern spice bottling plants are marvels of high-speed industrial automation. Heavy powder-filling machines utilize precise augers to reliably dose exact gram weights of cinnamon into rigid plastic or glass containers at speeds easily exceeding 100 bottles per minute. To preserve the volatile oils that the engineers fought so hard to protect through cryogenic grinding and gentle blending, the plastic cap of the shaker must be perfectly sealed. This is achieved through a process known as induction sealing, which operates as an invisible magnetic lock. After the cap, which contains a hidden foil inner liner, is screwed tightly onto the bottle, the container passes via conveyor belt beneath a heavy induction coil. The overhead coil generates an oscillating electromagnetic field that safely passes completely through the plastic cap, but instantly heats the hidden foil liner. This brief flash of extreme localized heat melts a thin polymer coating on the bottom of the foil, permanently fusing it directly to the plastic lip of the bottle. This hermetic seal locks the cinnamaldehyde vapor inside the plastic walls and prevents any subsequent moisture or pathogens from entering during transit. Finally, a heavy robotic arm packs the sealed bottles into corrugated cardboard cases, stacking them onto wooden pallets with mathematical precision. Shrink-wrapped in thick plastic and loaded onto heavy distribution trucks, the finished product is quickly routed to supermarket distribution centers across the continent. The physical transformation is total and complete. What began as the rough, wet bark of a tropical tree in the volcanic soils of Sumatra or the flooded valleys of Vietnam has been aggressively stripped, traded, inflated, shattered, frozen, sterilized, and sealed. The global supply chain has successfully executed its mandate, delivering a perfectly uniform, shelf-stable powder to the consumer, entirely erasing the chaotic, human, and physical reality of its origin. Chapter 18: The Future of the Forest, Climate, and Sustainability. The harvest of true cinnamon has always been an intimate, physical conversation between human hands and the weather. For centuries, the peelers of Sri Lanka have watched the skies, knowing that the perfect quill of spice depends entirely on the atmospheric pressure hovering above the canopy. When the rains fall in the precise, historical sequence, the bark slips from the wood with a wet, yielding tear. When the rains fail, the tree holds onto its skin like a tightened fist, refusing to surrender its value. Today, this ancient, atmospheric conversation is breaking down. The global spice trade, once governed by predictable seasons and generational knowledge, is now subjected to the violent fluctuations of a rapidly warming planet. We can no longer view the island of Sri Lanka and the sprawling Indonesian archipelago merely as tropical agricultural hubs. Instead, we must treat these regions as fragile, tightly calibrated environmental datasets. Every single drop of rainfall, every incremental degree of ambient heat, and every millimeter of topsoil lost represents a critical, volatile variable in an increasingly unstable equation. The global appetite for cinnamon is accelerating, driving an industrialized, frantic rush for cheaper, faster agricultural yields. Yet, the biological reality of the cinnamomum genus is slamming against hard, unforgiving ecological limits. We are currently standing at a precipice where the demands of the global market are fundamentally at war with the carrying capacity of the earth. To understand the future of cinnamon is to understand the future of tropical agriculture as a whole. It is a story of shifting weather patterns, collapsing soil architectures, and the desperate attempt to balance a ledger that has been running on a massive ecological deficit for decades. To forecast the survival of this spice, we must look at the math beneath the leaves. We must examine the biological thresholds of the trees, the geological realities of the mountainsides, and the stark economic math of the people who work the land. The future of the forest is no longer a question of botany. It is a question of planetary endurance. The monsoon algorithm, the climate shift. The rhythm of the cinnamon harvest is dictated by a massive, planetary metronome known as a monsoon cycle, which functions as a seasonal engine. For millennia, the predictable reversal of winds over the Indian Ocean has delivered the exact sequence of humidity and dry heat required to cultivate the world's finest spices. Now, climate data analysts are modeling a terrifying, systemic disruption to this ancient engine. The predictive climate data reveals that the monsoon systems are shifting in both their timing and their sheer, kinetic intensity. As global temperatures continue to rise, the evaporative demand of the atmosphere increases, fundamentally altering the dynamics of water availability across South Asia. We are forecasting a future defined by supercharged, destructive rainfall events followed rapidly by prolonged, agonizing droughts. For the cinnamon tree, these erratic, unpredictable weather patterns represent a catastrophic mathematical disruption. The plant is incredibly sensitive to the ambient moisture content held within its microscopic cellular walls. At the core of this profound biological vulnerability is the cambium layer. The cambium layer is a biological valve. It is the microscopic, actively dividing tissue located just beneath the outer bark, exclusively responsible for producing the vascular tubes that transport water and vital nutrients. When the monsoon cycle is stable, the cambium pumps sap rhythmically, creating a highly lubricated, moisture-rich barrier between the valuable inner bark and the dense, useless heartwood. This internal lubrication is precisely what allows a skilled Sri Lankan peeler to strip the bark in long, flawless, unbroken sheets. The ideal time to harvest true cinnamon occurs exactly when the red flush of young leaves turns a vibrant green, indicating a free and heavy flow of sap throughout the trunk. If the temperature spikes and the soil dries out, the cambium violently halts its cellular division to conserve its remaining energy. The sap flow stops, the seasonal engine stalls, and the bark fuses permanently and rigidly to the wood beneath it. A peeler attempting to harvest a drought-stressed tree will find the bark dry, brittle, and highly prone to shattering into low-value fragments. Conversely, if a supercharged monsoon dumps too much water over a short period, the root systems become entirely waterlogged, suffocating the plant and completely halting the process of photosynthesis. The climate modeling for the major spice-growing regions paints a deeply grim picture of this exact scenario, representing ecological thresholds, which act as a biological breaking point. The optimal growing conditions for true cinnamon, Cinnamomum verum, require a highly specific and narrow environmental envelope. The trees thrive best at an average temperature ranging from 27 to 30 degrees Celsius, with a perfectly distributed annual rainfall of 2,000 to 2,500 millimeters. Extremes of heat or sudden, unexpected drops in temperature severely stunt the tree's physical growth and fundamentally alter the chemical profile of the essential oils, turning the resulting spice harsh and bitter. As we project into the immediate future, the hard data suggests these optimal, temperate zones are rapidly and permanently shrinking. To accurately map this looming crisis, we must examine the explicitly projected timeline of climate impacts on the vital growing regions of Sri Lanka and Indonesia. The timeline of projected climate impacts on these specific, calibrated environments breaks down as follows. By 2030, the short-term squeeze. Climate models project that the mean temperature in Sri Lanka will rise by roughly 0.55 degrees Celsius under high-emission scenarios, drastically altering the baseline heat index. The number of dangerously hot days, where the heat index exceeds 35 degrees Celsius, is forecasted to increase by approximately 45 days per year. For the cinnamon trees in the lowland wet zones, this relentless heat will trigger dangerously elevated transpiration rates, forcing the stomata on the leaves to tightly close to prevent fatal water loss. When the stomata close, carbon dioxide cannot enter the plant system, directly halting the accumulation of biomass and severely reducing the overall thickness and quality of the harvestable bark. By 2050, the mid-century disruption. Advanced forecasts indicate a temperature increase of up to 1.07 degrees Celsius nationwide in Sri Lanka, with heat index danger days expanding to cover 4 full months of the calendar year. Indonesia, the primary producer of cassia, will simultaneously experience intensified tropical cyclones and violently shifting rainfall patterns driven by the Indian Ocean dipole and elevated sea surface temperatures. During this critical period, global agricultural modeling suggests a baseline decline of 8% in overall global crop yields due strictly to trapped atmospheric heat, regardless of future emission reductions. For water-intensive, delicate crops like true cinnamon, the erratic and supercharged monsoon will drastically reduce the number of viable harvesting days, leading directly to woodier, overly mature stems that yield drastically lower quality grades of spice. By 2100, the long-term restructuring. If current global emission trajectories hold steady, the vital southwest monsoon season in Sri Lanka will see devastating temperature spikes of up to 2.5 degrees Celsius, while the northeast monsoon season will warm by 2.9 degrees Celsius. Rainfall will become drastically and chaotically uneven, with massive, destructive deluges localized on the windward side of the central hills and severe, cracking desiccation throughout the dry zones. At this ultimate biological breaking point, Cinnamomum verum is forecasted to experience a fundamental geographic contraction, surviving only in highly managed, artificially irrigated microclimates, rather than the traditional, sprawling open-air estates that have defined the industry for centuries. The mathematical relationship between atmospheric rainfall and cambium health is absolute and unforgiving. Botanists and climate data analysts have meticulously tracked the physiological responses of various Cinnamomum species to these exact, modeled stressors. When deliberately subjected to drought conditions in controlled studies, the total biomass of the young trees plummets by over 40%. The leaves physically wither and curl, dropping their total mass by nearly 60% as the plant ruthlessly sacrifices its own canopy to keep its core root system alive. Stable carbon isotope analysis reveals that the delta-13 carbon values shift dramatically during these arid periods. This profound chemical shift proves that the tree is desperately altering its foundational photosynthetic pathways simply to survive the ambient heat. Under extreme, sudden temperature drops, the cellular chemistry of the tree frantically attempts to defend itself from internal freezing and cellular rupture. Free proline, an amino acid that acts as a vital osmotic protectant, naturally surges into the plant's delicate tissues to stabilize the cell walls. Transcriptome sequencing of highly stressed cinnamon plants shows a massive, systemic reprogramming of their ribonucleic acid, activating dormant defense mechanisms and permanently altering the biosynthesis of secondary metabolites. These secondary metabolites include the phenylpropanoids and terpenoids that give cinnamon its signature, warming flavor. Therefore, these chemical shifts do not just dictate the physical survival of the tree. They fundamentally and permanently alter the flavor, aroma, and commercial value of the resulting spice. We are currently forcing these fragile, historical ecosystems into a state of perpetual, biological panic. As the monsoon shifts, the cinnamon tree is spending significantly less time growing valuable bark and significantly more time simply trying not to die. In Sri Lanka, the harsh impact of this climate shift is already bleeding deeply into the daily lives and routines of the estate farmers. The year 2024 brought a historically severe heat wave to the island, with daily temperatures climbing well into the mid-30s Celsius, shattering previous agricultural records. The country recorded nearly 80 dangerously hot days that year, which is double the global average, transforming the highly physical labor of peeling bark into a grueling, dangerous endurance test for the local workforce. If adequate systemic measures are not taken immediately, the World Bank forecasts that Sri Lanka will suffer an economic loss of at least $12 billion a year by 2050, due exclusively to rising temperatures. The human cost of this heat is staggering, but the botanical cost is equally, irreparably severe. We are currently modeling a future where the traditional, generational knowledge of the cinnamon harvest cycle is rendered completely obsolete by a chaotic and unrecognizable global climate. The seasonal engine is sputtering, and the biological valve of the cambium is closing. The monsoon algorithm, which once offered perfect predictability to the spice trade, has now become its greatest existential threat. The eroding foundation, soil and ecology. While the shifting sky dictates the rhythm and timing of the harvest, the raw earth dictates the ultimate volume. Modern spice farming, particularly the aggressive mass production of cassia cinnamon, is built entirely upon an extraction-based model of soil nutrients. To truly understand the profound ecological cost of this global industry, we must deep dive into the raw earth science of the tropical forest floor. We must recognize soil stratigraphy as a depleting resource, functioning essentially as a fragile geological bank account. It is the layered, highly complex historical record of organic matter, decaying minerals, and microscopic life that accumulates incredibly slowly over millennia beneath the dark forest canopy. In a healthy, untouched tropical ecosystem, the constant, daily shedding of leaves and branches continuously replenishes the vulnerable topsoil. This decaying organic matter creates a spongy, nutrient-rich matrix that effortlessly retains rainwater and supports incredibly complex, symbiotic root systems. However, the explosive global consumer demand for cheap, abundant cassia has strongly incentivized the systematic, total destruction of this ancient architecture. In the mountainous Van Yen district of northern Vietnam and the steep Karinsai Regency of Indonesia, local farmers have increasingly turned to hyper-aggressive, clear-cut cash crop agriculture. Cinnamomum cassia and Cinnamomum burmanae are not selectively, carefully pruned like the delicate Ceylon trees of Sri Lanka. To maximize immediate volume, they are often aggressively, entirely clear-cut right down to the stump. Entire, sweeping hillsides of natural, ancient forest are deliberately slashed and burned to the ground to make way for massive, even-aged monoculture plantations. The initial, intense burn provides a brief, highly deceptive flush of pyrogenic soil organic matter, creating a temporary, artificial spike in soil carbon and a temporarily lowered bulk density. This artificial, fleeting fertility strongly encourages rapid early tree growth, masking the underlying damage. But the ecological bill for this destruction comes due within a few short, devastating years. Once the protective, multi-layered forest canopy is permanently removed, the incredibly fragile tropical soils are laid bare and exposed to the brutal, unmitigated kinetic energy of the monsoon rains. The resulting ecological trauma is swift and devastating to the local geography. This phenomenon creates laterite soil erosion, resulting in a bleeding landscape. Lateritic soils are geologically old, highly weathered earth formations typical of hot, humid, equatorial tropical regions. By their very geological nature, they are naturally poor in essential plant nutrients, relying entirely on the incredibly thin, superficial veneer of topsoil to sustain any meaningful plant life. The geological mechanics of lateritization are driven by intense, continuous chemical weathering over millions of years. Over centuries, the heavy, constant tropical rainfall leaches away vital, soluble minerals like silica, leaving behind a heavy, toxic concentration of insoluble iron and aluminum oxides. As long as the thick forest canopy protects the ground from direct sunlight and the root systems bind the earth, this volatile soil remains relatively stable. But when the industrial cassia plantations are clear-cut for the harvest, the soil is violently stripped of its protective organic armor. Without the deep roots to firmly anchor the earth and a dense canopy to break the falling rain, the vital topsoil simply washes away down the mountainside. The nutrient-rich, free particulate organic matter is either rapidly decomposed by the blazing sunlight or leached deeply down the soil profile into the inaccessible groundwater. What remains on the surface is the raw, hostile, iron-rich laterite. When exposed continuously to the punishing tropical sun without the shade of the canopy, these concentrated iron and aluminum oxides literally bake and harden into a dense, impenetrable crust that strongly resembles actual fired brick. The natural, life-giving porosity of the soil completely collapses. Infiltration, which is the vital downward movement of water deeply into the soil profile, is severely, permanently restricted. Instead of gently soaking into the earth to naturally recharge the subterranean water table, the heavy monsoon rains hit the hardened, baked laterite crust and rapidly accelerate into violent, destructive surface runoff. This rushing runoff carries away whatever minute trace minerals remain, carving deep, permanent erosion gullies into the sides of the mountains. The bleeding landscape effectively hemorrhages massive amounts of sediment directly into the local river systems and valleys below. The delicate stream ecosystems draining these clear-cut cassia plantations become heavily choked with suspended solids, dramatically and fatally increasing the turbidity of the water. The massive volume of eroded material blankets and smothers in stream habitats, entirely suffocating aquatic flora and fauna that are biologically unadapted to surviving such massive, sudden sediment loads. Furthermore, as desperate farmers try to maintain their historical yields on this deeply degraded, hardened land, they are forced to apply ever-increasing, toxic amounts of chemical fertilizers and synthetic pesticides. These harsh agrochemicals bind tightly to the eroding, traveling soil particles, creating a highly toxic slurry that poisons the riparian zones and the groundwater downstream. This vicious, unbreakable cycle of soil degradation, forcefully drives the continuous expansion of new plantations into increasingly unsuitable, highly marginal lands higher up the mountains. In northern Vietnam, advanced spatial analysis models project that over 54% of entirely unsuitable, highly vulnerable mountainous terrain will be actively converted to cassia cultivation by the year 2025 simply to keep pace with global market demand. This relentless geographical overreach directly and unavoidably triggers a catastrophic, permanent loss of local biodiversity. Monoculture spice plantations are functional biological deserts when compared to the highly complex, interconnected web of the natural, old-growth forest. The systematic removal of diverse, native undergrowth entirely eliminates the natural, native predators of common agricultural pests, allowing deadly infestations to run utterly rampant through the closely planted trees. In the densely packed cassia fields, the stressed trees are highly vulnerable to foot rot, a devastating and fatal vascular disease caused directly by the Fusarium oxysporum fungus. The vulnerable young saplings are frequently attacked by witch's broom disease and a host of aggressive, wood-boring pest insects, including Synanthedon and Zuzera species. Because the underlying soil has been completely stripped of its organic vitality and microbial diversity, the closely planted trees possess absolutely no natural biological resilience to these attacks. Even on pristine land that was initially deemed highly suitable for cultivation, these relentless pests will completely decimate a plantation if the underlying soil stratigraphy shows any signs of nutrient depletion. The local spice farmers find themselves hopelessly trapped in an accelerating, inescapable feedback loop of total ecological decline. They clear-cut the natural forest for a fast cash crop, irreversibly erode the laterite foundation, poison the local watershed to artificially maintain their failing yields, and ultimately must abandon the barren, brick-like land to clear-cut a new patch of forest higher up the mountain. This is the dark, heavily obscured, hidden geology of the global spice trade. The incredibly cheap, supposedly abundant cassia cinnamon that currently lines the shelves of Western supermarkets is heavily, secretly subsidized by the wholesale, irreversible destruction of Southeast Asian topsoil. We are not merely consuming a sweet, warming flavor when we purchase this spice. We are literally consuming the finite geological capital of the Indonesian and Vietnamese highlands. The sustainable ledger, the next 50 years. If the predictive climate models dictate the ultimate biological limits of the forest, and the raw earth science dictates the physical limits of the soil, then the global economy must ultimately, painfully reconcile the two. For decades, the international spice trade has operated smoothly on a flawed economic model that completely and deliberately ignores deep environmental externalities. We are now violently entering an era where agricultural sustainability functions strictly as a long-term corporate balance sheet. To accurately forecast the next 50 years of the global cinnamon industry, we must closely examine the hard, uncompromising financial data that directly underpins it. The modern cinnamon market is currently defined by a stark, widening bifurcation. The mass-produced, environmentally destructive cassia from Indonesia and China, pitted directly against the traditional, hand-harvested Ceylon cinnamon from Sri Lanka. Cassia completely dominates the global volume precisely because it is incredibly cheap, currently trading on the open commodity market at approximately $2 per kilogram. True Ceylon cinnamon, highly prized for its ultra-low coumarin content and incredibly complex, delicate flavor profile, costs roughly $6 per kilogram, making it an astounding 3 times more expensive at wholesale, and often 10 times more expensive at the retail level. This vast, undeniable price disparity is not merely a reflection of culinary quality or essential oil content. It is a direct, quantifiable reflection of physical labor, sustainable land management, and strict ethical boundaries. In Sri Lanka, the traditional cinnamon industry is currently suffering from a crippling, existential labor shortage, operating with an estimated deficit of 35,000 skilled bark peelers. The educated youth of Sri Lanka are rapidly abandoning the rural, demanding cinnamon estates, migrating heavily to the Middle East, Japan, and Korea in search of much better wages and modern, comfortable working conditions. The traditional Kali system, which relies on small, independent, family-based peeling groups, is slowly and inevitably collapsing under the immense weight of an aging workforce and highly volatile international market prices. To save the industry from total collapse, there is a desperate, organized push toward a formalized, highly sustainable economic model anchored heavily by the global fair trade movement. A fair trade premium operates essentially as an ethical tax. It is a deliberate, mathematically calculated financial surcharge placed directly on the raw commodity to ensure that the actual people producing it can survive in a modern economy. This is exactly where the concept of the living income reference price firmly enters the industry's ledger. The living income reference price functions as an economic anchor. It is the exact, calculated financial threshold required for a typical farming household to afford a decent, dignified standard of living, covering nutritious food, safe housing, education, healthcare, and a secure buffer for unexpected emergencies. Using the highly rigorous, data-driven anchor methodology, international researchers have carefully calculated the precise living wage required for estate workers operating in Sri Lanka. As of the year 2025, the required living wage stands at 115,291 Sri Lankan rupees, which equates to roughly 385 United States dollars per month. This specific financial figure includes a carefully calculated net living wage, alongside legally mandated, necessary Social Security contributions. When we apply this specific, necessary living wage data directly to the inherent cost of producing delicate Ceylon cinnamon, the economic friction becomes blindingly obvious. Paying a skilled Sri Lankan peeler a dignified, living wage, legally enforcing maternity leave, establishing long-term pension funds, and investing heavily in expensive organic fertilizers mathematically and unavoidably inflates the farm gate price of the spice. How can this ethical, low-yield, handcrafted model possibly compete on a global scale with the industrialized, machine-driven clear-cutting of cassia? It is especially difficult to compete when operating against regions where regional minimum wages are a mere fraction of the true cost of living. In rural parts of Indonesia and Vietnam, the legally mandated monthly minimum wages hover desperately between 130 and 200 United States dollars. This artificially depressed wage allows massive, multinational agribusinesses to suppress labor costs ruthlessly, while simultaneously and efficiently liquidating the ancient forest canopy. On a short-term, quarterly spreadsheet, the brutal deforestation model absolutely always wins. But true sustainability is a long-term corporate balance sheet, and the heavily hidden, deferred costs of the cassia model are finally, unavoidably coming due. This realization requires the implementation of true cost accounting, which functions as a planetary receipt. True cost accounting is a holistic systems approach that assigns a strict, undeniable monetary value to the massive environmental, health, and socioeconomic damages caused directly by an extractive industry. When we mathematically factor in the immense financial consequences of laterite soil erosion, the catastrophic loss of global carbon sequestration, the toxic poisoning of vital watersheds, and the public health impacts of high coumarin cassia consumption, the allegedly cheap spice is suddenly revealed to be astronomically, unsustainably expensive. The rapid degradation of the tropical forest ecosystem critically weakens regional resilience to natural disasters, actively facilitating deadly disease outbreaks and permanently destroying regional air quality. These are not merely abstract, philosophical environmental concepts utilized by activists. They are hard, quantifiable financial liabilities that will ultimately and severely impact the global macroeconomy. Recognizing this impending financial wall, forward-thinking agricultural coalitions and government departments in Sri Lanka are urgently attempting to build a sustainable, economic firewall around their industry. Fair trade initiatives in the region are currently generating highly tangible, provable dividends. In a single recent year, organized premiums generated 40,000 United States dollars for specific, localized producer networks in Sri Lanka, which was channeled directly and transparently into social and environmental sustainability projects. Farmers deeply engaged in these certified networks report highly significant, verified improvements in their actual household income, noticeably reduced daily working hours, and elevated, empowered roles for local women in supply chain management. Furthermore, there is a massive, systemic transition currently underway away from the grueling, isolated field labor of the past toward modernized, centralized line factories. In this newly industrialized but strictly ethical system, men harvest the fresh cinnamon wood in the early morning, delivering it rapidly to centralized processing centers. Inside these centers, organized teams of women peel the bark in safe, highly sanitary, temperature-controlled environments, operating with fixed hours and fair, guaranteed remuneration. This critical structural evolution is absolutely essential to attracting a new, educated generation of workers back to the ancient trade. However, the ultimate, long-term success of this sustainable ledger depends entirely and exclusively on the end consumer at the very end of the supply chain. Can the vast global market be convinced to willingly pay the true, holistic cost of a biologically limited, fragile resource? The future of the entire forest hinges precariously on the answer to this single economic question. If multinational food corporations, vast pharmaceutical companies, and everyday grocery buyers simply refuse to pay the established living income reference price, the historic Sri Lankan estates will slowly, inevitably be abandoned to the shifting, violent monsoons. The global spice supply will then be entirely, ruthlessly monopolized by the clear-cut cassia plantations of Southeast Asia. Eventually, even those highly aggressive plantations will completely fail, choking to death on their own eroded laterite soils and collapsing totally under the weight of fungal diseases and lethal temperature spikes. The scientific data is completely unequivocal and impossible to ignore. The global climate is shifting, the ancient soil is depleting, and the economic margins are rapidly narrowing to a point of collapse. The story of cinnamon over the next 50 years will be entirely defined by the brutal clash between the relentless human demand for endless economic growth and the immovable, physical realities of planetary biology. To successfully preserve the spice, we must first preserve the delicate cambium layer that produces it, the deep soil stratigraphy that feeds it, and the human hands that carefully harvest it. We are rapidly running out of time to permanently balance the ledger, and the forest is meticulously keeping the score.